Chapter 3086. And from the looks of it, this was Lu Huaishuang's own room, and the best room in the entire worship. Under normal circumstances, no matter how respectful a lady was to a guest, she would not give up her own room for a guest to live in, as this would inevitably lead to gossip. But Yang Kai's power was far beyond the scope of a guest, and all Lu Huaishuang could think of was to leave the best room for Yang Kai. Even if he had molested her before, Lu Huaishuang did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Xianxia glanced at Lu Huaishuang meaningfully, a smile on his face. Lu Huaishuang's cheeks flushed. Although she did not have any other thoughts, she felt a little embarrassed to give her room to a man who looked about the same age as her. She said softly, "Master, are you satisfied with this place? If not, you can change to another room." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded, not avoiding anything. To him, this was just a place to rest, and there was no difference whether it was a room or not, as long as Master is satisfied. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt herself heave a sigh of relief. The faint anticipation in her heart had turned into reality, startling her. She hurriedly said, "My lord, please rest for a while. I'll come back to speak with you after I've settled some matters outside." "Go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Huaishuang took her leave, but before she left, she glanced at Xianxia. She did not like this uninvited guest, but Xianxia was acting under the name of Yang Kai, so she could not chase him away. She just glared at him as a warning. After the door closed, Yang Kai began to walk around the room, casually picking up things to look at, then putting them down, then picking up other things to look at, as if everything was new to him. Xianxia was like a tail, following behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around. Xianxia could not dodge in time, and almost bumped into him. He hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Bath, do you want to go?" Xiangyao's eyes twitched. He lowered his head and said, I dare not. I will take my leave for now. Master, if you have any orders, please do not hesitate to call. I will wait outside." As he spoke, he ran out of the room, closed the door behind him, and stood respectfully outside. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. He thought that his disguise was flawless. Even his sworn brothers in the fierce wind who drank, ate, and played with women with him did not see through his true identity after so many years. However, he knew that his disguise was not worth mentioning in the eyes of that official Yang. She had seen through his disguise the moment she saw him, but she was too lazy to point it out. Thinking about what that lord had done to Lu Huaishuang before, and then thinking about what he wanted, Shang Yingyao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He nodded inwardly and suddenly made a hand seal. Then, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Inside the bathtub, Yang Kai took off his clothes and leaned against the wall with his hands spread out, a look of comfort on his face. His muscular body was extremely well-proportioned. If any of the women in the fierce wind saw him, they would probably scream in horror. Now that he had arrived in the territory of the Lower Star, although he was in the completely unfamiliar territory of Boundless Star, he had barely completed his goal. When he established the High Heaven Palace, he had thought about one day bringing his friends and family from Shadowed Star to Boundless Star. But after so many years of working hard to improve his cultivation, he had never had a chance to return to Boundless Star territory, let alone find a way to do so. Now, however, there was an opportunity. Although he had arrived in the territory of Boundless Star, there was still a chance to return to Hung Luo Star Field. Yang Kai knew that Star Territory was very different from Star Territory. Some Star Territories were connected to each other, so perhaps he could find a way to travel to other Star Territories in Boundless Star's territory. Yang Kai decided. His primary goal was to find a way to return to Hung Luo Star Field, and his secondary goal was to inquire about the whereabouts of Wukong. He had a hunch that Wukong might also be in Boundless Star's territory. If that was the case, Yang Kai could find his whereabouts. Wukong was very knowledgeable and would know how to travel back and forth between the territory of the two stars. After taking a bath, Yang Kai put on his clothes again, combed his hair, and summoned the sealed world bead. Gritting his teeth, he carefully circulated his strength and entered the small sealed world bead. In the pavilion area of the small sealed world bead, Lu Yin, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her figure flickered and appeared outside the pavilion. The embodiment that appeared with her looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were happily chatting about something. Seeing them appear, Li Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu Yin, what's wrong?" "Master is here." Lu Yin's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked over. Li Jiao was startled when he heard this, but suddenly reacted and looked over in surprise. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered and soon arrived in front of the pavilion, grinning. "Everyone is here." Lu Yin stood there and opened her arms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her and asked, "What? Hug?" Yang Kai said, "Are you kidding me? You're getting younger and younger." Saying so, he walked in front of her and reached out to pick her up, as if he was holding a baby. Lu Yin sat on his arm, her soft black hair hanging down, a satisfied look on her face. She had been cultivating on Spirit Beast Island with the Fire Phoenix for a long time. It was not easy for her to meet Yang Kai on Dragon Island, but she didn't have time to interact with him. Now, she finally got what she wanted. Her two hands grabbed Yang Kai's ears and played with him, as if she had gotten a new toy. She was extremely unbridled. Yang Kai shook his head, but she didn't give up, so he could only let her be. "Brother Yang," Li Jiao bowed to the ground. "Thisly will never forget your kindness. In the future, if Brother Yang has any orders, Thisly will definitely obey." Lu Sanyang also walked forward and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking revenge for Sanyang." Saying so, her eyes turned red. Lu Yuqin also said, "Thank you, Uncle Yang." She didn't have a good impression of her father long. These days, she had heard a lot about the past from her mother. In her opinion, Li Jiao was her father, and that guy called Fu Qi was the biggest bad guy in the world. Yang Kai reached out and lifted them up, saying, "The one taking revenge is not me, but Brother Li. You don't have to thank me for this." Li Jiao said shamefully, "This Li's skills are not good enough. If it wasn't for Brother Yang's help, how could I have a chance to take revenge?" Although Fu Qi didn't die in his hands, Li Jiao had a lot to do with Fu Qi's death. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yang Kai giving him the protection of the Dragon Palace, he wouldn't have had the chance to fight Fu Qi just for this. He was very grateful to Yang Kai. The resentment he accumulated on Dragon Island was swept away, and he was looking forward to the future. He secretly decided that after returning to the Fire Dragon Palace, he would treat Lu Sanyang and her mother well, and also treat his women well. After chatting for a while, the embodiment suddenly interrupted. "Did you encounter some trouble?" It was formed from one of Yang Kai's souls that entered the stone mongoose's body. To some extent, it was connected with Yang Kai's mind, so it naturally noticed some clues. "And there's indeed some trouble." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's sit down and talk." He waved his hand, and a few chairs and a wooden table immediately flew out from the loft. These were all made by the people of Tongxian realm and left here in the early years. Everyone sat down. Yang Kai held Lu Yan's arms and wanted to put her on a chair, but Lu Yan refused. In the end, he could only put her on his lap and hug her. In a few words, Yang Kai told them what happened in the Dragon Palace. When they heard that Wukong escaped, broke through space, and sneaked into the territory of the Lower World Star, everyone was shocked. When they heard that Yang Kai also chased him to the strange territory of the Limitless Star, everyone was even more surprised. The current situation is like this. Yang Kai looked solemn. The territory of the Lower World Star has its own world principles that reject cultivators above the Origin King realm. So, except for Yuqin, none of you can safely move around outside. Once you go out, you will definitely be rejected by the Heavenly Way. Lu Yan asked, "What about you, Master?" Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. The territory of the Lower World Star rejected even Dao Source realm cultivators, let alone stronger existences. I was also rejected. Yang Kai touched his nose. Although I suppressed my cultivation as much as possible before entering the territory of this Lower World Star, I was still struck by lightning after coming here. That lightning punishment was the most obvious sign of the world principles rejecting Yang Kai. Fortunately, He had already sealed most of his cultivation, otherwise, the lightning punishment would have been even worse. Although it was only the territory of the lower world star, the world principles were extremely powerful. If he really provoked the heavenly way, even Xianxia would not be able to survive in this territory. Then, I fell. PFFF. Lu Yin laughed out loud. It was hard to imagine what a First-Order Emperor Realm Master falling. The others also couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia reached out and knocked Lu Yin on the head. Lu Yin immediately covered her head with her hands and pouted. So, Brother Li and Sanyang can only stay here for the time being. There is no way for you to return to the territory of the lower world star. But don't worry, I will find my way back after dealing with my own matters. Li Jiao nodded and said, that's not a problem. Since Brother Yang can come, he can definitely leave. But, do you need our help here? Although with Brother Yang's cultivation, it's impossible for you to find an opponent in this kind of lower star field. If there are 3 of us, we can at least provide some assistance. Xianxia smiled and said, if Brother Li wants to help, then seal your cultivation first. Okay, Li Jiao nodded. I also want to help, Lu Yin said. Okay. Lu Yin smiled sweetly. He felt that her personality had changed a lot after this reunion. Where's Luan? In another room, Lu Huaishuang finished dealing with some trivial matters and asked Lu Ling, hearing the cold tone in her voice. Lu Ling's heart trembled, and he asked suspiciously, what happened to him? Lu Huaishuang said, he betrayed our location and attracted the fierce wind force and the He family. Chapter 3087. Luan was the uncle who had avoided her gaze when their eyes met. Lu Huaishuang was not blind. She knew the truth without asking. She did not have the time to deal with the traitor, but now that she had time, she could not let him go. The Lu family did not need any traitors. Lu Ling was shocked. Him? That can't be, right? He and Luan were cousins. They had been drinking and chatting together a month ago. He could not believe that Luan would betray the Lu family. But he knew that Lu Huaishuang would not speak without thinking. Since she had said so, she must have solid evidence. His expression turned serious. I'll go take a look. He turned and left. Not long after, he returned with a sour expression. Luan ran away. He searched the entire warship, but could not find Luan. He asked the cultivator of the Lu family, but no one had seen him for a long time. As expected, Lu Huaishuang was not surprised at all. If she were Luan, she would have run away too. A traitor was always more hateful than an enemy. If he did not run away, he would end up in a miserable state. She breathed a sigh of relief. If Luan did not run away, she would not know how to deal with him. Kill him as an example? No matter what, he was still her senior. He was her uncle. If she did, would some people be disappointed and think that her iron blood was heartless? Since he had run away, it had saved her a lot of trouble. Just like the few He family members who had escaped the net, on this dead planet without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, they probably wouldn't live very well even if they tried to survive. So Lu Huaishuang didn't plan to chase after them. Letting them go was the biggest punishment she could give them. Why would he betray the Lu family? Lu Ling was heartbroken. Either he did it for profit or he was caught red-handed. Lu Huaishuang said faintly and waved her hand. Forget it. Don't tell anyone about this to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Yes, Lu Ling nodded. But Luan still has family on Chuyang. How should we explain it if they ask? Third uncle, you have to think of an excuse. Lu Huaishuang looked at him. Lu Ling nodded. All right, leave this matter to me. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, the He family's battleship. Lu Huaishuang raised her head abruptly. Don't even think about that warship before you get that person's permission. Although they had wiped out the He family, and the Origin King grade starship was the Lu family spoils of war, in the end, most of the credit should go to Xianxia. The Origin King grade starship was imperceptibly branded with the surname Yang. Lu Ling said, of course I know. These days, I have also restrained my clansmen from boarding the warship. However, I don't think that person will be interested in a warship. Can you go and ask for his opinion? Although the Lu family was a tyrant on Chaoyang Star, they only had one Origin King grade starship. If they could obtain another one, their strength would definitely rise to a new level. An Origin King-grade starship was the best weapon for attacking cities and seizing territory. If they returned to Chaoyang Star and wanted to deal with the He family's remnants, the deterrence of this warship was indispensable. Lu Huaishuang rubbed her temples as she thought of that person. She remembered how he had molested her when she went down the mountain. She could still clearly recall the touch on her chest, causing her expression to become slightly unnatural. He said he didn't mean it. Have you inquired about the origin of that person? Lu Ling asked again. Lu Huaishuang shook her head. I only know he is not from Infinite Stars territory. Lu Ling trembled. Not from Infinite Stars territory? Suddenly thinking of something, he whispered, could it be? Lu Huaishuang nodded. I also suspect he is from that place. No wonder. Lu Ling said thoughtfully. Even the leader of the Fierce Wind Gang is willing to be his follower. If he's from that place, he's definitely not going to submit to Xianxia. Xianxia must have noticed it too, right? Lu Huaishuang smiled softly. A person like him is one who seeks fortune and avoids disaster. If there are no benefits, how could he be willing to be someone's tail? Lu Ling said solemnly. Then our Lu family must establish a good relationship with him. We can't let Sheng Yao gain the upper hand. And it would be best to cater to his interests. I just don't know what this person likes, but what men pursue is mostly wealth and power. Perhaps we can start with that. Our Lu family also brought a few extraordinary women with us this time. I know, let me think about it. Lu Huaishuang nodded. These words were obviously meant to send him away. So Lu Ling said, then I'll go out first. Let me know if you have any news. Sitting on the chair, Lu Huaishuang's expression kept changing. She thought for a long time, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, she decided to meet that person first. Regardless of whether she could establish a good relationship with him, the most important thing was to get familiar with him. Sheng Yao was on the side, and if Sheng Yao gained the upper hand, the Lu family would have nothing to do with it. This was a great opportunity, and Lu Huaishuang didn't want to miss it. Light footsteps came from the passageway, and Lu Huaishuang's figure slowly appeared. When she reached her room, Lu Huaishuang was shocked. She stared in front of her and growled. Who is it? There was actually a woman standing at the door. Her figure was extremely hot, slim, and graceful. Her breasts were bulging out of her clothes. She wore a light purple dress that fit her body perfectly. A purple silk belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The back of her waist had an obvious curve, and then her buttocks suddenly rose up. It was soul-stirring. Her hair was soft and smooth, draped over her shoulders, and her peach blossom eyes were sparkling and moist, as if they could speak. Even though they were both women, Lu Huaishuang couldn't help feeling a little excited when she saw this woman. This woman was simply a seductress. Of course, if it weren't for the second-order Origin King aura she was exuding, it would have been even better. Lu Huaishuang wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beauty at the moment. No matter who it was, if they suddenly found such a strange master on their starship, they would definitely be on guard. A blue light bloomed as Lu Huaishuang pointed her sword at the other party, a cold look on her face. Although this woman's cultivation was lower than hers, this was her own starship, and if they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win. To her surprise, in the face of her open hostility, the woman was actually indifferent. She held a rouge box in one hand and was applying makeup in front of the mirror in the box. Her expression was meticulous. Suddenly, her hands paused, and she said irritably, I haven't done this in so many years, I'm not used to it. Little Sister Shuang, can you help me put on some eyeshadow? Little Sister Shuang? Lu Huaishuang frowned. Do we know each other? She was sure she had never seen this mature and charming woman before, so the way the other party addressed her made her suspicious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. We just separated. How could you not know each other? What are you talking about? Lu Huaishuang was a little impatient, but in the next moment, she stared at her in shock as she thought of a possibility. The woman suddenly changed her voice. What about now? Are you Sheng Yao? Unable to believe her eyes, Lu Huaishuang's mouth fell open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. The famous chief of the wild gale in the Wuxia star zone had turned into a fair-skinned, beautiful woman who looked like a peach blossom. In an instant, Lu Huaishuang felt as if her worldview had been shattered and her thoughts had come to a halt. The leader giggled, her chest jiggling as her clothes nearly ripped apart. Lu Huaishuang still couldn't believe it. But at this time, who else could appear here and had a second-order origin king cultivation besides the leader of the fierce wind gang? How did you? Lu Huaishuang simply didn't know what to say. Her mood at this moment extremely complex. The leader's smile faded and she revealed a sad expression. We are all women, and we all stand at a high position. Surely you can understand why, right? Lu Huaishuang was startled for a moment before slowly understanding. When she took over the Lu family, there were many voices of doubt. It wasn't that her cultivation wasn't high enough. In the entire Lu family, there was no one with a higher cultivation than her, but because she was just a woman. After fighting several tough battles and personally killing countless enemies, she had stabilized the Lu family situation and established her status as the leader of the Lu family. However, her former carefree attitude was gone, and she had to pay attention to her words and actions at all times. It was as if in this world, men always had an advantage over women. Why? All the men in the world were born women, so why should they look down on women? Men and women were all human beings, so why should there be a difference between them? If the Lu family was like this, what about the fierce Wind Gang, which had committed all kinds of crimes in the territory of Convergent Star? The leader said, if those little brats knew that I was a woman, and such a beautiful woman at that, do you think I would be able to rule them? Just my sworn brothers alone would probably eat me alive. Lu Huaishuang nodded in agreement. Ma Chaochuan and Ge Ming could drink wine, eat meat, and play with women with Xianxia, but the premise was that Xianxia had to be a strong man like them. If Xianxia reverted to being a woman, it was inevitable that Ma Chaochuan and Ge Ming would have some ideas. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt a sense of empathy towards her. To some extent, the situation of the two was very similar. Both were extremely beautiful women. Both of them held high positions, and both of them were bound by various restrictions. Xiangyao is not your name, Lu Huaishuang said. No woman would have such a masculine name. The leader pursed her lips and smiled. It's just a random alias. What should I call you in the future? Xianxia, the leader smiled. I am a child of a poor family, so my name is not very pleasant to the ears. Lu Huaishuang nodded lightly, then frowned and said with a strange expression, I heard that you slept with 100 women in a single night? Since she was a woman, how could she do such a thing? However, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor, it must have really happened. Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Shuang, you are very nosy. Her eyes flashed. If you want to know, you can come find me when you have time. Lu Huaishuang's expression immediately turned serious, and she said somewhat unnaturally, no need. She secretly regretted asking her such a question. Her brain must have been flooded with water. Chapter 3088. Why are you standing here? Knowing that this woman was the head of the squall, Lu Huaishuang sheathed her long blue sword and suppressed her hostility. The master is bathing. Why should a woman like me stay inside? Oh, Lu Huaishuang nodded, not daring to knock on the door. She stood aside obediently. There was a moment of silence. Xianxia was still drawing. Suddenly, with a face full of anger, she threw the rouge box far away. Then, she angrily reached out and grabbed it. A clear and pure water ball condensed in the palm of her hand. She used the water ball to wash away the impurities on her face, revealing her natural appearance. Exhaling, she said, That's it. As if she was going to the execution ground, she put on a resigned posture. Lu Huaishuang said, It's better to be natural. You think so too, right? Xianxia suddenly felt that the young lady of the Lu family had become much more amiable. She looked at her carefully, secretly comparing herself to her. Well, they both had their own merits. She couldn't tell who was prettier, but their temperaments were completely different. She just didn't know which one of them the master liked more mature and charming, or more elegant and natural. But in terms of figure, Xianxia glanced at Lu Huaishuang's chest, a sense of pride rising in her heart. "What are you looking at?" Lu Huaishuang obviously felt her gaze, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. She secretly hated her. She didn't know what this woman ate, but how did she grow so big? The door suddenly opened without a sound. The two women looked at each other, their expressions suddenly serious. Xianxia reached out to hold her breasts and squeeze them into the middle, making the cleavage even more attractive. Only then did she sway her hips and walk in. Lu Huaishuang was speechless. She looked at herself and saw that there was nothing wrong with her, so she followed in. "Master." Xianxia walked in front of Yang Kai and bowed respectfully, intentionally or otherwise revealing her breasts. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not looking at her. Obviously, he already knew that she had regained her true appearance, so he wasn't surprised. "Master." Lu Huaishuang also bowed, but much more formally. "Have a seat. I have something to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured with his hand and sat down on the main seat. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "I don't dare to ask for guidance. If Master has any questions, this concubine will tell you everything she knows." Lu Huaishuang looked at her. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to curry favor with those in power. "Master, do you need me to help you comb your hair?" Xianxia looked at Yang Kai's long hair that draped over his shoulders and said, "My skills should be okay." "Good, then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai smiled at her. "Master, you're too kind." Xianxia immediately walked behind him, and a comb appeared in her hand out of thin air. She gently combed Yang Kai's hair, as virtuous as a newly married wife. Lu Huaishuang saw this and suddenly moved her hand. A tea set appeared on the table in front of her. She took out the stored spring water and meticulously began to brew the tea. She could not do what Xianxia did, so she could only start with the art of tea. Fortunately, she had been proficient in this art since she was young. She took the tea leaves and brewed them skillfully and elegantly. It was a sight to behold. The room was quickly filled with the alluring aroma of tea. Xianxia did not stop what she was doing. She said, "Is this the Cloudy Mountain Spirit Mist tea?" Lu Huaishuang said, "First Master has a good eye." Xianxia smiled. "It's just that this tea is too famous." "How could I have such a good eye?" "Today, thanks to Master, I can taste one of the top 3 teas in the territory." Yang Kai smiled, but did not say anything. Lu Huaishuang could not help but feel discouraged. The Lu family had paid a great price to obtain this tea, and there were less than 3 taels of it. Normally, they would not take it out to drink, but today it did not have the desired effect. However, on second thought, if this master really came from that place, then the top 3 teas in the territory of planet Wuxia would not be worthy of his attention. She immediately collected her thoughts and focused on brewing the tea. After a short while, the tea was ready. Lu Huaishuang scooped out a cup and respectfully pushed it in front of Yang Kai. She said, "Master, please enjoy." Yang Kai nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup and took a sip, savoring the taste in his mouth for a moment before drinking it in one gulp. He said, "Not bad. It was indeed good to have such a spirit tea in the territory of planet Wuxia." Lu Huaishuang finally smiled after being praised. "You sit too." Yang Kai turned to Xianxia. Her hair was already combed, but Xianxia did not sit immediately. Instead, she stood to the side. "Yes." Xianxia smiled and sat down. She was natural and unrestrained. After 3 rounds of tea, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I have something to ask you." The 2 women put down their teacups at the same time and sat up straight. "Is there any connection between planet Wuxia's territory and the territory of other planets?" The 2 women shook their heads. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but he still refused to give up and asked, "You really don't have any?" He believed that these 2 women would not lie to him, but the answer he received disappointed him. Lu Huaishuang said, "As far as I know, there is no such thing." Xianxia, however, sent some other information and asked carefully, "Master, you want to go to another territory?" Yang Kai said, "Yes." Xianxia said curiously. Then why did Master not go to the territory of planet Wuji's ancestral territory, but come here? Yang Kai looked at her in shock. What is ancestral territory? Xianxia blinked. Master, didn't you come from ancestral territory? Never heard of it. Lu Huaishuang also opened her mouth wide. She and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How is this possible? If he didn't come from ancestral territory, how could he have such powerful cultivation and strength? They had always thought that Yang Kai came from ancestral territory, but who would have thought that this conjecture was wrong? The two women were a little confused. If he didn't come from ancestral territory, why would he be rejected by the heavenly way? How could he kill an origin king so easily? May I ask where Master is from? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still said, Star Boundary. Star Boundary? The two women were confused again. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. You haven't heard of it? Xianxia and Lu Huaishuang shook their heads together. Suddenly, they felt a little funny. The other side knew nothing about what they were talking about. It was quite incongruous. I think you don't have an entrance to the star boundary on your side. Yang Kai thought of a possibility. Many star territories were completely closed off, and not every cultivator in the territory of a star could enter the star boundary. The territory of Limitless Star was probably such a case. We haven't heard of the star boundary, but people in Limitless Star's territory can enter ancestral territory, Lu Huaishuang explained. What is ancestral territory? Hearing them talk about ancestral territory, Yang Kai was also curious. Ancestral territory is the ancestral territory of all star territories. How could Xianxia let go of this opportunity to add points in front of Yang Kai? Before Lu Huaishuang could speak, she took the initiative to explain, the Great Thousand World has thousands of world planes and countless star territory. But Master, have you ever thought about how these star territories were born? I never thought about it. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spirit energy in front of her surged, and a wash basin-sized ball suddenly appeared in front of her. She pointed at the ball of spirit energy and said, This is ancestral territory. It is the place where heaven and earth were first born. Yang Kai nodded and signaled for her to continue her explanation. Xianxia waved her hand, and some spirit energy suddenly separated from the ball and slowly extended it. As she did so, she explained, No one knows what happened in the ancient flowing time, Great Emperor, but at the beginning of heaven and earth, another plane was born by chance, and this plane is a star territory. As she waved her hand, the spirit energy separated from the ball of spirit energy gradually turned into a fist-sized spirit energy ball and attached itself to the first spirit energy ball. She waved her hand again, and another spirit energy ball appeared, then a second one, a third one. In the blink of an eye, countless spirit energy balls floated in the air. They were of different sizes, and their brightness varied. Some were close to the first spirit energy ball, while others were far away. From time to time, some spirit energy balls would shatter, while others would be born at the same time. But no matter which spirit energy ball it was, none of them could be compared to the first one. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly opened up, and he said in surprise, There is such a wonderful idea? If so, then how was the astral boundary born? What was the astral boundary's position in this wonderful idea? Xianxia said, Although many star territories are not connected to each other, any star territory is inextricably linked to the ancestral territory. I heard that some star territories are closely connected to the ancestral territory. When a cultivator in the star territory reaches a certain level of strength, they can go to the ancestral territory to pursue more profound martial arts. Lu Huaishuang added, So we all thought Master came from the ancestral territory. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have never been there, so I have never heard of the ancestral territory. After a pause, he said, Then what about the limitless territory? Can you go to the ancestral territory? If that was the case, he may have a chance to return to the Hung Luo star field. He only needed to use the ancestral territory as a springboard. According to Xianxia, the ancestral territory was inextricably linked to any star territory. including the Hung Luo star field. It is possible. Xianxia smiled bitterly. But we don't know where the entrance is. For so many years, no one from the limitless star territory has entered the ancestral territory? Yes. Lu Huaishuang nodded solemnly. Those who could enter the ancestral territory were the top masters, and only those people were qualified to survive in the ancestral territory. Although the two of them were origin kings, they were not the top and did not have any connections. The masters who entered the ancestral territory have never returned. So, everyone guessed that it was impossible to return to the star territory from the ancestral territory. Perhaps this was possible, but Yang Kai felt that it was more likely that it was because of the rejection of the heavenly way, or that after experiencing greater strength, those people's eyes were no longer on the lower star territory. Just like himself, if possible, he would not go to the star territory casually. If he had the time, he would rather stay in the star boundary to improve his cultivation. Chapter 3089. Master, you want to go to the ancestral territory? Xianxia asked. Yes. Do you have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at them expectantly. Lu Huaishuang smiled bitterly. Although the Lu family is not bad on Chaoyang planet, we are nothing in the entire planet territory. I don't know anything about the ancestral territory. He felt a little vexed. If he could help Lu Xian in this matter, the Lu clan would definitely be rewarded greatly. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Although I don't know how to get to the ancestral territory, I think someone should know. Who? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lu Huaishuang also reacted. She turned to Xianxia and asked, "Are you referring to the Yin family?" Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. 500 years ago, an ancestor of the Yin family left Tai planet and went to the ancestral territory. It was a hot topic then. Although no one knows if the ancestor of the Yin family successfully entered the ancestral territory, the Yin family is the most knowledgeable about it in the Wuji territory. Master, if you want to go to the ancestral territory, it would be best to start with the Yin family. The Yin family. Lu Huaishuang's eyes flashed with fear. They are not to be trifled with. What is the background of the Yin family? Yang Kai asked. Knowing that he was not from the Wuji territory and was not familiar with the distribution of power in the territory, the two ladies explained carefully. In the Wuji star zone, the Yin family was the surname of a family. It was also synonymous with the gathering of experts. Not only did the Yin family possess a cultivation star like the Tai star, but they also possessed 4 or 5 other cultivation stars. None of them were inferior to the rising sun star. The Tai star was much better than the rising sun star. If the cultivation stars were to be categorized, the Chaoyang planet would be considered as the middle level, and Tai planet would be the top level. The Chaoyang planet could not be compared to the Chaoyang planet in terms of spiritual energy and resources. One could imagine how terrifying the Yin family's foundation was after occupying so many cultivation stars. In the territory of Limitless Star, the Yin family could be said to be the overlord of the overlords. They had as many as 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. Among them, the current patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Luo, had the reputation of being the strongest person in the territory of Limitless Star. A galactic pirate gang like the Wild Wind Gang would commit all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, and looting. However, if they encountered a battleship of the Yin family in the territory of the Star Sector, they would never dare to do anything. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Yin family and was satisfied. If that was the case, perhaps he could start from a Yin family and find out the method and route to the ancestral territory. When the two ladies saw how calm Yang Kai was and how he was not affected by the Yin family's power, they felt that he was even more unfathomable. Xianxia was overjoyed in her heart. She felt that giving up her self-esteem and face to hug this thick thigh was really not a bad deal. If she could go to the ancestral territory with him, what harm was there in being willing to attach herself to his leg hair? Her expression changed as she pursed her lips and smiled. What a coincidence. Little sister Shuang, isn't your destination this time the Tai star? Yang Kai asked, is it on the way? Lu Huaishuang nodded. We're going to the Tai Star to exchange some supplies. If Master doesn't mind, how about we go together? The rising sun star was very far from the Tai Star. Even an Origin King grade battleship would take a full 3 months to reach there. Naturally, there would be many differences between the two stars. Every 35 years, the Lu family would bring a batch of specialties from the rising sun star and then go to other cultivation stars to exchange for the specialties of those stars. The destination of this trip was the Tai Star. All right, Xianxia naturally had no reason to refuse. Although he was from the Emperor realm, in the territory of a lower star, there were many inconveniences. He always felt that his strength was suppressed in his body and could not be used. Even the slightest use of his strength would cause the heavenly way to reject him. Since it was on the way, he was naturally happy to hitch a ride. After confirming the destination, Xianxia asked about some things in the territory of the infinite star. The two ladies naturally explained to him enthusiastically. Xianxia's intention to join him was obvious and did not hide it at all. 2 hours later, Xianxia said he was tired. Lu Huaishuang got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she hesitantly asked Xianxia how to deal with the He family's Origin King grade battleship. Xianxia waved his hand. It's yours. How could he put an Origin King grade battleship in his eyes? Xianxia's brow rose as she couldn't help feeling that this sir was truly generous, gifting her an Origin King grade starship. However, thinking about it carefully, standing at such a height, Xianxia's view of things was completely different from hers. What she saw as a treasure was probably nothing more than a pile of garbage in front of him. Lu Huaishuang thanked Xianxia profusely and said that she would exchange crystal stones of equal value for the battleship. But after being refused by Xianxia, she left. It was not that Xianxia was pretending to be generous, but the crystal stones in the territory of this lower star were of no use to him. He still had piles of high-rank source crystals in his space ring, and if he took out any one of them, it would likely lead to a bloodbath in this star's territory. Lu Huaishuang said goodbye and left, but before leaving, she glanced at Xianxia meaningfully. The latter pretended not to see and shamelessly stayed behind. After the door closed, a single man and woman were left alone. Does Master have any other instructions? If you need anything, just call this mistress. The room was not hot, but Xianxia's cheeks were rosy. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, and when she spoke, she pursed her red lips. If other men saw this, they would probably be captivated by her beauty in an instant and would be infatuated with her soul. The meaning behind her words was clear as day. Facing the young man in front of her, she could only rely on her own beauty, and coincidentally, she was very confident in her looks. Xianxia was a man, and a young and vigorous one at that. In such an environment, with such a beautiful woman, it was natural for him to be tempted by such a suggestion, but after cultivating for so long, he did not lack self-control. After so many years of wandering, his horizons had been broadened and he had seen all kinds of beauties, so how could he be tempted by a trivial Xianxia? Looking at her, he smiled and asked, "Is it worth it?" "What? You haven't lost your primordial lean, so you're still a virgin, right?" Xianxia's face turned red. If her blushing cheeks were a little bit intentional, then at this moment, she really revealed her true feelings. She lowered her head and bit her red lips. When she looked up again, she said firmly, "As long as Master can take me to a higher level of martial arts, it's worth it." Xianxia shook his head. "I won't make a deal with this kind of thing." Since the topic had been pointed out, Xianxia did not hide it and said leisurely, "In a woman's life, she has to find a man she can entrust her life to. Looking at the whole territory of Wuxia Star, the one who can enter my eyes has not been born yet." The young man's figure was reflected in her watery eyes. Not only had he entered her eyes, but she could not pull them away. It was not love at first sight, but she knew that if she really wanted to find a man to entrust her life to, then this person in front of her was the best choice. The opportunity was in front of her, and if she did not seize it, it would soon slip through her fingers. She did not want to think about the past when her life was about to end and regret her hesitation today. "You're so sure that I can give you a wider world?" Xianxia brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. Although I don't know what kind of power Master has, a woman's sixth sense will not be wrong. You're too confident. I'm going to Yin family this time. I know. Xianxia looked at him curiously, not knowing why he brought this up. I'm going to the Yin family to find out how to enter the ancestral territory. What do you think the Yin family will do to me? Xianxia was stunned. She had not thought about this before, but thinking about Yang Kai's question, she immediately thought of many things. The way to enter the ancestral territory had always been a secret. Although there were many rumors in the territory of Wuxia Star that many experts from different eras had successfully entered the ancestral territory, no one knew where and how they entered. This method had always been in the hands of the most powerful forces. Since it was a secret, naturally, they would not be willing to disclose it to outsiders. Yang Kai's journey would definitely not be smooth. There was a high chance that he would have some conflict with the Yin family. Tai Star was the headquarters of the Yin family. It was the place where the entire upper echelon of the Yin family gathered. Anyone who had a conflict with the Yin family, they would suffer losses. This young man in front of her was extremely powerful. Even if he could not defeat him, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. However, she was just a second-order origin king. If she was too close to him, how could she not be targeted by the Yin family? At that time, she would not be able to escape. She was also a meticulous person. Thinking about it, she understood a lot of things. The determination on her face disappeared and was replaced by hesitation. Previously, she felt that it would be good to rely on a big tree like Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that her thinking was too simple. You can leave. Yang Kai waved his hand. Xianxia did not move. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee like she did when they first met. She said in a deep voice, "Master, please allow me to follow you and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai said curiously, "I thought I made it clear to you." The trace of hesitation on her face just now was real. Why did she change her mind in the blink of an eye? Was it because a woman's heart changed too quickly, or was it because he was too straightforward? Xianxia lowered her head. Her chest was wide open, but she didn't do it on purpose. It was just that this posture would inevitably expose her body. She said firmly, "In life, there will always be opportunities, but those that can be grasped are called opportunities. It is also possible to grasp a fatal poison needle. Master must have gambled many times in his life. Then, this mistress begs Master to give me a chance to gamble. You will regret it. The path is chosen by oneself. Once you have made a decision, you will not regret it." Yang Kai stared at her deeply. Xianxia did not move. Just as she said, in the martial Tao, any decision made in front of one opportunity after another was a gamble. Some people gambled and rose to the sky in a single bound. Some gambled and lost and fell into the abyss. She was also a gambler. If she did not dare to gamble, how could she cultivate? Although she was a woman, she had been mixed in with a group of rough men all year round. She lacked the hesitation of a woman and had the decisiveness of a man. She wanted to gamble. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and soar to the sky. Chapter 3090. If Master questions my loyalty, this mistress is willing to offer up her soul brand and become your slave without complaint. Yang Kai chuckled, not out of mockery, but out of admiration for this woman's courage and boldness. The first master of the Fierce Wind tribe really had some ability. If she was just a pretty vase, she would have been eaten up by others long ago. Since she was not a vase, perhaps she could be of use. He was completely unfamiliar with the territory of Limitless Star, so if he had a native to guide him, it should save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, he was now in the territory of this lower star plane with his extremely high cultivation. Although he had the ability to turn the world upside down, he did not dare to use it at will, lest he be rejected by the heavenly way again. Having a lackey was not a bad thing. In particular, this lackey was very pleasing to the eye. It was much better than having a man following him around. Hearing him laugh, Xianxia looked up at him, her delicate and beautiful face full of expectation. "There is no need for you to become my slave, and I don't need your soul brand either." "Master." Xianxia was a little anxious. She had already said so much. Could it be that he still could not be moved? Did she really have to take the initiative to take off her clothes and serve him? Although she was mentally prepared to give herself to him, she still could not do such a thing. Since you want to follow me, you need to prove your worth. If you want to work for me, your cultivation is still a bit low. Xianxia was startled, but immediately her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Master, you mean, did he agree? This should be a yes, right? She had never been so worried about personal gains and losses as she was now. A beautiful picture seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of her, showing her a new world. Then, let's raise your cultivation first. Xianxia said excitedly. Yes, this mistress will cultivate now. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations. Although she said so, with her current strength, how difficult would it be to break through to the next realm? She had been stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for hundreds of years, and if there was a chance for her to break through, she would have done so long ago. How could ordinary meditation achieve that? However, since Xianxia said that her cultivation was not high enough, she naturally had to hurry up and cultivate. Regardless of whether she could break through or not, she had to show this attitude. Open your mouth, Xianxia shouted. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but she immediately opened her mouth. Before she could react, she felt something enter her mouth and slide down her throat to her lower abdomen. She couldn't even taste it. In the next moment, Xianxia's expression changed greatly because she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. It was as if there was a flame burning inside, wanting to burn her from the inside out. What is this? Was it a medicinal pill? What kind of pill could have such a terrifying effect? She knew that Xianxia must have given her some incredible pills, so she couldn't care less about her shock and horror. Quickly changing her posture, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and formed a few seals with her hands, circulating her secret art. Xianxia sat to the side and ignored her, picking up the spirit tea on the table and taking a sip. Inside the room, a strong wind was blowing, and all kinds of decorations were rustling in the wind. The water in the bathing pool was rippling, overflowing the pool. Uncontrollable bursts of energy raged in the room, turning it into a mess, as if a peerless master had fought a life-or-death battle here. Xianxia sat motionless, not bothering to resist these bursts of energy, allowing them to strike his body. Xianxia's face flushed red as she moaned with difficulty. Her whole body was soaked in sweat, and her clothes stuck to her skin, outlining her seductive figure. The aura of a second-order Origin King rose steadily and soon reached its peak. It didn't take long, only a cup of tea's time. Her aura, which had been maintained at a certain level, suddenly soared to a new height. At the same time, an invisible aura, with Xianxia as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions, stirring up the already messy room even more. Fortunately, this room was Lu Huaishuang's boudoir and was protected by various powerful spirit arrays. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the Lu family. A long moan rang out as Xianxia's whole face flushed red, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Her tender body tensed up as her inner thighs trembled. Slightly opening her eyes, a blurred light flashed, as if she had climbed to the top of the clouds. Her entire body stiffened for a long time before she suddenly gasped for air. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently. Swinging in a soul-stirring arc, Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. He was just about to break through, but now she was in such a state. He simply didn't know what to say about her. Drenched in sweat, Xianxia finally regained her strength and inexplicably felt her body become lighter, as if she had thrown away some kind of burden. Her mind was clear and her body was light. Third-order Origin King realm. She had just casually broken through to the third-order Origin King realm. She almost thought that she was dreaming, but when she turned her head and looked to the side, she saw a pair of eyes full of ridicule. Only then did she realize that this was real. She was also a third-order Origin King, standing at the top of the food chain in Star Territory. The bottleneck that had been stuck in front of her for hundreds of years had suddenly been broken before she even knew what had happened. What kind of spirit pill was that? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Looking at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. Regardless of whether she would encounter any dangers by his side in the future or whether she would perish, just the reward at this moment showed that she had made the right choice. If she hadn't insisted on following him, how could such a good thing have fallen into her lap? If she had really cultivated on her own, she didn't know if she would have had any hope of breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm in this lifetime. The man in front of her could use a single spirit pill to push her cultivation to the Third Order, so it was not impossible for him to take her to even higher heights. Standing up, Xianxia was about to thank him when a foul smell suddenly poured in her nostrils. Frowning, Xianxia examined herself and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The surface of his body was sticky, and his exposed arms were covered with a layer of black mud-like substance. It was as if he had just rolled out of a quagmire. After this embarrassment, she was shocked. She naturally knew what was going on because she had encountered it before and had seen many others experience it. This was something that would only happen when one had just started cultivating and their strength was not high enough. Marrow cleansing and Meridian's rebirth. The black mud covering the surface of her body was obviously the impurities that had been discharged from her body. She was just a second-order origin king, but when she broke through to the Third Order, her marrow and meridians had been cleansed and reborn. This surprise was far greater than the joy of her breakthrough. Breaking through was just a simple increase in strength, but this marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing had fundamentally improved one's cultivation aptitude. She found that she had greatly underestimated the effects of that unknown spirit pill. No wonder she felt her body become lighter, her physique becoming purer. How could she not feel light? Full of surprise, she felt that there was no one in this world who was luckier than her. "Master, please forgive my rudeness," Xianxia said. Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she fell into the bathtub at the side. While she was in midair, her clothes had already been quickly taken off, revealing her curvaceous figure. But when she fell into the water, she was as light as a feather, without the slightest splash. After submerging in the water for a moment, she suddenly jumped out. The filth on her body had already disappeared, and her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. The clear water of the bathtub flowed down her cheeks, as if it was the most exquisite porcelain in the world. As it passed over her plump breasts, it suddenly slowed down, then sped up again as it reached its peak, passing over her flat belly. Xianxia reached out to wipe the water off her face, then climbed to the side of the bathtub. She crossed her arms and rested her chin on them as she looked up at Yang Kai. She did not hide anything. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was still natural and unrestrained. Since she had already submitted to this master, she believed that she would be eaten up sooner or later. So what was the harm in taking a look? Moreover, after what happened just now, she actually hoped that she would be eaten up sooner. If she could become his woman, would he not treat her well? She had a request, but she definitely did not have any evil intentions or tricks. Yang Kai did not avoid it. Why should he reject an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep? He was a man, so why should he be afraid of her? He walked slowly to the side of the bathtub and sat down, then said, "Tell me about your cultivation method." Xianxia's expression changed as she vaguely realized something. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and explained the essence of her cultivation method in detail. Her cultivation method was quite good, even in the territory of the Infinite Star. Even if it was not the best, it was still a first-class secret art. However, others may covet her secret art, but how could this person in front of her have it? She explained in detail while Yang Kai listened attentively, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. Then Yang Kai asked her to take out her artifact to have a look, already having a plan in mind. Half an hour later, Xianxia dressed up neatly and stood in front of Yang Kai again. After undergoing marrow cleansing and vein cleansing, she seemed to be much more beautiful than before. Standing there, she was an extremely attractive scenery. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. The charming atmosphere just now had not been able to arouse this man. However, the more this kind of man was, the more worthy it was to entrust him to her, right? She felt more and more that she had made the right bet this time. My generation pursues the martial Tao tirelessly, so it is inevitable that there will be fights. When encountering an enemy, the strength of one's cultivation will determine victory or defeat, but artifacts and secret arts are also indispensable. Although your secret art is good, it is still slightly inferior. Here is a set of secret arts that should suit you. Take it and study it. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to her. Xianxia suppressed the excitement in her heart and bowed deeply. Many thanks for Master's reward. This artifact is also for you. Refine it carefully. There may be a place on Tai E-Star where you will need to contribute. Another ribbon-like artifact was handed to Xianxia. This ribbon was 7-colored, brilliant, and beautiful. Xianxia fell in love with it at first sight. She had always disguised herself as a man, so all the artifacts she used were in the style of men. She had never used a feminine artifact before, so this ribbon undoubtedly satisfied one of her long-standing expectations. Chapter 30-91. Xianxia didn't have the time to investigate this secret art for the time being, but she believed that since it came from this master in front of her, it wouldn't be bad. At the very least, it would be better than what she had cultivated before. However, the quality of the ribbon artifact in front of him was clear at a glance. She reached out and stroked the ribbon, feeling the aura fluctuations coming from it. A look of excitement appeared on her face as she said with infinite fascination, "Master is really above the Origin King realm." Although the cultivator in the lower star territory was certain that there was a higher realm above the Origin King realm, they didn't know what kind of mysteries this realm held, or what kind of height it was. They didn't even know the name of this realm. Above the Origin King realm was what they called this realm. The ribbon artifact in her hand was definitely above the Origin King grade. Someone who could give away such an artifact must be above the Origin King realm. It's called the Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Tao Source Realm. Xianxia looked up at him excitedly. This was the first time she knew the name of the realm above the Origin King realm. It was as if a new door had opened in front of her, showing her a whole new world. Only after you convert all the Saint Qi in your body into Source Qi will you be qualified to break through to the Tao Source Realm. Work hard. There is still a long way to go. What you need to do for now is to stabilize your cultivation. Xianxia suppressed the excitement and yearning in her heart and said respectfully, "Yes. Go. Inform me when we're close to Tai Star. Don't disturb me at other times." Xianxia bowed and left, holding the ribbon in front of her chest, as if she was holding the most important thing in her life. Outside the door, she didn't look for a secret room to enter seclusion, but sat cross-legged at the door, assuming the posture of a guard. Not long after, Lu Huaishuang came to find her. She had gone to deal with the He family's starship before, so she sent some of the Lu family's people to take the He family starship back to Yang Star. The He family's patriarch was dead, and hundreds of elites were killed. This news had to be sent back as soon as possible so that the Lu family could prepare. This way, when she returned to Yang Star again, she could directly attack the He family. She believed that the He family would not be able to stir up any more waves. Once again, she saw Xianxia outside the room. Lu Huaishuang casually glanced at her, then stared at her in a daze. They had only been apart for less than 2 hours, but she felt that the leader of the fierce wind gang had changed a lot. She seemed to have become more charming and enchanting. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw her. Immediately afterwards, he was taken aback. How did you reach the Third Order Origin King realm?" Having just broken through, Xianxia could not conceal her aura at all, so her Third Order Origin King cultivation was clearly visible. 2 hours ago, she was just a Second Order cultivator. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to reveal her secrets, but Yang Kai's methods were indeed unimaginable. She couldn't guarantee that Lu Huaishuang wouldn't have any devious thoughts after hearing about it. If this woman also wanted to rely on a master, wouldn't she have another competitor in the future? How could the leader of the Fierce Wind Gang do something that would only bring trouble to himself? But even if she didn't say it, how could Lu Huaishuang not guess? Shocked, she asked, "It's him." Xianxia smiled and said, "Master is in retreat, so I also need to meditate. If little sister has nothing else to do, please go back. Master said to inform me when we arrive at Tai Star." Lu Huaishuang's expression fluctuated for a while before she gently nodded. "I know, congratulations." Seeing Xianxia again, the huge changes in her body gave her an unimaginable shock. Was relying on a master really such a huge benefit? Then what was the point of her perseverance all these years? The burden of the Lu family was too heavy, and the pressure on her shoulders made it difficult to breathe. Should she also find a master to rely on? The person in the room was the best choice. If he could accept Xianxia, it didn't mean he couldn't accept her. In terms of appearance, Lu Huaishuang was confident that she wouldn't lose out to anyone. This was a natural advantage of women. No, others walked the path of others, but one's own path was one's own. Vines could only climb higher by attaching themselves to trees, and saplings could also grow into towering trees when exposed to sunlight and rain. Some kind of shackle that had troubled her for many years loosened slightly, causing a subtle change in her aura. Her sparkling eyes became firm, and she put down something deep in her heart. Smiling slightly, she said, "I know. I'll come and inform you when the time comes. We are not on the same path. You have your way of survival, and I have my way of becoming stronger. The path of the sun may not be easy, but it will lead to the same destination. When we meet again in the future, I hope you won't be surprised." The black warship started moving again, its speed increasing from slow to fast, gradually leaving the range of the Death Star and heading towards the endless territory of the Death Star. After so many years, Yang Kai slowed down for the first time. On the path of martial arts, he had always been running hard, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What spurred him on was threats from all sides and his own desire for power. Suddenly coming to a stop, he found that the path of life was not limited to the one under his feet, and the scenery around him was also very extraordinary. Hiding in the side room, from time to time, he would enter the small sealed world to chat with Lu Yan's embodiment and the others, or boil a pot of tea in his room and read an ancient book for several days, leisurely and carefree. The path of cultivation had its limits. Excellent archers would lower the string of their bows when they were not using them to ensure the longevity of their bows. There was beauty in a book, and there was a house of gold in a book. These are just poor scholars' self-hypnosis and self-comforting. But it was undeniable that reading books could really elevate a person's spirit. He suddenly put down the ancient book in his hand, thought seriously for a long time, and suddenly realized, so it was because I was in too much of a hurry. His cultivation had always maintained an extremely amazing speed, and his repeated breakthroughs were enough to break the imagination of ordinary people. But since reaching the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been stuck at this level, unable to break through. He used to think that it was because his opportunity had not come yet, so he could not break through. But now he understood that the so-called opportunity had not come yet, and it was just a problem with his mentality. All this time, he had been too impatient, eager to break through to the First Order Emperor Realm and explore the mysteries of the Second Order Emperor Realm. Haste was no speed. His overly impatient mentality had created an extra barrier and shackle at the peak of the First Order Emperor Realm. Even though he had some insights before and intended to let nature take its course in the environment of the star boundary, intentionally or unintentionally, he still wanted to increase his strength. So how could he let nature take its course? Naturally, he could not break through. But after coming here, not only did he not dare to use his strength at will, but he also sealed most of his cultivation and could not cultivate. With his mind open, he suddenly realized where the problem was. This situation was somewhat similar to the darkness under the light. The problem had always been in front of him, but he did not notice it because his eyes had not been paying attention to the ground beneath his feet. After this trip, whether he could return to the Hung Luo star field or not, with this enlightenment, it was worth the trip. He believed that when he returned to the star boundary, there might be a different surprise. He continued to pick up the book and read it seriously, leisurely like an old man in his later years. Asterisk do. Asterisk, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Kai did not even raise his head. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. A delicate fragrance seemed to roll up, making the entire room fragrant and charming. Master, we're almost at Tai Star. She remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. When Lu Huaishuang sent someone to inform her, she immediately reported the news to Yang Kai. Yang Kai responded casually, his eyes still fixed on the ancient book in his hand. What kind of secret book is this? Xianxia couldn't help but be a little curious. The lord in front of her was able to casually take out an extremely profound cultivation method and give it to her. It could be seen that he had a deep foundation. How could something that could make him look at with such interest be lacking? It was not good to peek at others, especially when peeking at such a strong master. It was very likely that it would provoke him. If that was the case, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. But a woman's curiosity was like this. The more she suppressed it, the more it would rebound. Xianxia could still keep her head down at first, because the master did not guard against her, but that did not mean that she could casually investigate his secrets. But after waiting for a while, she really could not hold back and looked up at the ancient book. 3 big words appeared in front of her eyes, and Xianxia could not help but twitch. Xianxia, what kind of bullshit ancient book was this? Asterisk Yang Kai closed the Xianxia, then stood up and swept past Xianxia in a few steps. He called out, "Let's go." Xianxia followed behind him step by step. Only by hiding your aura can you be considered stable. You still need to work hard. A voice came from the front. Xianxia nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said meekly, "What master said is right." The time was too short. Only half a month had passed, and it was indeed not enough time for her to stabilize her realm. Although it was better now than it was half a month ago, the aura of a third-order origin king was still very obvious. Anyone with a little bit of insight would be able to see it. How is the refinement of that artifact going? Although there is some progress, I can't use it freely yet. That ribbon was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained it. Too many cultivators had died at his hands over the years, so naturally, their belongings had become Yang Kai's spoils of war. With Xianxia's newly promoted third-order origin king cultivation, refining a Dao Source grade artifact was a little difficult, even if it was a low-rank one. What about the secret art? Reading it, if there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. Thank you, Master. There are indeed many things that are difficult to understand. Xianxia did not refuse. If she wanted to follow Yang Kai, she had to ensure that she was useful, and this value depended on her strength. Chapter 3092. Lady Lu, I will take my leave now. The starship docked in the star field about half a day's journey away from Tai Star. The hatch opened, and Yang Kai cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. Master, I wish you a safe journey. Farewell, Master. Lu Huaishuang bowed gracefully, and the group of Lu family elites behind her also cupped their fists to see him off. They didn't ask him to stay, nor did they say goodbye. Lu Huaishuang knew that Yang Kai chose to part ways with her here because he didn't want to implicate the Lu family. Tai Star was the Yin family's headquarters, and its forces were deeply entrenched on Tai Star. Yang Kai's departure would definitely result in some kind of conflict with the Yin family. If they investigated, they would definitely find out that he had come with the Lu family, which would inevitably implicate the Lu family. Yang Kai knew this, and so did Lu Huaishuang. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it weren't for her family, she would have been very happy to send Yang Kai off. However, with such a big family behind her, Lu Huaishuang had to consider many things. She felt a little grateful in her heart. This master was very thoughtful and considerate. If he had insisted on traveling with the Lu family, Lu Huaishuang definitely wouldn't have been able to refuse. However, he chose to disembark from the starship some distance away from Tai Star, cutting off all ties with the Liu family. After this farewell, she didn't know if she would have a chance to see him again in the future. She hoped that they would meet again, and at that time, she would stand in front of him with a stronger cultivation. Yang Kai turned his head and motioned to He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately summoned her star shuttle and stood side by side with Yang Kai before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Tai Star territory. Star shuttles were a very common flight-type artifact in Tai Star territory. Yang Kai also had one when he was in Hung Luo star field, but it was replaced after entering the star boundary. He Yunxiang's star shuttle was an Origin King grade artifact, so its speed wasn't slow, but it still took almost 14 hours to reach the periphery of Tai Star. The gigantic azure sphere was like an eye within the territory of Wu Jian star, emitting a mesmerizing radiance. There was a layer of misty aura surrounding the sphere, as if it was shrouded in a layer of fog. However, Yang Kai knew that it was the spiritual energy of Tai Star. Sure enough, it was the headquarters of the Yin family. This Tai Star was one of the best cultivation stars Yang Kai had ever seen. Looking at the entire Hung Luo star field, perhaps only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Watermoon Star, could compare to it. Master, are we going directly to the Yin family? He Yunxiang asked while controlling her star shuttle. Yang Kai stood behind her. He obviously did not use any strength, but his body was as steady as a mountain. No matter how fast He Yunxiang moved, he did not waver at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Let's go straight for the enemy. Okay. He Yunxiang nodded. The strong confidence in Yang Kai's words had infected her. An Origin King was enough to dominate the entire star territory. Why would they be afraid of a mere Yin family? If the Yin family was tactful, they would cooperate and hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. However, if they were not, He Yunxiang could already imagine what kind of blow this overlord of Wu Ji Star's territory would face. Although they had not been together for a long time, and she did not even know Yang Kai's specific character, He Yunxiang could feel that the master she had sought refuge with was relatively easy to talk to. He was not the kind of person who liked to bully the weak. This was the demeanor of a strong person. Those who liked to crush others with their strength and force others to submit were usually not confident in themselves. The best way to communicate with a person like the master was to be honest. Who knows, she might even be able to get something in return. Hopefully, the Yin family was tactful. He Yunxiang had been a Tai Star several times. After all, it was the best cultivation star in the entire star territory. Although she was the leader of Gale Force and was notorious for being beaten, no one knew her true appearance. As long as she returned to her original appearance, she would be able to enter Tai Star safely. Therefore, she was very familiar with the route this time. She flew around Tai Star in the opposite direction for a while before heading downwards. After dashing through the clouds, the scenery on the ground immediately came into view. The location seems to be a little off. He Yunxiang observed the surroundings and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. After flying in the sky for another 4 hours, a huge city finally came into view. That's the foundation of the Yin family. When they arrived in front of the city, they landed and walked forward. Any city of a certain scale would not allow a cultivator to fly in. This was because it was inconvenient to manage. Only a few special people had the right to do so. Yang Kai was used to this, so he did not think much of it. The city walls were towering, at least 300 feet tall. The city gate below was wide open. A ferocious and terrifying head hung above the city gate like a ferocious ghost. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, and its huge mouth was the entrance to the city gate. The cultivator that entered the city was swallowed into the stomach of this ferocious ghost and disappeared without a trace. Every time a cultivator passed by, the ferocious ghost's scarlet eyes would flicker as if it was investigating something. There were many cultivator queues in front of the gate waiting to enter the city. He Yunxiang asked for Yang Kai's opinion and waited at the back of the queue with him. After a cup of tea, they entered the city gate. Kai suddenly felt a wave of energy sweeping across his body. It was similar to the scanning of divine sense, but completely different. He immediately understood that this energy was the secret skill of the ferocious ghost statue's eyes. It did not have any ill intentions. It was just a record. At this time, it was already late at night, but the entire city was bubbling with excitement, as if it was a living creature. Thousands of lights were lit up in the city, and even the narrowest alley was illuminated by the light in all directions. There was an endless stream of cultivator passing by, shoulder to shoulder. The streets were all over the place and crisscrossed with shops on both sides. It was extremely prosperous. The shops were of different shapes and sizes. Some of them were filled with the atmosphere of a foreign territory. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were also tall buildings that were dozens of stories high. They were like pillars that supported the sky in this bustling city. In the center of the city, there was a pair of peaks that towered into the clouds. The left and right sides were extremely symmetrical, as if they were carved out from a template. Kai raised his head and saw that from top to bottom of the twin peaks, there were many terraced buildings. The lights on that side were especially bright. There were also groups of palaces, which were grand and extraordinary. That is where the Yin family lives. Other than those who were sent out, most of the Yin family's experts live there. Xianxia pointed at the twin peaks and explained. Then she asked, "Master, are we going now, or I'm just asking for directions?" "Let's go now," Kai said. "My lord, please follow me," Xianxia said as she led the way. The two went straight to the twin peaks. Although the city was big, Xianxia was a third-order origin king. Her speed was naturally not slow. Although Kai did not use any strength, he was still able to move like the wind. After an hour, they arrived at the twin peaks. "Outsiders, please stop. This is the residence of a Yin family." There was a guard at the foot of the peak. The guard's cultivation was not bad. He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from the origin king realm. Such a cultivation would be considered a master in the star territory, but in the Yin family's headquarters, he was only a gatekeeper. It was clear how strong the Yin family's heritage was. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was extremely arrogant as he swept his eyes over Kai, revealing a trace of disdain. He did not feel any power fluctuations from Kai and thought that he was just an ordinary person. However, Xianxia's third-order origin king aura startled him. Although he could not judge Xianxia's true cultivation, he knew that she was an origin king. Coupled with Xianxia's extraordinary appearance and mature demeanor, Kai immediately became interested. It was rare to see an origin king realm master with such stunning beauty. In the outside world, a cultivator like him would never dare to look at an origin king at will. But where was this place? This was the Yin family, and he was also a member of the Yin family. So, even if his cultivation was inferior, his eyes wandered over Xianxia's beautiful body for a while. He couldn't help sighing in admiration in his heart. If he could have sex with this woman, even if he died, it would be worth it. There are also several Yin family guards nearby. At this moment, they all cast their eyes over and were amazed. Xianxia's face sank. She was now a third-order origin king, standing at the peak of the star territory. So what if he was a member of the Yin family? The weak should show respect to the strong. If she had come alone, she would probably have to endure this matter. But now, she was branded as a member of the Kai. Every move she made represented the face of the Kai. How could she allow a few servants to act so presumptuously? The aura of a third-order origin king burst out, causing the Yin family disciple who had been sizing her up to turn pale. He stumbled back a dozen steps and almost fell on his butt. He clutched his chest with a look of lingering fear on his face. At that moment, he felt like he was going to die. This was the pressure of an origin king, and it was not an ordinary origin king. It was at least a second-order origin king. His face changed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Even if he was a disciple of the Yin family, the other party's cultivation was not ordinary. The Yin family would not offend an origin king for such a trivial matter. putting away his arrogance. He cupped his fists with a dignified face. "May I ask for Madam's name? Why are you here?" He was completely different from his previous arrogant self. Xianxia said, requesting an audience with the patriarch of the Yin family. "I hope you can inform on my behalf." Requesting an audience with the patriarch? The man was taken aback. He shook his head. "I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult." The patriarch of the Yin family was the true overlord of the Star Territory. How could he be met by just anyone? The woman in front of him was indeed an Origin King, but the Origin King realm was also divided into levels. "I only request an audience with the patriarch of the Yin family. Please make it convenient." The man shook his head again. "It's not inconvenient. It's just—" After a pause, he asked, "Does Madam know the patriarch?" If she was an old acquaintance, then there would be no problem. He would be happy to inform the patriarch. Maybe this charming woman was the patriarch's old lover outside. "I've heard a lot about you, but I've never had the honor of meeting you. Come on, help me." As Xianxia spoke, a space ring had already been silently flicked over. Chapter 3093. Money could make the devil turn millstones. This was a principle that could work anywhere. As the Wild Wind tribe's great mistress, Xianxia naturally had a lot of wealth on her. The guard took the space ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately raised his brow. "Sigh, since Madam is so persistent, I will go up and pass on the message. As for whether he will see you or not," Xianxia smiled, "just pass on the message." There was no reason to make things difficult for a servant. The man turned around and left, rushing up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. "Madam, please take a seat." Perhaps knowing that they had a share of the good things in that space ring, the remaining guards' attitude towards Xianxia was much better. One of them even took out a chair and placed it in front of her. Xianxia thanked them for their kindness, but shook her head and refused with a smile. How could she dare to sit in front of Yang Kai? Not long after, the guard who went up the mountain hurried down and came to Xianxia. "Madam, the patriarch is in retreat. I'm afraid he will disappoint you." Changing the topic, he smiled and said, "However, the second elder on duty is willing to see you." Second elder? Elder Yanqing? Xianxia was clearly familiar with the few elders of the Yin family. Yes, although Xianxia's visit was a bit presumptuous, she was still an Origin King, and definitely a second-order Origin King at that. What's more, she was a stunning beauty, so Yanqing couldn't refuse after hearing her report and decided to meet her out of curiosity. The Yin family was able to dominate a few cultivation stars not only because of the strength of their own family, but also because they had recruited many experts from other families. If he could take this beautiful lady under his wing, he would be able to add another capable general to the Yin family. "Please come with me." The guard gestured with his hand. Xianxia nodded and thanked him. Since things had come to this point, she couldn't force anything. She would make a decision after seeing Yanqing. The guard couldn't help but frown when he saw Yang Kai step forward. The Yin family's twin peaks weren't a place that just anyone could go up. Although this young man came with a beautiful woman, he looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. He definitely wasn't qualified to go up the Twin Peaks. "He came with me. Please make an exception." Xianxia smiled gently. The guard frowned and did not continue to make things difficult for him. He nodded and led the way. The so-called rules were dead, but people were alive. Since he had received benefits, it would not be good for him to get entangled in such a small matter. The three of them meandered up the mountain. There were also many cultivators coming and going on the mountain. Each of them had a high level of cultivation. Many men couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xianxia when they saw her. Xianxia seemed to be very unaccustomed to this kind of gaze. Along the way, her eyebrows were knitted together, and there was an indescribable anger in her chest that had nowhere to vent. She used to dress up as a man, killing people and setting fires. When had she ever been surrounded like this? Fortunately, the further up they went, the fewer pedestrians there were. After a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of a large hall. The guard said, "Madam, please enter. Second elder is waiting for you inside." As he spoke, he glanced over at Yang Kai with some shock. He was a third-order origin returning realm master, while his wife was an origin king, so the speed of the two of them was naturally not slow. He had not expected this young man to be able to keep up with them. From beginning to end, there was no trace of him using any strength. What the hell? Xianxia thanked him again, and then strode into the inner area. The hall was magnificent and richly ornamented. An old man was sitting in a corner of the hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and savoring it. Seeing someone enter, he raised his eyes and couldn't help but light up. What a charming woman. After noticing Xianxia's aura, he couldn't help but be surprised. She's actually a third-order origin king. Just now, the family guard came to report that a beautiful woman had come to see the patriarch. Her cultivation was good, at least a second-order origin king. However, the guard's eyesight wasn't high, and he couldn't see that she was a third-order origin king. Slowly getting up, he greeted her with a smile. A second-order origin king wasn't qualified for him to do so, but a third-order origin king was. He was just a third-order origin king. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed. This mistress greets Elder Yanqing. Yanqing returned the courtesy and smiled kindly. Madam is too polite. May I ask how I should address Madam? Xianxia reported her name. Yanqing's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Xianxia wasn't one of the famous masters in his mind, especially since the other party was a woman. How many third-order origin kings could there be in the entire territory of the star? Where did this Xianxia come from? Although he was puzzled, he didn't inquire about the other party's details abruptly. Since she had come to his door, she must have a request, so how could he not know her origins? However, it seemed that this woman had just broken through to the third-order origin king realm and was unable to conceal her aura. Yanqing enthusiastically invited Xianxia to take a seat. Yang Kai also sat down slowly, causing Yanqing to frown, thinking to himself that this brat really didn't know any etiquette. However, before he could figure out the relationship between Xianxia and Yang Kai, he couldn't act rashly, so he simply pretended not to see anything. Yanqing clapped her hands, and a servant served tea. After chatting for a while, Yanqing intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Xianxia's origins, but she cleverly avoided the topic, which made Yanqing a little displeased. After drinking a cup of tea, he got straight to the point. Madam may I ask why you have come to my Yin family? Xianxia put away her smile and said solemnly, This mistress came uninvited because she has a request. I hope Elder Yanqing can forgive me. Yanqing chuckled. Madam please tell me. My Yin family has some influence in the territory of the star, so if there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse. Anyone could say polite words, and if it was really a small favor, he would help casually. Letting the other party owe the Yin family a favor was not a bad thing, and it might even be possible to recruit her. Elder Yanqing is too modest. In the entire territory of the star, I'm afraid only the Yin family can help this mistress. Madam, he overestimates my Yin family. Yanqing laughed, but he was alarmed. From her tone, it seemed like this mistress' request was not a small matter. If that was really the case, he had to consider it carefully. I would like to make a trip to the ancestral territory, Xianxia said. Yanqing's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed his throat. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he looked at Xianxia. Do you know what you were saying? Xianxia smiled bitterly. If it wasn't difficult, I wouldn't have specially asked for your help. I know that in the entire territory of the star, if there is anyone who knows how to enter the ancestral territory, it would be the Yin family. I hope Elder Yanqing can grant me my wish. Yanqing said with a cold face, I don't know where you heard this from, but no one in the Yin family knows how to enter the ancestral territory. He was furious. She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and she had no relationship with the Yin family. Furthermore, this was the first time they met, but she had this idea. Was this woman crazy? The method to enter the ancestral territory was a secret in the entire Yin family, and only the most powerful people knew a thing or two. 500 years ago, your old ancestor, before she could finish, Yanqing flicked his long sleeve and stood up. Madam, Please go back. This old master won't see you out. There was nothing to say to her. If this woman wanted to ask for something else, no matter how difficult it was, they could sit down and discuss it. However, the method to enter the ancestral territory must not be leaked. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia was a third-order origin king, Xianxia would have already taught her a lesson. Xianxia's expression did not change. Obviously, she had expected this situation. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Since this mistress has a request, there will definitely be a reward." Xianxia smiled proudly. "What does my Yin family not have? What can Madam give my Yin family? What? What is this?" His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the spirit pill in Xianxia's hand. The spirit pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was crystal clear, white, and flawless, and looked like a pearl of excellent quality. However, the pill fragrance it exuded was something Xianxia had never smelled before. When he smelled it, the Saint Qi in his body shook. He was shocked. He was a third-order origin king and the second elder of the Yin family. What kind of spirit pill had he not seen before? What kind of spirit pill had he not eaten before? However, the spirit pill in front of him was something he had never seen or heard of before. He could tell at a glance that this spirit pill was of extremely high grade. In his knowledge, there was no other spirit pill in the world that could be compared to it. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. "I wonder if this mistress will be satisfied with this as a reward." Elder Xianxia? Xianxia's expression changed. He instinctively felt that the spirit pill in Xianxia's hand would be of great help to him. Even though he had a good temperament, he could not help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the spirit pill, as if he was looking at a naked beauty who was stroking her hair coquettishly. There were not many things in this world that could arouse his greed. Whatever he wanted, the Yin family had it all. However, at this moment, he was eager to know what kind of changes would happen to him after taking the spirit pill. "What kind of spirit pill is this?" Xianxia asked again. The arrogance on his face had long disappeared. This thing, the Yin family really did not have it. "This pill is called the source condensing pill." Xianxia thought about it seriously and shook his head. "I have never heard of it." Xianxia smiled slightly. "The great thousand world is full of wonders." Chapter 3094. Taking the spirit pill will allow one to reach the origin king realm and above. Xianxia's throat was a little dry. This was something he had not encountered in many years. Xianxia said, "There is only a chance. This spirit pill is just an external object. The foundation is still in one's body." There was one more thing she did not say. Taking the spirit pill would indeed give one a chance to reach the origin king realm and above, but the premise was that one would need to take a lot of them over a long period of time. A single source condensing pill could not have much effect. The transformation of Saint Qi in an origin king realm cultivator was an extremely long process. "How do I know if Madam is telling the truth?" Xianxia frowned. He had lived for so many years and was used to seeing storms and waves. After the initial shock, his mind had calmed down and he could not help feeling suspicious. If this so-called source condensing pill really had such a miraculous effect, why didn't this woman take it herself? Why did she have to take it out to tempt him? Wasn't she afraid that he would eat her up until not even her bones were left? "I have something to ask of the Yin family. What good is there in lying to you?" Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Empty words are useless. If that is the case, this old master would like to examine this spirit pill personally." Xianxia smiled lightly. "Sure." A white light flashed in front of Xianxia as he grabbed the source condensing pill in disbelief. "Is there something wrong with this woman? If this spirit pill is so precious, why is she giving it to me so easily?" "Madam, aren't you afraid this old master will take this spirit pill for himself?" Xianxia asked. "The Elder Council?" Xianxia asked in surprise, like a little girl who did not know much about the world. "If you want to take it for yourself, you need to have the ability." "No." Xianxia shook his head. The world was bustling with activity. Everyone came and went for benefits. What would they not do in the face of such huge benefits? He just could not understand where this woman's confidence came from. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her head. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. If you take this spirit pill, can you exchange it for information leading to the ancestral territory? Xianxia sighed lightly. Enough, but the premise is that this spirit pill really has the effect you say. Madam, please wait a moment. This old master needs to find someone to examine it. Elder Xianxia, please do as you please. Xianxia gestured with her hand. This matter was of great importance, so Xianxia didn't dare dally. She hurriedly turned around and entered the inner hall, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. Xianxia turned to look at Yang Kai and whispered, "The fish has taken the bait." Yang Kai nodded calmly. Xianxia said, "Actually, with Master's ability, you can easily make the Yin family hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" The source congealing pill was just a bait, and this place was the Yin family's headquarters. An outsider with no background taking out such a pill was equivalent to inviting the Yin family to snatch it away. He was just trying to use his power to suppress them. Wouldn't it be better to just take action? It would save them a lot of trouble. This was the fierce wind's way of doing things. They would snatch whatever they wanted. As the leader of the fierce wind, Xianxia had fully implemented this philosophy. Yang Kai said, "I have my own plans." In fact, he was a little embarrassed. It wasn't nice to bully the weak. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, bullying a group of Origin Kings and Origin returning realm cultivators felt like a master robbing a child. But if this child was a disobedient brat, then he would need to discipline her. At the peak of Twin Peaks, in a secret room, the Yin family's patriarch, Yin Luo, pinched the source congealing pill as his expression changed. Xianxia stood to the side, licking his dry lips from time to time. After a long time, he asked, "Patriarch, does this spirit pill really have such a miraculous effect?" Yin Luo pondered for a while and shook his head. "I can't tell. Let's wait for the grandmasters to come and take a look." Even the patriarch couldn't tell. Xianxia wasn't shocked, but happy. He felt more and more that this source congealing pill was amazing. Not long after, a few people filed in. Regardless of their cultivation, these people exuded a strong pill fragrance. Obviously, there were people who dealt with herbs and pills all year round. These people were naturally alchemists. These people were the most outstanding alchemists in the Yin family. All of them were Origin King grade alchemists. After entering the secret room and seeing Yin Luo and Xianxia, the leading black-robed old man said, "Patriarch, why did you summon us here so urgently? Take a look at this spirit pill." Yin Luo handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The black-robed old man took it, and the others also cast their gazes over. Their initial indifference disappeared in an instant. All of them widened their eyes and exclaimed, What kind of spirit pill is this? Let me see quickly. Don't snatch it." The group of respected alchemist grandmasters instantly lost their demeanor and looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The shock in their eyes was about to overflow. After a while, the leading black-robed old man looked at Yin Luo excitedly. "Patriarch, may I ask where this spirit pill came from? Can you tell what grade it is?" Yin Luo didn't answer the question. "I can't tell, but with our methods, it's absolutely impossible to refine such a spirit pill." The other alchemist grandmasters nodded in agreement. This spirit pill had exceeded their knowledge and experience. Forget about refining it. They couldn't even distinguish its composition. The answer was obvious. This source condensing pill had suddenly appeared, and even third-order Origin King realm masters and Origin King grade alchemists were unable to distinguish it. The only possibility was that this spirit pill was above the Origin King realm. The black-robed old man still wanted to ask something, but Yin Luo waved his hand and said, "Withdraw." Even though the several alchemy grandmasters were reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey and simply bowed before leaving. Their eyes filled with reluctance as they stared at the spirit pill. After they left, Yin Luo said lightly, "You just said that the woman named Xianxia gave this spirit pill to you casually?" Yes. It seems she has more than one spirit pill in her hands. Yin Luo suddenly laughed. Yin Qing saw this and immediately understood what he was thinking. How could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Both sides had the same idea, so he hesitated for a moment before asking, but if she can take out such a thing casually, how could she be easy to deal with? What if behind her? The possibility is not high. Also, don't forget where you are. Yin Luo glanced at him lightly. Yin Qing was startled for a moment before nodding. I understand. Turning around, he walked out of the secret room. A woman with no background. Even if she was killed or captured on Twin Peaks, no one would know, right? It's begun, Master. Inside the hall, He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai with a smile as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in her ears. A powerful aura, like a giant dragon waking up from its slumber, quickly surrounded the hall. A person stepped out of the inner hall with a solemn expression. It was Yin Qing, who had left not long ago. He Yunxiang asked, Elder Yin Qing, what was the result of the appraisal? Yin Qing shouted, Bold woman, you actually dared to use a fake spirit pill to deceive my Yin family. You must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. He Yunxiang was shocked. Elder Yin Qing, what are you talking about? What fake spirit pill? Yin Qing snorted coldly. Although this old master does not know where you found it, that spirit pill has been verified by several Origin King great alchemists in my Yin family. It is useless. You want to exchange it for the secrets of my Yin family? Do you think my Yin family is easy to bully? He Yunxiang was terrified. Her face turned pale. How could it be a fake spirit pill? That is a spirit pill that is useful for breaking through to the Origin King realm. How would I dare to deceive the Yin family? She found it funny and understood why Yang Kai had to go through so much trouble before. Even the Yin family had to find a reason to deal with her. This was probably what they meant by having a good reason. How could it compare to Wild Wind, who could kill and rob as he pleased? It seemed that it would take some time for her to adapt to the outside world. Could it be that the inside of my Yin family's Origin King great alchemists is not as good as yours? Yin Qing snorted coldly. He Yunxiang sighed. In that case, please return the spirit pill to me, Elder Yin Qing. Just pretend that I did not make that suggestion before. Yin Qing sneered. You still want that spirit pill? This old master threw it away long ago. He Yunxiang's eyes turned red. How could your Yin family be like this? That is a very precious spirit pill. It's fine if you don't know its value, but why did you throw it away? She was full of grievance and helplessness, which made people feel pity for her. Is this woman really stupid, or is she pretending to be stupid? Yin Qing was a little confused. Could it be that she has been hiding somewhere to cultivate and only came out recently? Otherwise, how could she be so ignorant of the world with her cultivation? That's right, that must be it. Otherwise, how could I not have heard of a third-order Origin King? Maybe she obtained some incredible inheritance and has been cultivating in seclusion somewhere. Yin Qing's heart shook when he thought of this. The last trace of worry he had disappeared. Forget it, forget it. It's just a spiritual pill. Since the Yin clan is so unreasonable, I will take my leave. He Yunxiang stood up and wiped the corners of her eyes. She was extremely sad. Is my Yin family a place where you can come and go as you please? Yin Qing shouted. He Yunxiang panicked. Then what do you want? You deceived my Yin family and tried to steal our secrets. If I let you go, where will my Yin family's face go? Madam He, stay here obediently. He Yunxiang took a few steps back and said in shock, You want to detain me? Since they had already shed all pretenses, Yin Qing no longer hid anything and said in a deep voice, Madam He, if I were you, I would definitely surrender. Madam is weak and seems to have just broken through. If you fight with this old master, it won't be good if you hurt yourself. He was full of confidence that he could take down He Yunxiang. In comparison, he was a veteran third-order Origin King. How could He Yunxiang compare to him? The various deployments outside were just a precaution. He Yunxiang scolded, You are despicable and shameless. How can the Yin family have someone like you? I asked to see the patriarch and ask him to uphold justice for me. Yin Qing sneered, The patriarch will not see you. He Yunxiang opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly stood up. When he moved, He Yunxiang immediately shut her mouth. Yanqing glanced at her coldly and frowned slightly. He then raised his hand and swept it towards Yang Kai. His movements were relaxed, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Chapter 30-95. With a bang, the violent wave of energy hit Yang Kai's chest. Yanqing looked straight ahead, not even sparing him a glance. Even though this blow just now was nothing more than a casual blow, his foundation as a third-order origin king was still there. How could a young man without any trace of world energy suffer a good end when struck by such an attack? It would be a stroke of luck for him to be crushed to pieces. It would be more likely for him to be reduced to dust. Suddenly, Yanqing shuddered and turned his head in disbelief, only to see the young man casually stretch out his hand and pat the spot on his chest where he had been hit before grinning and walking towards him. What the hell? Yanqing almost thought he was seeing things. How could he be fine? Releasing his divine sense in disbelief, Yanqing carefully examined Yang Kai's body and confirmed that there was no trace of cultivation on him at all. This guy was no different from an ordinary person. Frowning, Yanqing sent out another palm strike. This time, he had used 30% of his strength in an attempt to probe his opponent. The young man walking towards him did not dodge and simply allowed the violent attack to hit his chest, his figure not swaying at all, as if a light breeze had just brushed past his face. Yanqing was shocked. How could he not know that he had been mistaken? Being able to resist 2 of his palms without using any strength, could this person be? You're a body refinement master. In this world, there is a group of extremely rare existences who did not cultivate their meridians and only cultivated their physique. It was rumored that they could reach the peak of the martial Tao and achieve sainthood. However, no one could prove this because this path was as narrow as a sheep's intestines when compared to the general cultivation. It had been countless years since anyone had focused on cultivating the body. Only in the distant, ancient times were there records of such a path. Could Yunxiang be relying on this person? Yanqing could not help thinking to himself. If this person was really a body refinement master, then he would not be easy to deal with, because body refinement masters only cultivated their physique. Their vitality was extremely tenacious and difficult to kill. On top of that, although this path was filled with thorns and extremely difficult to tread, once one achieved something, the strength they could display was terrifying. Under the same realm, almost no one could rival them. When he sent out his 3rd palm strike, Yanqing no longer held back. He wanted to see just how far this body refinement master had grown. A whistling sound rang out as the power in his palm condensed into a vortex, releasing a shocking aura as he sent out a palm strike. Boom! Energy surged, and the hall seemed to be turned upside down. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a blue palm print slammed into Yang Kai's chest. Yanqing's eyes widened. She wished she could gouge her eyes out and place them on the young man's body. The outcome caused him to be both shocked and astounded. A full force strike was actually unable to shake the young man in the slightest, and it was even to the extent that the young man's clothes weren't creased at all. He was definitely no match for him. In the blink of an eye, another person appeared in front of him. The young man, who was originally more than 100 feet away, suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he could teleport. Tut! Yanqing's reaction was quick as well. She opened her mouth and yelled. A green light suddenly burst out of her mouth and shot towards Yang Kai's defenseless eyes. It was a 3-inch long needle, an Origin King grade high-rank artifact that was invisible and impossible to guard against. Long needles were rare and difficult to refine, but they were usually extremely powerful. It was also one of Yanqing's most powerful trump cards. However, this most powerful trump card did not give Yanqing the slightest sense of security. After this blow, Yanqing's figure retreated in an attempt to increase the distance between him and the young man. Yanqing's figure suddenly stiffened as a big hand covered his neck, squeezing him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. The moment he was squeezed, Xianxia went limp like a dead dog, unable to circulate his saint chi any longer. With a tinkling sound, the long needle artifact fell to the ground. Xianxia was shocked beyond words. He saw that the young man in front of him had broken his trump card with just a blow of air. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Ha ha ha! With a loud crash, the doors and windows of the hall shattered, and a dozen people rushed in. The movements inside naturally could not escape the perception of the masters outside. So as soon as they noticed signs of a fight, they immediately rushed in, each of them exuding an Origin King aura. The one leading them was an old man with white hair and a hale and hearty spirit. He was a third-order Origin King, and his aura was even stronger than Xianxia's. He was the Yin family's great elder, Yinan. The long sword in his hand swayed and suddenly straightened. Tens of thousands of sword chi converged into a single point and stabbed towards Xianxia's back. Murderous intent surged, as if there was no one around. His sword Dao Cultivation was displayed vividly at this moment, making everyone who saw it gasp in amazement and become intoxicated, as if they had been drawn into the world of endless sword cultivators. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk the long sword pierced through Yan'an's back without encountering any obstruction and came out from his chest. Success. The feeling from the long sword in his hand let Yan'an know that his sword did not stab empty air. It was a unique feeling that came from stabbing into flesh. The smell of fresh blood permeated the air, and the many Yin family Origin Kings who followed and showed joy on their faces. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed. She never expected that Yang Kai, who was crowned as an invincible existence in her eyes, would not even be able to withstand the sword of the Yin family's great elder. When Yinan broke through the door earlier, she also saw it, but she had full confidence in Yang Kai, so she did not stop him at all. She just stood aside and watched the show with a smile on her face. Then, she saw a scene that she could not believe. What happened? Impossible. Yang Kai showed absolute strength to deal with second elder Xianxia and directly crushed him. How could he be pierced by great elder Yan'an's sword? Even if his back is facing Yan'an, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. You overestimate yourself. Yan'an coldly snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly released an extremely cold aura and froze Yang Kai's back. A layer of frost quickly spread out from the wound. Great elder, UPU. Xianxia's panicked voice came out. When he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to spit out blood. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him, only to see a strange smile on his face. He frowned. What is second elder doing? Why is he smiling at me like that? Just as he was in doubt, the familiar face facing him suddenly warped and transformed into the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. What? Yinan turned pale with fright. If the person facing him was that young man, then who was the one that he had pierced through with his sword? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked over, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Familiar figure, familiar clothes, familiar height, and hair. Who else could it be if not second elder? What's going on? What's going on? I was clearly attacking that young man, and I had already succeeded. Why did the outcome turn out like this? Even though great elder's cultivation was extraordinary and he had a calm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment. Illusion. Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately felt relieved. I knew it. How could this master be so easy to deal with? It turned out that at that moment, everyone in the hall had been affected by a profound illusion technique and had mistaken Yang Kai and second elder Xianxia for someone else. There was no trace of them, but they had been able to make so many Origin Kings fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Such ability was truly terrifying. In Yang Kai's left eye, the golden light converged and the surging spiritual energy calmed down as he clicked his tongue. Great Elder is really ruthless. I really don't know what kind of enmity there is between Great Elder and Second Elder. Could it be that he made you wear a green hat? Or perhaps he killed your mother? Great Elder actually took advantage of this moment to take revenge for a private grudge. This young master has no choice but to give you 4 words. Well done. Men like us should be quick to repay kindness and enmity, quick and direct. Great Elder is truly a role model for us. You. Yenin was furious and reached out to pull out his sword. Asterisk poo. Asterisk, Yanqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, but was easily avoided by Yangkai. His face was pale and bloodless. If he didn't know Great Elder well, he would have thought he had some kind of grudge against him and was taking this opportunity to retaliate. Stabbing me with your sword is one thing, but why did you suddenly pull it out? Yanqing knew that this was Yin An's profound, cold chi, which was extremely overbearing and vicious. I'll kill you. Yin An was furious, his hair and beard flying wildly as he raised his sword and thrust it towards Yangkai. Because of this young man before him, his lifelong reputation had been destroyed in a single day, and the crime of harming a brother of the same clan wasn't light. After today, his reputation would surely plummet. How would he have the face and qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder? He would likely have to retire and live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Facing the angry blow of Yin An, a veteran third-order origin king, Yangkai just smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. Asterisk zheng. Asterisk, a clear and melodious sound lingered in the air. Yin An's anger was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, leaving behind only fear and shock. Taking a closer look, Yangkai saw that the young man was holding Yin Qing's neck with one hand while his other hand was holding her artifact sword firmly between his fingers. It was as if what he was holding was not an Origin King-grade artifact that had killed countless enemies, but rather a fallen leaf. Yin An's heart shook violently as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Hurriedly pouring his cultivation into his sword, he did not retreat, but instead thrust forward again. Yangkai's eyes were full of sarcasm as he flicked the sword lightly with his finger, causing it to emit a clear cry. The sword almost flew out of Yin An's hand as he struggled to hold on to the hilt and not let go. But the momentum of the sword was already out of his control, and it flew straight to the side. Asterisk chi. Asterisk with a soft sound. The sword pierced through Yin Qing's chest and into his heart. Ugh! Yin Qing's eyes widened in an instant. She let out a weak exhale from her throat. She struggled to move her eyes and fixed her gaze on Yenin. She opened her mouth and used all her strength to spit out a few words. Fuck your mother. His head slumped and he died completely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yenin almost lost his ability to think, his mind going blank as his lips trembled violently. Chapter 3096. A third-order origin king who stood at the peak of Star Territory, the second elder of the Yin family, had died just like that. He had died at the hands of his own people. Such a result was unacceptable to everyone. If Yin Qing had been killed by Yangkai, it would have been fine, but from the beginning to the end, Yangkai had only been holding his neck and had not killed him. It was Great Elder Yin An's 2 swords that took his life. Was it because Great Elder's skills were inferior and he was used? Of course not. This young man was simply too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he had toyed with a third-order origin king and used him to kill another third-order origin king. This kind of ability was simply unparalleled in this world. The grace of raising rice must be repaid, and the enmity of the smallest grievance must be repaid. Although he was a little embarrassed, since the Yin family wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to accept it. When a cultivator picked up a sword, he had to be mentally prepared to be stabbed by someone else. Throwing Yin Qing's body aside as if he was throwing a rag sack, Yang Kai stared coldly at Yenin. When their eyes met, Yenin suddenly came back to his senses and his heart trembled. Now was not the time to blame himself and be sentimental. How to deal with the crisis in front of him was the most important thing. He thought that with the Yin family's large lineup, it would be a piece of cake this time. But now, before he could even figure out the details of this young man, his second elder had already died. It could be said to be a heavy loss. If anything happened to him, the Yin family's strength would definitely plummet. He hurriedly retreated, but Yongkai reached out to grab him. The slow movement was an inescapable move in Yan'an's eyes. His hair stood on end as he broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" Yongkai grabbed empty air as Yan'an silently disappeared in front of him and suddenly reappeared a few dozen meters to the side with a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Yongkai raised his brow and did not look at Yan'an. Instead, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a person had appeared out of nowhere and was quietly floating in the air, looking down at Yin Qing's body with a gloomy face. Yan'an was able to escape this calamity not because of his own ability, but because of this person's methods. Just now, Yongkai actually sensed traces of spatial energy fluctuations. Yan'an's disappearance and reappearance were very similar to his own teleportation, but the distance was much shorter. "The head of the Yin family?" Yongkai asked. Yin Luo's face was cold as he ignored Yongkai. It was as if he didn't see him. He looked at Yin Qing for a while before saying, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in the Yin family." Although his voice was calm, his heart was burning with rage. A moment of carelessness had actually caused him to lose an elder of his clan, and this loss could be said to be great. "You deserve to die." Yin Luo turned his head abruptly. His face instantly became ferocious as he glared at Yongkai. Yongkai grinned. "That depends on whether or not Patriarch Yin has the ability. If he didn't have the ability, he would kill him. Don't think that body tempering is omnipotent. There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. How can a frog at the bottom of a well imagine the beauty of the star field?" Hearing this, Yongkai thought about it seriously and nodded. "You're right." Yin Luo raised his hand and pointed at him, saying indifferently, "Kill yourself, and you'll be able to die quickly. If this king takes action, you won't have such a good life." Yongkai said, "I came here this time just to ask how to get to the ancestral territory, and I'm even willing to pay." "Patriarch Yin, you don't have to be so unreasonable, right? What's the point of fighting and killing for no reason? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yin Luo coldly snorted. How could he be interested in talking to him? He raised his finger and slashed it down. The world buzzed instantly as an indescribable pressure fell from the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. All the Origin King realm masters in the hall, regardless of their cultivation, felt their bodies shrink, and they couldn't even raise their heads. Xianxia was shocked, and her pretty face was filled with horror. She had thought that after breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, she would be able to run amok in the ancestral territory. Even if she encountered some existences she couldn't defeat, she could always run away. But now, when Yin Luo took action, she realized she was wrong, very wrong. The power of a single finger was already so terrifying. If she was really targeted by him, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. How could he be so powerful? Yin Luo's aura was only that of a third-order Origin King. Even if he had broken through longer than her, he shouldn't be so much stronger than her. At this moment, the pressure that Yama was exerting on her was even more terrifying than Yonkai's. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the heavens, as if he was the earth. His words were law, and no one could go against his will. The power of the stars. Yongkai raised his sword-like eyebrows, showing a look of surprise before quickly relaxing. This Yin Luo was a star master, and it seemed that he was the star master of Tai Star. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to mobilize the power of the stars. Tai Star was the headquarters of the Yin family, and as the patriarch of the Yin family, he had refined Tai Star's source, so it was reasonable for him to become its star master. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. So this was the reason. As a star master, he was the master of Tai Star. Yongkai was also a star master, so he naturally knew how much power a star master could use on their own cultivation star. The reason why Yin could escape from him was not because of some kind of space divine technique, but because Yin Luo was a star master. Yongkai's spine sank, but he didn't bend down and instead just looked at Yin Luo in the sky with interest. Even if he didn't use any power, just relying on his physique, it was impossible for a trivial Star Master to make him bow. Yang Kai's physique was incredibly powerful, and now that he was in his dragon transformation, his body was more than 100 meters tall. With his half-dragon bloodline, how could he bow his head to a mere third-order origin king? Yin Luo was surprised. Although he hadn't used his full strength, who could withstand the anger of a Star Master? This little brat's body tempering was actually so strong that he could withstand such pressure. Could it be he had obtained some kind of powerful inheritance? Thinking so, Yin Luo couldn't help feeling excited. The more he fought like this, the greater the benefits he would obtain after killing him. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai asked. "This king is laughing at something that should be laughed at." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then it seems that I should also laugh." "If you can laugh." Yin Luo stretched out his remaining 4 fingers and turned them into a palm, flicked his wrist, and slapped down towards Yang Kai. The world trembled again as everyone who was already bowing fell to their knees, none of them spared. With such a result, it was difficult for everyone to imagine what would happen to Yang Kai. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai anxiously and was suddenly dumbfounded. She saw Yang Kai stomp his feet on the floor, causing a deep pit to appear beneath his feet. Thousands of pieces of the floor in the hall also flew up at this moment and turned to dust mid-air. With the help of this stomp, Yang Kai rushed up like a meteor. After rushing up 10 meters, Yang Kai's figure paused slightly. Obviously, he had been stopped by the power of Yin Luo's palm, but it was only a momentary pause. In the next moment, the barrier that was enough to shatter any Origin King's soul was pierced through like a piece of paper. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yin Luo and threw a punch at him. Yin Luo was taken aback, and the calmness and disdain on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dignified and incredulous look. "Is this guy on steroids? I am the Star Master. On Tai Star, I am the master of everything. How could someone be able to achieve this?" The void trembled and the universe collapsed as the fist passed through space, leaving a series of black marks in its wake. Yin Luo clearly noticed that the space around him had shattered. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, there was only one way out: hide. Such a punch was certain to kill him. Even if he was the Star Master, he would not be able to resist it. As his figure flashed, Yin Luo had already disappeared. Yang Kai's punch hit the air, and the power of his fist burst out, but there was nowhere for it to vent, and it dissipated. With a rumble, the hall collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Figures flew out in embarrassment, coughing nonstop. When they looked up, they were all shocked. The Yin family main hall, which had stood on the Twin Peaks for thousands of years, had now turned into ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. People were constantly flying out of it, cursing loudly. Under the Twin Peaks, in a lively Yi city, countless people stopped to look over here. They were all full of suspicion, wondering what had happened to the Yin family to cause such a huge commotion. Without the support of his strength, Yang Kai also fell to the ground. Standing on a wooden plank in the ruins, he looked in a certain direction. "I wonder if Patriarch Yin can still smile now." How could Yin Luo still smile? His face was extremely pale, so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. He looked at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, all in disbelief. On Tai Star, there was actually someone who could threaten him. This was something he had never imagined before. He was not the only Star Master in the territory of Tai Star, but everyone recognized that in a Star Master's territory, whether the Star Master's cultivation was second order or third order, they were invincible. Because a Star Master could mobilize the power of a cultivation star's source, which was the power of heaven and earth. Who in this world could resist the power of heaven and earth? Something that he had never dared to imagine before had really happened, and it had happened right in front of him. Yin Luo almost thought he was dreaming. After a long silence, he said, "You do have some skill, worthy of being a body refinement cultivator. But if you think you can beat this king, you are gravely mistaken." He was in an invincible position. No matter how strong the young man below was, what could he do if he couldn't touch him? Patriarch Yin, do you still want to be stubborn? Yangkai looked at him faintly. Yin Luo shouted, "You killed my Yin family's elder and destroyed my Yin family's foundation. No matter who you are, my Yin family will not rest until you die." After suffering such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? The stronger he was, the bigger his temper. If he didn't get back his face today, how could the Yin family establish itself in the territory of Infinite Star in the future? Yang Kai sighed. Patriarch Yan's words just now were correct. Yin Luo looked at him coldly. Yang Kai continued, "A frog at the bottom of a well naturally can't imagine the beauty of Starfield. Today, this young master is in a rare mood, so I'll show you garbage." As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his body. Chapter 30-97. From beginning to end, there were no traces of cultivation on Yang Kai's body. All he relied on was the strength of his physical body, so much so that even Xianxia thought he had a body-tempering background. But at this moment, Yang Kai's body was giving off the aura of Saint Qi. No, it wasn't Saint Qi. This aura was purer and more profound than Saint Qi. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai's aura rose steadily, crossing one hurdle after another, and soon reached the First Order Origin King realm before stabilizing. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. He had almost reached his limit. In this damn place, the most he could use was the Origin King realm. If he tried to use any more, it was likely he would be rejected by the world principles. Yin Luo's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He had thought this brute was nothing more than a muscular brute, nothing to worry about. But the other party had actually been hiding his strength all this time. A powerful body tempering coupled with a first-order origin king cultivation. This was going to be difficult. But soon, the worry in Yin Luo's eyes was swept away. Yang Kai was just a first-order origin king, not too powerful. As the Star Master of Tai, E-Star, how could Yin Luo be afraid of him? Patriarch Yin, are you ready? Yang Kai looked up at Yin Luo, staring at him with his dark eyes. Yin Luo's heart clenched as an unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his body. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a figure appeared in front of him. If it wasn't the young man, who else could it be? See? Yin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, not even noticing how the other party had arrived in front of him. Instinctively, he pushed his star's source strength and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Before he could even catch his breath, the young man actually followed him like a shadow and appeared before him again. The two of them were only a foot apart, and the young man's smiling expression caused Yama's hair to stand on end. Schwa, schwa, schwa. Yin Luo's figure constantly changed position as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He relied on the various conveniences of a Star Master to change his position at will. But this young man was like a maggot to him. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of him. Often, as soon as he stabilized his figure, the young man would arrive, never exceeding a meter in front of him. His trump card became useless in an instant. The experts from a Yin family who were watching from below were dumbfounded. The speed at which the two of them changed their positions in the sky was so fast that it was hard for them to predict their movements. In just a dozen breaths of time, their figures had flickered and moved dozens of times, but they still maintained the same pace. The laws of space, Yama exclaimed. As a Star Lord, he was keener than anyone else to perceive the changes in the power of nature. The young man in front of him was emitting clear waves of the power of space, which was obviously a sign that he had mastered the laws of space. Unlike him, who relied on his identity as a Star Lord, he was able to teleport with his own abilities. At this moment, Yama was completely flustered. He had thought that he was in an invincible position. Who would have thought that his opponent would have such means to deal with him? A fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Yama wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that the surrounding space was viscous. The fist was like a mountain pressing down on him, blocking the light in front of him. No matter how he tried to dodge, it was impossible for him to dodge. His chest suddenly felt stuffy. With a bang, blood-splattered. Yama fell like a meteor and smashed into the ruins of the Yin family's main hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. He saw stars and felt his nose bridge collapse. When he opened his eyes, the tall figure cast a shadow over him. "Mercy!" Yama shouted in a sorrowful voice, no longer as calm as before. The person in front of him really had the strength and ability to kill him, and it seemed that he hadn't even used his full strength. Yama couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if this person burst out with all his strength. Where did this person come from? Is he crazy? If you're so strong, why didn't you just show it earlier? Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Today, the Yin family has been humiliated. Not only was I, the patriarch, beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back, even a third-order origin king elder was killed. Yin Luo wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other experts of the Yin family also had the same thoughts, especially Yinan. He had a bitter taste in his mouth. Yin Qing had died tragically in his hands, and he had hoped that the family head would avenge him. Who would have thought that the invincible family head would beg for mercy in less than 10 minutes? Is the patriarch too cowardly? No, a wise man submits to circumstances. In any case, the Yin family's face had been completely lost today. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so this matter wouldn't spread. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Yin family's reputation and prestige. I think we can have a good talk now. Xianxia looked down at Yama. If Master has any questions, this Yin will tell you everything he knows. Yama squeezed out a smile reluctantly. Halfway up the mountain, in another hall, good fragrant tea was being served. He Yunxiang stood obediently behind Xianxia like a maidservant. Yama changed his clothes and tidied himself up. He strode out from the back hall and bowed. "Greetings, Master." After that, he winked at Yin and smiled and handed over a box respectfully. "Master, this is your spirit pill." When the box was opened, the source condensing pill lay quietly inside. He Yunxiang reached out to take it and sneered. Didn't the second elder say that it was lost? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Yanan's face, and he explained, "That's pure nonsense. Yin Qing acted on his own accord and has nothing to do with the Yin family. Please forgive him, Master." The second elder also said that this spirit pill is fake. Impossible. This spirit pill is clear, full, and has a pleasant fragrance. How can it be fake? Although we don't know what kind of spirit pill this is, we know that this spirit pill must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that Yin Qing made up this story to get his hands on this spirit pill. He Yunxiang said seriously, "It's all thanks to Elder Yin for cleaning up such a black sheep. Otherwise, he would have brought disaster to the Yin family in the future." Yin nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, it's all thanks to Master's help. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to do that? Master and I were also deceived by that thief and caused many misunderstandings. Please don't take it to heart." He Yunxiang smiled and said, "Master won't take it to heart." "Thank you, Master." Yin Luo said with a pained expression, "I didn't see the right person for what happened today. If Master wants to punish me, I'm willing to accept it." He Yunxiang glanced at Xianxia and saw that he didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and smiled. "The culprit has been killed, so this matter is over. Master Yin and the Great Elder are both sensible people and were also deceived by others. How can you be blamed?" Hearing this, Yin Luo and Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He Yunxiang's expression turned serious as she said, "My lord, you came all the way here for just one matter." Yin Luo said seriously, "Master, don't worry. You can leave the matter of going to the ancestral territory to the Yin family. When the time comes, I will personally lead the master there." He Yunxiang was speechless. In the face of absolute power, the matter that was harder than ascending to heaven became so easy. She didn't say anything, and Yin Luo agreed immediately. Moreover, the master of the Yin family would personally lead the way. Who else in the entire star territory could receive such treatment? Yin Luo rubbed his hands and said carefully, "However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Master can grant it." Xianxia's face darkened. Are you negotiating with the master? Yin Luo shuddered and said in a panic, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I definitely wouldn't dare. It's definitely not a negotiation. It's just a small request. If master doesn't agree, is the Yin family not going to tell the master the method to go to the ancestral territory? Absolutely not. Whether master agrees or not, I will fulfill my promise. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and said, What's the request? Let's hear it. Yin Luo laughed dryly. For master, this is just a matter of lifting a finger. It's like this. This Yin also wants to go to the ancestral territory, so I would like to ask master to give me a ride. You also want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked curiously. If you want to go, go ahead. It's not like you don't know the method. Yin Luo's expression turned solemn. Master, my Yin family does know the method to go to the ancestral territory, but the road is extremely dangerous. Even a third-order origin king, like this Yin, will end up crushed if he is careless. If not, this Yin Luo would have gone to the ancestral territory long ago. Why would I wait until today? Master's strength is exceedingly high, so you won't put the thorns on the road in your eyes. This Yin just wants to hitch a ride. The road to the ancestral territory is very dangerous. He Yunxiang also heard of this for the first time, so she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. It depends on luck, Yin Luo said seriously. Luck was something that couldn't be explained clearly. If one was lucky, the road would be smooth, but if one was unlucky, every step would be dangerous. Sometimes, luck was also an important measure of a cultivator's strength. Don't complain about the unfairness of the heavenly way, because the heavenly way was like this. He Yunxiang couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she could only ask for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai didn't care and nodded. Okay. Yin Luo was overjoyed and bowed to the ground. Many thanks, master. Yin Qing also cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, patriarch, for getting what you wanted. Yin Luo smiled. After I leave, you will be the patriarch of the Yin family. When the time comes, you have to take good care of it. Yin Qing bowed and said, It's all thanks to patriarch. Yin Luo turned and said, Master, let's set off in 10 days. What do you think? Of course, if master is in a hurry, 3 days is also fine, but this Yin Luo still has some things to take care of. After stepping down from the position of patriarch, there were naturally many things that needed to be done. 10 days it is. Yang Kai stood up. These few days didn't matter anyway. Yin Luo thanked him profusely and immediately led Yang Kai to rest. The side room was extremely luxurious, and it was decorated with luminous pearls. He Yunxiang said, Master, the Yin family won't cheat, right? Yin Luo's respectful behavior made her a little suspicious. Even if he had to submit to a powerful force, he didn't have to be so servile. After all, he was a star master. Chapter 30-98. However, he did not understand why Yin Luo wanted to go to the ancestral territory with Yang Kai. If the Yin family really had some tricks up their sleeves, why would they follow Yang Kai? Since we are here, let's just take things as they come. Even if the Yin family was up to something, why would he be afraid? However, he had unsealed a little of his cultivation today. He had to quickly seal it again. He had already sensed that there was some inexplicable hostility between the heavens and earth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, there was a huge crowd at the foot of the Twin Peaks. Almost all of the important figures in the Yin family had gathered here. On the square, there was a pitch-black battleship anchored there. The news that the master of the Yin family was going to the ancestral territory had spread like wildfire. This was a huge matter for the Yin family. The last time someone from the Yin family went to the ancestral territory was 500 years ago. Furthermore, no one knew if they succeeded. This time, the master of the Yin family suddenly announced that he was going to step down from his position as the master of the Yin family. He was going to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors to explore a more profound martial Tao and a wider world. When the news spread, the entire Yin family was shocked. Thousands of people gathered here to send him off. Only a small number of people in the Yin family knew about what happened 10 days ago. They knew that the master of the Yin family and the great elder were humiliated that day. Even the second elder died an unnatural death. These people were the mainstays of the Yin family. Naturally, they would not spread the news. Therefore, the people of the Yin family who came here basically knew nothing about the conflict 10 days ago. When Yin Luo walked out, everyone looked at him with respect. If they knew that their master of the Yin family was beaten to the point of begging for mercy a few days ago, who knew how they would feel? Although the disciples of the Yin family were puzzled by Yang Kai and He Yunxiang who were walking at the front, they did not know their background. They felt that the attitude of the master of the Yin family and the elders towards the two of them was thought-provoking. Not long later, everyone boarded the battleship. Accompanied by a loud, buzzing sound and a strong energy wave, the battleship took off slowly and rushed into the vast star field. Only when the battleship disappeared from their sight did the people of the Yin family leave reluctantly. The former great elder, the current head of the Yin family, Yinan, hurried back after giving a few instructions. He walked into the secret chamber and saw an eye-catching lantern at first glance. The lantern looked very old. It was unknown when it had been placed there, but it was spotless. There was nothing else in the secret room except for this lantern and a table. On the table, there was an incense burner. Yanan's expression was extremely solemn as he took out an incense stick from his space ring. This incense stick seemed to be specially made, as thick as a thumb and about a foot long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but even before it was lit, it exuded a strange fragrance. Yanan held the incense stick and recalled Yama's instructions a few days ago. His eyes flashed with determination as he touched his wrist with his finger. Immediately, a wound appeared on his wrist and blood flowed out. He placed the incense stick on the wound, and blood immediately seeped into it, turning it dark red bit by bit. After an entire hour, the incense stick finally changed color completely, and it was completely blood red like a thick and large leech that had drunk its fill of blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Yanan's face became a little pale, but his spirit became even more excited. He formed a seal with his hand, and his Saint Chi surged. He pointed at the incense stick and shouted, "Burn!" A little light bloomed from the incense stick, as if it was burning, but the fragrance that wafted out was dark red. Yin did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully held the incense stick and bowed to the lantern a few times before inserting it into the incense burner on the table in front of him. For a moment, it was so quiet that Yin Anne's breathing could not be heard. The red gas released by the burning incense seemed to be summoned and rushed toward the lantern. As time passed, the quaint lantern also seemed to have some subtle reactions. When the incense stick was burning halfway, a sensational pressure suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, two lights lit up in the lantern like two human eyes. Yinan trembled and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Yinan greets the old ancestor." The two lights in the lantern flickered a few times before slowly stabilizing. An old voice suddenly came from the lantern. "Yinan, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. Are you the head of the Yin family now?" From the meaning of the words, the owner of the old voice obviously knew Yin, an old ancestor. "I am indeed the head of the Yin family now. What about Yin Luo? I remember when I left. Wasn't it Yin Luo who was in charge of the Yin family? It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me he's dead." Yinan hurriedly said, "He's not dead. He's not dead. He has stepped down as the head of the Yin family and set off for the ancestral territory." "He's come to the ancestral territory? It's rare that he's willing to take this step. Congratulations." The old voice revealed a hint of joy. He then changed the topic and said majestically, "However, did you call me here just to tell me this? If it was just this, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill." When he left the territory of the Wuji star, he told them not to disturb him unless it was something important. Yinan bowed again and said sorrowfully, "Old ancestor, the Yin family has suffered a great humiliation. I hope the old ancestor can help us." The aura in the lantern changed. Suddenly, it was filled with killing intent. The old voice said coldly, "Tell me in detail." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The journey of the Yin family's battleship was extremely smooth. The huge Yin word on the battleship was the best pass. No one dared to have any ideas about the Yin family's battleship. Some space pirates who saw it from afar would only run away. During this month, Xianxia was still living leisurely. He familiarized himself with many ancient books and history books and gained a lot of knowledge. Yin Luo came to greet him every day and offered him delicacies. Xianxia didn't reject any of them. However, a few women who were arranged to serve him were sent back. After a month, Xianxia knocked on the door and entered. Xianxia saw that her aura was stable and her face was glowing. He knew that her level of attainment had stabilized. "We've arrived," Xianxia replied. Yin Luo said, "We're almost there. Let's go take a look." Xianxia was very curious about the method and route to enter the ancestral territory. Although there were similar places in the Hung Luo star field, he might be able to gain something by observing it. The two of them quickly came to the control cabin of the battleship. A group of Yin family disciples were guarding the operating formations. They looked serious and excited. They knew where the destination was and were secretly grateful that Yin Luo chose them. In this way, they would have a chance to experience the ancestral territory before others. When they saw Xianxia, they quickly bowed. Yin Luo came up and said, "Master, the stars in front have a passage into the ancestral territory." Xianxia looked in the direction and asked curiously, "A dead star?" It was a dark and gloomy sphere. Even the star field, it was extremely desolate. There were countless dead stars like this in the territory. Probably no one would think that this was the key to entering the ancestral territory. Yin Luo smiled and said, "If not, why would there be so few people who know the way to enter the ancestral territory?" There was no spiritual energy on the dead stars. Ordinary people would not check it out. Even if they passed by it, they would leave quickly. No one would think that there was a way to enter the ancestral territory. The Yin family is quite lucky. You can even find this. It's luck. Yin Luo smiled and did not explain further. It was indeed a coincidence that the Yin family could find this. Even he did not know how it was discovered and confirmed. When it was passed down to his generation, a lot of information had been lost. "Master, please take a seat. If this trip is successful, we will reach the ancestral territory soon." Yin Luo gestured with his hand. Xianxia nodded and sat down peacefully. The starship slowly flew towards the dead star and landed in a direction. Soon, entered a huge canyon. This canyon was deep, like a bottomless pit. When Xianxia probed with his divine sense, he could not see the bottom. Under Yin Luo's command, the starship went all the way down. Soon, the sun was out of sight. It was as if they were sailing in a crack in the netherworld. The cold aura eroded through the starship, making people shudder. In such a harsh environment, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to last long. Only by relying on the starship could they reduce the consumption of energy. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense spread out like a tide. He actually felt a strong fluctuation of space principles in the depths of this canyon. After a brief investigation, he immediately knew that his guess was right. There was a huge void crack below. It was extremely dazzling and was very different from the void corridor he had encountered before. Yin Luo's expression also became extremely serious in an instant. He personally operated several spirit arrays and activated the starship's defenses. Silently, the huge starship sailed into the void crack. It seemed to be swallowed, melted, and soon disappeared. A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Everyone in the starship changed their expression. Xianxia glanced at Yin Luo in surprise. Seeing his expressionless face, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Sure enough, one who achieved great things did not care about trifles. The others in the Yin family probably did not know, but she was now a third-order Origin King. How could she not know that this starship would not be able to last long? With the pressure of the terrifying void corridor, this starship would probably fall apart in less than an incense stick worth of time. Chapter 30-99. Inside the cabin, various spirit arrays were flashing wildly. It was a sign that the spirit arrays were operating at their limits. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from all directions. Patriarch, we can't go any deeper. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. A burly man walked over with a terrified expression. Only now did he understand that this wasn't a lucky trip. He was clearly sending himself to his death. Yin Luo said calmly, "Speed up." The brawny man's face changed. Yin Luo raised his hand and slapped down. The brawny man did not make a sound. His skull caved in and he fell to the ground softly. His brains flowed out. The surrounding Yin family disciples were silent. "Speed up," Yin Luo shouted again. Without any hesitation, the Yin family disciples started to move. They poured their energy into various spirit arrays. After a slight pause, the starship suddenly accelerated. There was no way out in front. There was only endless colors. The compression from a void was constantly destroying the structure of the starship. Even though this starship was mid-rank Origin King grade, it was still groaning with difficulty. After a while, one of the spirit arrays in the cabin suddenly dimmed. It was because it had completely collapsed. At the same time, a certain part of the starship also fell apart. It seemed that there was a chain reaction. With the damaged part as the center, the damage to the starship expanded rapidly. Pieces of the structure fell apart and collapsed bit by bit. One after another, the spirit arrays stopped operating. The faces of the Yin family disciples were as pale as paper. They raised their heads and looked at Yin Luo, only to see him looking indifferent and calm. He did not seem to care about such a crisis at all. Suddenly, hope surged in their hearts. The patriarch would definitely lead them out of this predicament. They were a group of people who were carefully selected to follow the patriarch in the ancestral territory. How could they die here for no reason? After a stick of incense worth of time, their hope was shattered. With a deafening boom, the battleship exploded with a rumble. The power of the void poured in from all directions. Without the protection of the starship, how could the cultivator who had not reached the Origin King realm survive? Puff, puff, puff. Like bubbles being popped, clouds of blood mist burst in the void one after another, blooming with bright red colors. "Patriarch, save me!" Cries for help resounded from all directions, but Yama turned a deaf ear to them. His figure flashed, and a layer of pitch-black armor covered the surface of his body from head to toe. He was like a general galloping on a horse and charging bravely into the enemy's ranks on an ancient battlefield, and he was awe-inspiring. Xianxia also summoned her ribbon artifact at the same time. After refining this Dao Source grade low-rank artifact for a period of time, although she still couldn't wield it as she wished, she was finally able to put it to good use. This ribbon artifact was both offensive and defensive and was extremely rare. On top of that, its grade wasn't too high, so it was perfectly suited for Xianxia's current cultivation. The ribbons became larger and wider, wrapping around her body as if she was wearing a new colorful dress out of thin air. She suddenly felt the pressure on her body lighten. She followed closely behind Yang Kai, not daring to leave his side. Yama also ran over and stood side by side with Xianxia. He glanced at the ribbon in astonishment, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. His eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this ribbon was no ordinary artifact. It was definitely not comparable to the artifacts he had seen before. He coveted it very much in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "I'll let you keep it for a while." After a while, this artifact will belong to the Yin family. At this moment, the cries for help all around had subsided. It had only been 10 breaths since the starship was damaged. None of the hundreds of Yin family disciples who came to pilot the starship had survived. From beginning to end, Yama didn't react at all, as if the people who died weren't from the Yin family, but strangers. Xianxia's heart trembled. She increasingly felt that this person was cruel and merciless. She had killed and set fires many times, but it was impossible for her to be as heartless as him. In the endless void, it was impossible to distinguish between north and south. Looking around, it was filled with colorful lights. It was the first time Yama and Xianxia had experienced such a situation. so they quickly forgot about it and appreciated the strangeness of their surroundings. Kai walked to the front, but there was still no fluctuation of world energy on his body. The terrifying pressure directly acted on his body, but it couldn't make him frown. The entire world was extremely quiet, and everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. Yama felt that something was wrong because the journey was extremely peaceful. They didn't encounter any dangers or sudden situations. 500 years ago, the patriarch set off for the ancestral territory. The world didn't know if he had succeeded, but Yama knew that the patriarch had successfully arrived at the ancestral territory. This was because 3 months after the patriarch set off, the Yin family used the secret technique left behind by the patriarch to contact him. At that time, the patriarch described his experience in detail when he entered the ancestral territory, especially when passing through the multicolored space. According to the ancestor, this place was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. In this world that seemed extremely beautiful, there were many dangers hidden that ordinary people could not discover. Yama was fully prepared. He was vigilant at all times, afraid that danger would suddenly befall him. However, from the beginning to the end, everything was calm and peaceful. It was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. There was no danger at all. The patriarch couldn't have lied to him. So, the only explanation was that either the three of them had heaven-defying luck, or the leader had avoided many dangers in advance. Yama hoped that it was the former, because if it was the latter, then this person was too terrifying. Perhaps the Yin family's deployment was not the right choice. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. There was no reference around, so no one knew how far they had walked. Yama's artifact armor had dimmed, obviously having lost much of its spirituality. However, he was prepared for this and immediately put on a new set of artifact armor. Xianxia also consumed a lot of energy. Her ribbon artifact required her to use her Saint Qi to maintain its defense. With her third-order origin king cultivation, it was already difficult for her to control a Dao source-grade artifact, so it was impossible for her to maintain it for long. Taking out a spirit pill from her space ring and swallowing it, her tender body suddenly shook. She felt a warm current spread from her lower abdomen to her limbs and bones. Her Saint Qi, which was about to be exhausted, was greatly replenished at this moment. What's more, the medicinal efficacies were endless. She didn't even have time to refine and absorb them, wasting a lot of them. Master's actions are really good. It was absolutely impossible for such an excellent spirit pill to appear in the star territory. She didn't even know what this spirit pill was called, only that Kai had given it to her along with the source condensing pill a few days ago. Time passed by, and no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would eventually grow tired of it. The three of them were like travelers walking in a lonely desert, not knowing where the road ahead was. Yama's expression of expectation was replaced by depression, and Xianxia was also a little anxious. Only Kai's expression remained unchanged, and even his pace did not change. At a certain moment, Kai suddenly raised his brow and turned to Xianxia. "We're here." Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before she was overjoyed. Yama also looked up abruptly and saw that there seemed to be some unique scenery in the distance. His artifact armor was gone, and the one he was wearing was the last set. If he could not reach the ancestral territory, he could only thicken his skin and ask Kai for protection. Fortunately, the goal was right in front of them, so their persistence had not been in vain. The three of them accelerated their pace at the same time. After a full day, a 5-colored whirlpool appeared in front of the three of them. This whirlpool was in an extremely strange state of stillness. The three of them stood in front of this whirlpool, as tiny as 3 specks of dust, insignificant. Yama's lips trembled with excitement as he stared at the vortex, as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the scenery on the other side. Xianxia's eyes also flashed with a strange light. If it were 3 months ago, she would never have imagined that she would have such a day. In the ancestral territory, it seemed that as long as she took a single step forward, she would be able to reach it. This was the dream of many people, but now it was within reach. The two of them turned to look at Yang Kai and were surprised to find that Yang Kai had closed his eyes and was standing there quietly. No one dared to disturb him. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." Taking a step forward, he stepped directly into the still five-colored vortex. Yama and Xianxia were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. A feeling of weightlessness instantly shrouded them. Feeling dizzy and shocked, they heard a burst of noise. Xianxia and Yama tried to listen, but their ears were buzzing and they couldn't hear what those voices were saying. Only Yang Kai was looking around with a dumbfounded expression. The ancestral territory was a magical place. On the way here, he had imagined what kind of place the ancestral territory was, but after arriving here, he found that it was a little different from what he had imagined. It was not that he was disappointed, but the scene in front of him felt something was wrong. Here they come. Here they come. More people are coming. What? This time there are 3 people. Which star territory are they from? These 3 people my Beyond the Heavens sect wants one. Surname Blue, why don't you go? You said you want it, but first ask whether this brother agrees or not. So what if he agrees? So what if he doesn't? Do you want to fight with me? Come, who is afraid of who? No matter what you think, my Xing Luo Mountain also wants one. The last one is mine, Sacred Yufeng. Are you joking? I am very serious. Fuck your mother. Why are you cursing? It seemed that because of the appearance of Yang Kai and the other 2 people, the scene suddenly went out of control, and Yang Kai was stunned. Shut up. All of you, don't make a scene. Don't let others look down on us. Don't you know the rules? First ask where they come from. An old man with a sallow face suddenly opened his mouth. This old man seemed to have some prestige. His body was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He held a pipe in his hand, and some sparks were coming out of it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Yang Kai and the others anxiously. It turned out that he had been waiting here all along. She did not know what method the Yin family had used to contact Yin Renhao, but it was impossible for Yin Renhao to wait here for no reason. Obviously, after they left Tai E-Star, someone from the Yin family had sent a message to the ancestral territory. Yin Renhao had deliberately waited here to welcome the arrival of Yin Luo. This is bad. The master's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, and he did not fear the Yin family of Tai E-Star. But could he defeat Yin Renhao? What's more, Yin Renhao seemed to have 2 helpers around him. The woman was only a 3rd-order origin king, so Yang Kai could probably deal with her, but the young man gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yin Renhao. Could the master be his opponent? In an instant, Xianxia thought of many things and glanced at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. But seeing his calm face without the slightest anxiety, she could not help but be taken aback. Good. On the other side, Yin Renhao laughed heartily as he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to lift Yin Luo up. Looking him up and down, he patted him on the shoulder and showed a look of approval. Good. Yin Renhao was naturally happy that a descendant of the Yin family had come here. Before him, no one from the Yin family had successfully reached the ancestral territory. In this world, although his strength had greatly improved, his life was far less carefree than it was on the Wuxia Star territory. The arrival of Yin Luo could be said to be a pleasant surprise. In the future, if the 2 worked together, it was not impossible for the Yin family's prestige to extend to the ancestral territory. Old ancestor as well. Yin Luo can rest assured. Yin Luo said excitedly, Old ancestor, your cultivation. Yin Renhao laughed and waved his hand. Let's not talk about cultivation for now. Come, let me introduce you to a master. Grabbing his arm, he brought Yin Luo to the young man and introduced, This is my brother from the Azure Sea Palace, Duan Yuki. You can call him Martial Uncle Duan Yuki. Azure Sea Palace. Yin Luo's eyes flashed as he heard the introduction. Although the Yin family could contact the old ancestor, they could not communicate for too long. They only contacted once 500 years ago, so the Yin family had no idea how Yin Renhao was doing in the ancestral territory. Suddenly hearing the introduction of the old ancestor, Yin Luo immediately understood that his old ancestor must have joined this force called Azure Sea Palace in the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking at the old ancestor's attitude towards Duan Muki, he seemed to be somewhat respectful. Yin Luo was not young, and he definitely looked much older than Duan Muki. However, for a cultivator in the world, those who were stronger were the seniors. Since his cultivation was inferior, he could only lower his posture. However, he had to find a way to get them to the Azure Sea Palace first. Yin Luo also smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please. Yin Luo can come to the ancestral territory because of Brother Yang's care. Please give me a chance to repay you." There was no need for him to be humble and careful anymore. His own ancestor was standing behind him, and there was also martial Uncle Duanmu. Why would he be afraid of Yang Kai? In his opinion, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than his ancestor in Duanmu Qi. Previously, he bullied the Yin family because of his power. Now that the tables had turned, it was time for him to taste the feeling of being bullied. Xianxia's face was gloomy, and she stared at Yin Luo with some anger. Although the Yin family's matter was within Yang Kai's calculations, it was ultimately the Yin family's own fault. If the Yin family had agreed to her initial suggestion, she believed that Yang Kai would not treat the Yin family badly. He would definitely compensate them handsomely. Unfortunately, the Yin family was blindly arrogant and sought their own death. How could they blame others? Moreover, Yang Kai clearly had the power to wipe out the Yin family, but he did not bully the weak. But in the end, he still fell into the Yin family's trap. Now that Yin Luo had achieved his goal, he revealed such a despicable side. Xianxia felt ashamed. Chapter 3101. Brother Yang, come with me to Blue Sea Palace. With the help of my Yin family's old ancestor, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yin Luo warmly invited. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yin, but I have no intention of joining Blue Sea Palace. Farewell, we will not meet again. Duan Muqi, who was whispering to Shun Kuling, heard this and his eyes darkened. He didn't care about Yang Kai at all. He came with Yin Luo this time only because he had some friendship with him. As for the Yin family's grudge with this young man, he didn't care. But he didn't expect this young man to refuse to join Blue Sea Palace, and there was no respect in his words. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Boy, my Blue Sea Palace can be considered a good force in the ancestral territory. Ordinary cultivators may not necessarily have the means to join. Since you have been given the opportunity, you must cherish it. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future." Yang Kai didn't say much and just slowly shook his head. Duan Muqi's face darkened even more as he snorted. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." A country bumpkin from the Lower Star territory actually dared to be so arrogant. He released his Dao Source Realm aura to pressure Yang Kai. Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Duan Muqi was just from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of the Emperor Realm. If he really unsealed his cultivation, wouldn't he scare everyone here to death? Duan Muqi, what are you doing? Another Dao Source Realm aura suddenly spread out and collided silently with Duan Muqi before disappearing. It was a burly man with bulging muscles. He had a rough appearance, and his cultivation was equal to Duan Muqi's, so he wasn't afraid of him. Don't you know the rules? You're trying to steal him. Yes, this friend has already said that he doesn't want to join Blue Sea Palace. Why are you still so chatty? Have some face. Don't let others look down on people from our ancestral territory. Come on, young man, don't be afraid. It's a wise choice not to join Songhai Palace. What's so good about Songhai Palace? It's better to join our sacred Upeak. You'll have a bright future and great benefits. Come to my 9 Stars Temple. As long as your aptitude is high enough, I guarantee that you will be able to reach the Tao Source realm within 10 years. Hee, little brother, do you want to consider the Yin-Yang sect? As long as you enter the sect, you can bring any senior sister or junior sister back home. Moreover, the girl behind you has a face like a peach blossom. If I'm not wrong, it's the human face peach blossom physique. She's very suitable for cultivating the secret skill of the Yin-Yang sect. Xianxia was dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the group of Origin Kings enthusiastically sending invitations to Yang Kai or Yang Kai and herself. Were they all above the Origin King realm? Where's your modesty? Where is your magnanimity? Xianxia felt like she was a tycoon who had accidentally stumbled into a wet market with a huge sum of money in her hands, attracting the warm reception of countless people. What was going on? Why was this happening? Something must be wrong. In just a short while, almost all the Origin Kings present had opened their mouths and sent out invitations. At a rough count, there were no less than a dozen. An old man smoking a pipe stepped forward. Instead of greeting Yang Kai, he went directly to Xianxia's side and stuffed something into her hand with a serious expression, whispering, "Join my longevity pavilion. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get anything you want." This old man seemed to want to take the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. He believed that as long as Xianxia took the source condensing pill, she would definitely change her mind. "See you later," Yang Kai said and walked out with Xianxia. Xianxia summoned a flight-type artifact and stepped on it with Yang Kai, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The group of people left behind sighed in vain. Yin Luo almost looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, and there was no door to hell. You could have chosen any force to join and left this place safely, but you just had to walk into a dead end. Wasn't it obvious that you wanted to let me get what I wanted? How could I easily miss such a good opportunity? Looking at the Yin family's old ancestor, how could they not see through each other's thoughts? Yin Renhao said, "Brother Duanmu, this matter is over. Let's go back to Shanghai Palace." "All right." Duanmu Qi nodded pretentiously, then threw out a small boat. The boat grew in the wind and soon became the size of 5 or 6 people. The 4 people from Shanghai Palace boarded the boat and rose into the air, chasing in the direction Yang Kai had left without the slightest concealment. "This kid, he's really looking for death. I think there's something wrong with his head." No. Which guy from the territory of the lower plains isn't arrogant? Which one of them isn't a tyrant in their own territory? Now that he's suddenly asked to join a force and be under someone, I'm afraid he won't be too happy. To be able to cultivate until now, there's nothing wrong with his head. It's just that he thinks too highly of himself. I'm afraid he'll have to suffer a lot before he can recognize reality. These words couldn't help but resonate. Many of them have been like this. So how could they not know the importance of a change in mentality? Being a tyrant in the territory of the lower plains was nothing, but being able to stand tall in the ancestral territory was true ability. It seemed that this kid wouldn't have the chance to live to see tomorrow's sun. It's just a pity for that girl. The woman from Yin-Yang sect sighed slightly. She wasn't exaggerating before. Xianxia had a charming face and was indeed very suitable to cultivate their Yin-Yang sect's secret technique. It was just that she didn't have the time to promise any benefits, nor did she have the time to show Xianxia the strength and heritage of Yin-Yang sect. But for a person who was about to die, she didn't care much. The scenery around them quickly passed by. Yang Kai and Xianxia flew while leading the way to the ancestral territory. The world energy here was indeed better than the star territory, but it was much worse than the star boundary. It was a level between the two. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that the world principles here weren't as strong as those in the star boundary. In other words, in the ancestral territory, the Tao Source realm was probably the peak. It was probably more difficult than ascending to the heavens to give birth to the Emperor realm. If it weren't for the previous incident, Xianxia would definitely be happy to enjoy this dazzling scenery. But after that incident, how could she be in the mood to enjoy it? There was obviously an aura following behind them, like a maggot in their bones that they couldn't get rid of. Needless to say, it was definitely the people from Azure Sea Palace and the Yin family. There were several times when she wanted to ask Yang Kai what his plan was, but she swallowed the words back down. She comforted herself in her heart that there was nothing to be afraid of. Since Yang Kai was so confident, he definitely had a way to deal with those people. The cultivator who came from the star territory is all talented and intelligent. They are one in a million existences. These people have extremely bright futures. That's why those people in the ancestral territory are guarding there or trying their best to invite us to join. If she were in his shoes, she probably wouldn't have been able to avoid this move. Her beautiful face turned pale as she urged her star shuttle to take Yang Kai away. She dodged, but Yang Kai stood in place. Asterisk, dang. Asterisk, the sound of metal colliding rang out, crisp and pleasant. The ruthless look on Yin Runhao's face instantly stiffened and turned into shock as he stared in disbelief. His attack had hit the target without any deviation. However, the expected scene of the skull exploding and brain matter splattering did not appear. The sensation from his hand did not feel like he had grabbed a person's head. Instead, it felt like he had grabbed onto an extremely sturdy metal, leaving only a few white marks on the other party's head. What kind of head is this? How can it be so hard? Not daring to neglect, Yin Runhao spat out a burst of sourced qi from his palm. Kai Yang's head jerked backwards, then bounced back like a roly-poly toy, his eyes filled with ridicule as he stared at Yin Runhao, who was standing right in front of him. Yin Runhao's heart sank as he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, a strange force came from his wrist, and with a series of cracking sounds, the bones in his wrist were shattered. I'm not his opponent. I'm absolutely not his opponent. Did this person really come from the territory of Limitless Star? How could there be such a monster in the territory of Limitless Star? Yin Runhao was scared out of his wits, spitting out a ray of light that turned into a small sword. But instead of attacking Yang Kai, he wrapped it around his wrist. His wrist was separated and blood gushed out, but he took the opportunity to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. A hero severing his wrist. What kind of determination? But he knew that if he didn't do so, he wouldn't be far from death. The reason he could cultivate to this point was not only because of his talent and luck, but also because of his keen intuition. Seeing Yang Kai step through the air, not willing to let him go, and even faster than him, Yin Runhao was shocked, retreating while shouting, "Friend, please stop. I think there is some misunderstanding today. It must be my Yin family's descendants who have eyes but fail to see, offending you first. This Yin Runhao wants to thank this friend for punishing them and teaching them how to behave. I haven't asked for this friend's name yet." His words were spoken quickly and clearly, and he probably didn't have a chance to say anything else. Go to hell. I gave you a chance, and since you don't know how to cherish it, then go to hell and regret it. A punch was thrown, simple and unadorned, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual qi. Yin Runhao, who bore the brunt of the attack, was pale, shouting, "Brother Duanmu, save me." As soon as his voice fell, he was hit by the fist, and without a sound, he exploded into a bloody flower, blooming in the air, and could be seen clearly from 10 miles away. It was extremely beautiful. Chapter 3104. Xianxia suppressed the displeasure in her heart and said, "If someone can give this mistress some clues about the Hung Luo star field, this mistress will definitely thank you." The burly man smiled and asked, "What kind of thanks?" He was just a third-order origin king who had broken through not long ago. So what kind of good things could he possibly offer? If he was willing to repay her with his body it would definitely attract a lot of people to inquire about the Hung Luo starfield for her. At the very least, the burly man himself was extremely willing, otherwise he would not have deliberately taken liberties with her just now. Xianxia smiled and took out an item. This is the thank you gift. It was a round mirror that looked quite ordinary at first glance, as if it was used by a woman for dressing up. It was simple and unadorned and looked quite old, but when Xianxia poured a little of her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light immediately flashed, and at the same time, an astonishing energy fluctuation burst out from the mirror. Pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to this mirror, filled with greed and covetousness. A Dao Source Grade artifact, and it was a Dao Source Grade mid-rank. No, a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact. Although they didn't know what kind of divine might this round mirror possessed, its grade couldn't be ignored. The Dao Source Realm cultivators present were all First Order, and even if they had Dao Source Grade artifacts, they would only be low rank. There wasn't even a single mid-rank artifact, so how could they have ever seen a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact? Such a treasure. Not to mention them, even the various sect masters and sect masters did not have one. Only the most powerful sects in the ancestral territory had a few such artifacts, and all of them were sect-hallowed treasures. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk a series of gulping sounds rang out. Since ancient times, wealth and silk moved people's hearts. For those on the martial Dao, good pills and high-grade artifacts were indescribably attractive. Any one of these could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to leap through the Dragon Gate. I know about the Hung Luo Starfield. Let me take a look at this treasure mirror first, and if it's not bad, I'll tell you the information you need. It was still the burly man who spoke. As he spoke, he had already leapt upwards, his Dao Source Realm aura pressing down on Xianxia as he stretched out his hand to grab the mirror. Obviously, he was preparing to snatch it. The remaining Dao Source Realm masters were startled and secretly cursed. Everyone had been here for a long time and had a deep understanding of each other's temperament. This burly man was unscrupulous and unreasonable. If this treasure was really snatched by him, it would be difficult for them to spit it back out. In an instant, all figures soared into the sky and rushed towards Xianxia, each of them aiming for the treasure mirror. Xianxia let out a long sigh as she looked pitifully at the crowd that was rushing towards her. A third-order Origin King facing so many Dao Source Realm Masters. Not only was he not surprised, he even showed such an expression. Many people were surprised to see this, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Before the fist arrived, the burly man's expression changed greatly. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, the fist hit his face. Like a watermelon being cracked open, red and white splattered everywhere. The headless corpse was sent flying by inertia for some distance before falling to the ground and smashing into the swamp, splashing water everywhere. Gasps rang out as the 7 or 8 figures who were rushing towards Xianxia came to a stop, standing stiffly in midair, their blood almost freezing as they gulped with difficulty. Of course, the premise was that the cultivator from the Hung Luo star field had to come from this entrance. Kai Yang. Everyone silently engraved this name into their minds, because perhaps this was their own opportunity. At the same time, they secretly guessed that this Yang Kai's background was not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave behind his name after killing someone. Obviously, he was not afraid of the force behind the burly man seeking revenge. And, judging from the strength he showed just now, his cultivation was also unfathomable. If someone really wanted to seek revenge, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The star shuttle turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. One star path entrance after another was searched, leaving behind the same instructions and requests. Many greedy people were killed, but more people remembered the name Yang Kai, the 3-year promise, and Azure Dragon City. Time flew by, and half a year passed. During this time, Yang Kai and Xianxia were constantly running around the various star path entrances, tirelessly. Xianxia also knew that this matter was very important to Yang Kai, so she was very diligent in her work. She spent most of her days either rushing around or cultivating without complaint. Although she had been in the ancestral territory for half a year, she had not even experienced the various wonders of the ancestral territory. She spent all her time rushing around and searching for people. Master, we're almost at the next entrance. The star path chart in his hand played a crucial role. Without it, searching in this vast ancestral territory would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, he looked at a little girl about 7 or 8 years old with a strange expression. One day, half a month ago, Xianxia woke up from her meditation and was startled when she turned around, because there was actually another person on her star shuttle, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was extremely cute. Her eyes were clear and flawless, like a clear spring. Listening to what Yang Kai said, this little girl seemed to be called Lu Yin. However, she did not notice how Lu Yin appeared on her star shuttle at all. This little girl was just as strange as Yang Kai. There was not the slightest fluctuation of world energy around her, as if she had never cultivated before. However, when facing this little girl, Xianxia felt a huge pressure, one that was not much worse than when she faced Yang Kai. Does this little girl possess strength comparable to the master? Xianxia could not believe this thought. Although a cultivator's age was extremely vague after they cultivated, she was still just a little girl, so how strong could she be? She had asked Yang Kai where Lu Yin had come from. Yang Kai casually said that he had picked her up, which made Xianxia dumbfounded. Moreover, Lu Yin's way of addressing her master puzzled her. She called him master without any pretense, which made Xianxia wonder if Yang Kai had some kind of special fetish. Otherwise, how could he not be tempted by her at all? At this moment, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on his star shuttle, while Lu Yin was leaning on his chest, playing with her long, soft hair, looking bored. Yang Kai yawned and said, "In." Suddenly, he turned his head and looked not far away, grinning. "It's so lively." Lu Yin immediately said, "Let's go and have a look." "What's there to see? It's just a bunch of ants fighting." "What's there to see? Business is more important." Lu Yin pouted. Okay, let's go and have a look." Yang Kai helplessly pinched her cheek. Lu Yin smiled. The retreat on Spirit Beast Island had changed her personality greatly. It was as if she was really a child now. Phoenix Nirvana, perhaps it was because of her inheritance. Without needing any instructions, Xianxia changed direction and rushed to the side, at the same time using a secret technique to hide her whereabouts and aura. It was indeed very lively down below. Several hundred people were using their own movement skills as they flew forward at lightning speed. The few people in the lead were all Dao Source Realm Masters, the most powerful of which was actually a third-order Dao Source Realm Master. In addition, there were no less than 5 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters. Xianxia felt an extremely strong pressure from these people. Her little concealment method could not escape the perception of these people at all. Their gazes swept over, but they did not pay much attention to her. Obviously, they had important matters to attend to. Chapter 3105. Xianxia was under immense pressure, but since Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only grit her teeth and chase after him. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame. After galloping for half a day, they finally stopped in front of a lonely peak. The peak was 1,000 meters high, with a bamboo house at the top and a bamboo forest all around. It was a picturesque scene. The arrival of hundreds of cultivators added a solemn atmosphere to this place. These cultivators were obviously all from the same sect. They moved in a very orderly manner, and after arriving, they immediately spread out and surrounded the lonely peak. Xianxia glanced at them and couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that the arrangement of these people seemed to form the embryonic form of a large formation. She really didn't know who they were going to deal with. What kind of expert in this world was worthy of such a large formation? She could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Glancing at Yang Kai, she saw that Xianxia was still lying on his star shuttle with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about the big battle below at all. She had forgotten that the master she followed was also an unfathomable person. She was afraid that he really didn't care about the people below. Calming down a little, she also began to watch the show with great interest. It's just an ordinary revenge. There's nothing to see. Xianxia pulled Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan let him be and looked down with great interest, whispering softly, "The Phoenix clan has a secret technique that has the effect of prophecy. Just now, I had an inexplicable impulse and felt that Master's matter might happen today." Xianxia couldn't help but sit up straight and look at her in surprise. "Is that true?" Lu Yan said, "There's nothing to lose. Let's just watch." Xianxia nodded lightly and quietly released his divine sense, sweeping it over the lonely peak. Unexpectedly, his divine sense was blocked in front of the bamboo house and couldn't advance any further. His expression suddenly became a little strange. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion took a step forward in the air. This old man was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. There were a few age spots on his old face, as if he was about to die, but his eyes shone with a frightening light. He stared at the bamboo house and shouted, "How dare you come to my wild dragon pavilion and steal my sect-guarding treasure? Today, this place will be your burial ground." Wild Dragon Pavilion. Xianxia was surprised. It had been half a year since she came to the ancestral territory. Although she had been traveling under Xianxia's orders, she was not as ignorant as she was in the beginning. She had also heard of the great name of the Wild Dragon Pavilion. It was one of the few great powers in the entire ancestral realm. No wonder there's a third-order Dao Source Realm Master guarding this place. No wonder they were able to dispatch so many elites. It was Wild Dragon Pavilion. In the ancestral region, it was not that there were no forces that could suppress the Wild Dragon Pavilion, but there were definitely not many. Just who was it that was so daring as to steal the sect-guarding treasure from the Wild Dragon Pavilion? What made Xianxia feel even more inconceivable was that this person actually succeeded and escaped. How much ability and courage was required to do this? For a moment, Xianxia was curious about the person hiding in the bamboo house. Sneaky scoundrel, get the hell out here for this old man. Gongyang, she was extremely angry. The sect-guarding treasure of the Wild Dragon Pavilion had been stolen, and there was no sign of it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the thief didn't deliberately hide his tracks, they wouldn't have been able to track him to this place. He simply didn't put himself and the Wild Dragon Pavilion in his eyes. He wanted to see who in the ancestral territory was so daring as to touch the tigers, but, "Get out here!" The heroes of the Wild Dragon Pavilion shouted angrily. A person's voice came out from the bamboo house. "I'm only taking back my own things. How can I steal them?" "You trash. Be careful with your words. I am in a good mood today and don't have much killing intent. Quickly run for your lives." Gongyang, she was so angry that he laughed, boasting shamelessly. Who was this guy? His tone was higher than the heavens. Did he really take himself seriously? Wild Dragon Pavilion had stood tall in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years and had a powerful inheritance. He also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm. So when had he ever been afraid of others? What's more, what this person said was simply nonsense. The sect-guarding treasure was a treasure passed down from the first-generation ancestral founder, and it had been passed down for more than 30 generations. After tens of thousands of years, how could it possibly belong to someone else? Master, Xianxia was also surprised by this person's arrogance, but then she suddenly saw Xianxia stand up from his star shuttle. His calm expression, which had not changed even in the face of a landslide, suddenly became solemn as he stared at the bamboo house, as if he was facing a great enemy. What's going on? Xianxia was full of suspicion. She couldn't estimate how powerful Xianxia was, because ever since she followed him, she had never seen him use his true strength. All those he killed, whether they were Origin Kings or Dao Source Realms, were basically killed in a single blow. Facing an enemy he could kill in a single blow, how could he use his full strength? Xianxia guessed that Yang Kai's cultivation was most likely in the third-order Dao source realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those from the first-order Dao source realm, like chickens and dogs. With such a cultivation, even in the entire ancestral territory, he was a peak existence. No matter where he went, no matter who he faced, he had full confidence. Why would such a master show such an expression as if he was facing a great enemy? Who was the person in the bamboo house? Master. Luyan also noticed the abnormality and looked up at him. Yang Kai swallowed hard, reached out and touched her head, and said with difficulty, "It seems that you were right. I'm afraid what I asked for will really happen today." Luyan's whim had really lit a beacon for him, but this beacon was too dazzling, and he didn't know if it would burn his eyes. "Little friend has also come here. It's really a small world." The voice from the bamboo house came again. Kaiyang took a deep breath. Originally, he was only 30% suspicious and 70% surprised, but after hearing this, he was now certain that his guess was correct. Hand over your life. Gong Yang, Shi's origin, Shi suddenly became restless, his beard and hair went crazy. His figure leaped, and like an angry ram, he pounced towards the wooden house. His aura was brilliant, and his aura was monstrous. There was no reaction from inside the house. Gong Yang, Shi's vigilance didn't work in the slightest. He pounced straight to the front of the wooden house, raised his hand, and slapped towards the bamboo house. "Hiding and making a fool of yourself. Get the hell out here." Asterisk creak. Asterisk the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened wide, and a gust of wind swept out from inside. Gong Yang, Shi's eyes narrowed, and a trace of unconcealable shock suddenly appeared on his face. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the hundreds of elites of the Wild Dragon Pavilion, he plunged into the bamboo house. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the door closed, but there was no movement from inside. There wasn't even any trace of a battle. It was so quiet that it was as if the world had just opened, the origin of chaos. Everyone's eyes widened. Everyone held their breaths and pricked up their ears. However, the scene was strangely quiet. This silence caused everyone to feel a strong sense of horror in their hearts. In an instant, the bamboo house was like an ancient beast that swallowed Gong Yang Shi into its stomach. He couldn't help but feel that before he could even throw a punch, others would use cotton to block his eyes. It was better for everyone to shed all pretense of cordiality and ruthlessly kill each other, no matter who lived or died. "You become a vegetarian?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "What?" Wukong was puzzled. Why didn't those people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion swallow them? To be honest, he was also extremely surprised just now. It was simply unbelievable that the group of people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion were able to leave safely. It was not just smoke rising from the ancestral grave. It was simply spitting fire. Wukong was definitely not a vegetarian. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was his innate technique, and he had just swallowed a dragon on the Dragon Island half a year ago. What's the point of eating something that can only be stuffed between my teeth? Yang Kai nodded in agreement and said, "Then why did you come to the ancestral territory? Your initial plan to go to the Dragon Island was to come here?" Wukong said, "To take some things left here to prepare for the future." "In the future?" Yang Kai frowned. "We'll talk about the future in the future." When the tea was ready, Wukong took a cup and slowly tasted it. Yang Kai took a look. He didn't even have a teacup. He directly picked up the teapot and took a big sip, then said, "You didn't eat those people, not because you didn't want to, but because you couldn't, right?" Wukong's hands paused, his eyes flickered. He stared at Yang Kai. "What do you mean by that? In this world, was there anything he couldn't do? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Furthermore, you're still in the critical period of recovery. Didn't you hide in the lower plane just to devour more energy?" And then, Wukong looked at him with a smile. He didn't say whether he was right or wrong. Yang Kai said, "Senior Duan definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. He must have interfered with you." As he said this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, his body slightly leaned back, and seriously looked at Wukong. In that instant, an incredible thought popped into his mind. Wukong's smile didn't fade. Yang Kai's whole body shook. He hesitated. Senior, Duan? Wukong's smile turned into a bitter smile. Yang Kai didn't dare to believe. Is it really Senior Duan? Wukong suddenly laughed. Old Duan, I told you, you can't learn this deity's suaveness. It's really like trying to draw a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Then he said in a deep voice, You shut up. Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. If it could be said that he only had doubts before, then now he was sure that the one who had been talking to him since he entered the room wasn't Wukong, but Duan Hongchun. His face suddenly sank. He asked, Senior Duan, what's going on? He always thought that Duan Hongchun was suppressed by Wukong. Otherwise, why would he go to the Dragon Island to slay dragons? Then he hid in the territory of this lower plane, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Duan Hongchun wasn't completely suppressed. He still had some freedom. Even from the dialogue between Wukong and Duan Hongchun, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be that bad. No matter what evil things Wukong did, Yang Kai wouldn't think it was too much. But if those evil things involved Duan Hongchun, then the situation was completely different. Duan Hongchun obviously knew what Yang Kai was angry about. He sighed and said, I was also only freed after he came here. I didn't mean to hide what happened before. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Duan Hongchun was really in cahoots with Wukong, then it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, sometimes fierce, sometimes malicious, Duan Hongchun said, Don't get any wrong ideas. Even if you and I join hands now, we still can't kill him. It was also his intention for me to come out for a breath of fresh air. If he really suppressed me with all his strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Yang Kai was depressed. Only then did he let go of the thought in his heart. He said helplessly, Then what should we do? Duan Hongchun said, Let nature take its course, but since we are fated to meet today, this old man has something to ask of you. Yang Kai said seriously, Senior, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. Duan Hongchun said, If you return to the astral boundary, there will definitely be people who will ask you about Wukong's whereabouts. Please don't tell anyone. Yang Kai asked curiously, Why is that? He felt that Duan Hongchun's attitude towards Wukong had changed a lot after this meeting. It was no longer as tit-for-tat as before. It even seemed that there was a hint of compromise. Why? Why was this? What kind of communication did the two great emperors have between them? What kind of agreement did they reach? It actually made Duan Hongchun intentionally help Wukong hide their whereabouts. Was this the hush money? But wasn't the price a little too high? It was conceivable that the embodiment who had received these essences and cultivation experience would have a smooth road in the future. Perhaps it could reach the height of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or even surpass it. After all, it was a stone mongoose, and it had devoured the original power of the stone fire. Its starting point was much higher than Wukong's. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai's suspicion and shock, Wukong chuckled and said, Perhaps one day, we can all turn enemies into friends. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai scolded, but his tone softened a lot. He couldn't help it. After all, he was not a shameless person. He had just received such a big benefit from him. So how could he have the nerve to throw a tantrum at him? However, the so-called turning enemies into friends was probably not possible. Wukong was hated by everyone in the astral world. As long as he didn't leave Duan Hongchun's body, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to turn enemies into friends. Although there was no eternal enemy in the face of benefits, Wukong's various actions had long gone beyond the scope of benefits. Yang Kai's brain was damaged if he became friends with him. Nothing is absolute. We might as well wait 100 years, or even 1,000 years, and then we'll see. Wukong didn't care. Yang Kai withdrew his Dharmakaya and grinned. That's if you can live until then. His eyes wandered around his neck with evil intentions, as if he was considering where to start. His expression changed and suddenly became extremely serious. Wukong, since you have the idea of changing your appearance, I'm willing to give you a chance to put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Wukong smiled and said, "What's the matter? Let's hear it." Xianxia said, "I want to go back to my homeland, but I can't find the way. You're familiar with this aspect. So tell me, how can I go back to my territory?" This was the reason why he still barged in, even though he knew Wukong was here. This guy had caused chaos in the territory of countless planets in the past, so he obviously knew this very well. Getting some guidance from him would definitely be better than searching aimlessly. "Which territory did you come from?" Wukong asked. "Hung Luo Star Field." Wukong heard this and shook his head. I've never heard of it. He had been to countless star regions, but he didn't have the time to deliberately find out the names of those star regions. To him, all the star regions in the lower planes were just sources of energy to replenish his strength. Xianxia couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. If Wukong had really been to Hung Luo Star Field, then there wouldn't be any Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, or Sword Union in that territory. They would have long been stored in his stomach. Chapter 3108. Of course, if he didn't want his territory to be destroyed too badly, it was best not to show too much strength. Only a guy like Wukong, whose purpose was to devour, would be so unscrupulous. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Yin was sitting on a star shuttle, waiting with her hands cupped around her delicate cheeks, the reflection of a lonely peak in her clear eyes. "Were you really picked up by Master?" Xianxia stretched out her hand and patted her head. This kind of delicate little girl was always lovable. Her soft long hair made people unable to part with it. Even if they played with it for a day and a night, they would not get tired of it. Yes, to some extent, it was not wrong to pick her up. If she hadn't met Xianxia, she would probably still be an artifact spirit trapped in a furnace. Now that she had her own body and the inheritance of the Phoenix true fire, she had a great opportunity. Who was Master meeting inside? Lu Yin shook her head. She didn't know who the person inside was, but she could feel that he was very strong. So strong that she and Xianxia together might not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, she looked up at Xianxia and asked, "Do you want to be Master's woman?" "What?" Xianxia blushed. Was this something a child should ask? He squatted down and asked earnestly, "Who taught you this?" Lu Yin said, "Then I'm afraid you don't have a chance. There are several mistresses in my family." She turned her head and looked forward. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked out. He stood in place and pondered for a long time while rubbing his chin. Then his figure flickered and he landed on the star shuttle. "Master, shall we continue?" Xianxia asked. "Let's go first." Xianxia waved his hand and sat down cross-legged on the star shuttle. Seeing Lu Yin looking at him eagerly, he helplessly pulled her into his arms. Only then did Lu Yin smile and sit down obediently. The star shuttle turned into a streak of light and soon disappeared. A voice came from inside the bamboo house. "This old master has been wise all his life, but he didn't expect that he would be colluding with you in the end. Humph! Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. When the day comes, you will know that you made the right choice." "I hope so." Peace returned, but there was no one in the bamboo house. "This way." A day later, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. There was a slightly excited look in his eyes. Vaguely, he grasped a faintly discernible trace, like a thread that could be broken at any time, like a flickering light in the wind and rain, transmitting an insignificant light. However, it was this extremely thin and almost imperceptible connection that allowed him to determine the direction he was heading in, the direction of his homeland. The star in his sea of consciousness was definitely the source of stars. It was impossible to refine it in one day, but Xianxia had tried many times to communicate with it, and he had finally gotten some results. As long as he followed this feeling, he would definitely be able to find his way home. It was like a kite flying high in the sky, but the end of the string was still in the hand of the kite flyer. One face after another flashed through his mind. Su Yin, Xian Ning Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu. Even many faces he had almost forgotten, but at this time, they all rushed to jump out of his mind, wanting to say something to him. Suddenly, an extremely complex emotion welled up in his heart, as if a warm current was flowing through his chest and into his heart. Lu Yin seemed to have sensed something and laid down in his arms, stretching out her small hand and placing it on his chest, feeling his violent heartbeat. The response from the star was still very faint and intermittent. So Yang Kai continued to give directions, while He Yunxiang urged the star shuttle to hurry along. A month later, in the wilderness, a gorgeous star path exit stretched across the sky, a few dozen meters high, with several thatched huts scattered nearby. Inside each hut, there was a cultivator meditating. Obviously, these people were the disciples of the various sects stationed here, waiting for someone to appear from the exit so they could win them over. In the ancestral territory, almost every star path entrance was like this. The sects in the ancestral territory seemed to be very fond of the cultivator who came from the lower star path territory, especially the cultivator who originally came from the lower star path territory. Many of them took the initiative to take on this task. As a result, if they encountered a cultivator who came from the same star path territory, they would have a great advantage in winning them over. However, some of the star path entrances were bustling with noise and excitement, while others were completely deserted. The main reason for this situation was that the star path entrances were connected to a large number of star paths. Some entrances were connected to more than a dozen star paths, while others were connected to only a few star paths naturally. The number of cultivator who came out from these entrances was different, so the importance they received was very different. The star path exit in front of him undoubtedly belonged to the latter, probably only connecting to a few star paths territory. What's more, the cultivator station here was rarely a Dao Source Realm Master, all of them Origin Kings, so it was obvious that this place was not very valued. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, this star path exit was the most beautiful thing in the world. Immersing himself in communicating with the star path again, Yang Kai found that the connection was indeed pointing towards the depths of the entrance. It's you. In the ancestral territory, there was actually a star path that was connected to the Hung Luo star field, a fact that really made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, when he left that year, he had never heard of any ancestral territory. In the entire Hung Luo star field, there were no rumors about this. The doors of several huts opened and some cultivator walked out, looking up at Yang Kai and the others. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "Where did this friend come from? Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. "Go about your business. I'm just passing by." The man frowned, quite displeased with Yang Kai's attitude, but did not say anything. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he probed towards the star path entrance. Although this entrance was definitely connected to the Hung Luo star field, it would take some effort to return his homeland through it. Others would probably need to break through the void with extremely strong power, but Yang Kai had the space divine technique. As long as he grasped a certain pattern, it should not be difficult for him to return. Chapter 3109. Chi Yu and AIO's experiences in the star boundary were still vivid in his mind, and Yang Kai knew exactly how much hardship and exhaustion they had suffered. Even Wu Dao, who was known as the strongest cultivator in the star territory, had fallen, let alone Su Yin, a lone woman. Deep in his heart, a voice kept roaring, "I want to see her. Immediately. Immediately." Longing overflowed like a tide, almost drowning Yang Kai's body and mind. "Master!" Lu Yin grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and the delicate touch brought Yang Kai back to his senses. He saw that the man who was being choked by him had his eyes rolled back, and his face was pale as if he would die in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly released him and threw him onto the star shuttle. A violent coughing sound came as the man half knelt, covering his throat with his hand, coughing so hard that tears almost came out. The eyelids of the cultivator below twitched. "I'm really sorry." Xianxia stretched out his big hand to the man, but he couldn't help but tremble a little. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could shake him to this extent, but inquiring about Su Yin in the ancestral territory was definitely one of them. This guy in front of him called Su Yin Senior Sister, which meant that Su Yin had joined the sect behind him after coming to the ancestral territory. In any case, bullying a junior brother was not something to be proud of, not to mention that Xianxia still had something to ask of him. After a while, the man took the opportunity to grab Xianxia's hand and stand up, but there was still a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at Xianxia timidly. He was also a third-order origin king, but he was like an ant in front of this young man, unable to resist at all. Obviously, the other party was not someone he could provoke. Xianxia's attitude changed so quickly that he felt that this guy was a bit temperamental, making him more and more afraid. This kind of strength and temper was extremely strange. How should I address this junior brother? Xianxia tried to calm his expression. The man swallowed his saliva and said, "Xianxia. So it's junior brother Xiang." Xianxia smiled and patted him on the shoulder, causing him to shrink back slightly. "Sorry for offending you just now. Junior brother, please don't take offense. And you just called Su Yin Senior Sister. Is she a disciple of your noble sect?" After a few simple questions and answers, Xianxia got some clues. Sure enough, as he had expected, after Su Yin arrived at the ancestral territory, she had joined the Red Cloud sect, the force behind Xianxia. Su Yin had also entered the ancestral territory through this star path entrance. However, at that time, it was not Xianxia who was there to receive her, but rather someone else from the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, Xianxia did not know the specifics. Only after Su Yin had joined the Red Cloud sect did he have some understanding of her. Su Yin had entered the Red Cloud sect for only a few years, but she had already gained a large number of fans. The number of senior brother and junior brother who fawned over her was innumerable. She had already become an influential figure in the Red Cloud sect. There were only a few such characters in each sect, but Su Yin, as a disciple who had come from the lower star territory, naturally received more attention. The news that she was from the Hung Luo star field spread like wildfire. Xianxia had also met Su Yin a few times, but he did not have the courage to speak to her. He only felt that the cold look on her face had a kind of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. If he approached her, he might get frostbite. Senior Sister Su's talent is extraordinary. After entering the sect for only 5 years, she has already advanced to the Tao Source realm. This kind of aptitude is really shameful. Xianxia sighed. Everyone wanted to eat swan meat, but most of them were toads crawling on the ground, drooling at the sight of a swan flying in the sky. If he really caused trouble in the sect, the only one who would suffer would be him. Stabilizing his mind, Xianxia picked up some things he knew and told him. Xianxia didn't know much about Su Yin. Although the Red Cloud sect wasn't one of the top sects in the ancestral territory, it could barely be considered a second-tier sect. There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and there were very few opportunities to interact with unfamiliar people. What he knew about Su Yin was mostly hearsay. However, regardless of whether this news was true or false, Xianxia listened with a smile, as if he had seen Su Yin's life with his own eyes. By the way, shortly after Senior Sister Su Yin entered the sect, she was received as a disciple by Elder Ruan. I heard that when Elder Ruan saw her, she lost her self-control and forced her to become a disciple. It was because of this matter that Senior Sister Su's name spread throughout the sect. That Elder Ruan, is he a man or a woman? She is a woman. Elder Ruan is the oldest and most senior elder in the sect. Xianxia always felt that when Xianxia asked that question, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking again, there was not even the slightest trace of it. He did not know whether it was his own misconception or not. Xianxia laughed and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Your Elder Ruan's eyesight is good. Huh, Xiang Fei smiled. Elder Ruan's temper is strange. We don't dare to approach the spirit peak where she lives. Although she's an elder of our Red Cloud sect, she doesn't seem to participate in the sect's affairs and has never accepted a disciple. That year, when news of her wanting to accept senior sister Su as a disciple spread, the entire sect was in an uproar. Through Xiang Fei's words, the image of an eccentric, temperamental, wrinkled elder Ruan appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was very grateful to this elder Ruan whom he had never met before. Su Yin had gone out and met Noble. Otherwise, with her appearance, even if she entered the Red Cloud sect, she would have been in constant trouble. There were many talented people, so how could she be able to break through to the Tao Source realm in just 5 years? It was likely that Elder Ruan's full support was indispensable. Just the source condensing pills needed to break through to the Tao Source realm was a huge number. Su Yin had just arrived, so how could she have collected so many pills? As they walked, Xiang Fei racked his brains and told Yang Kai everything he knew about Su Yin. However, Yang Kai still wasn't satisfied and kept asking questions, as if he was a starving man who wanted someone to draw a few pancakes in front of him. Xiang Fei was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend him. He could only feel sadness in his heart and silently cursed. What kind of person is this? He steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Senior sister Su has countless pursuers in the sect. He could see that this young man and senior sister Su Yin were familiar with each other and definitely had an interest in senior sister Su Yin. Before, when they talked about Su Yin, he deliberately didn't talk about her feelings, afraid of touching a nerve. But now there was nothing he could say, so he could only say this. You brought trouble to yourself, so don't blame me. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai just smiled, as if he didn't care. Even if Xiang Fei didn't say it, he could guess it. It would be strange if Su Yin didn't have a few pursuers, but in this world, how many people could enter her eyes? Those pursuers were not even worthy of being called rivals in Yang Kai's eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Fei continued. Others are fine, but senior sister Su is Elder Ruan's only disciple after all, so it's not good to pester her. Chapter 31:10. Red Cloud Mountain was a lush green forest with beautiful scenery. The rolling mountain range was filled with spirit beasts and birds, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Outside the mountain gate, the star shuttle landed and the disciples guarding the mountain immediately greeted it, looking at Xiang Fei in surprise. Brother Xiang, why are you back? And these are... Although Xiang Fei had no backing in the Red Cloud sect, nor was he favored by the elders, he was still a third-order origin king. So how could these disciples dare to be disrespectful? Xiang Fei hesitated for a while, not knowing how to explain himself. He had already violated the sect's rules by returning to the sect without permission. If he wanted to enter, he would have to explain the reason to these disciples and let them pass on his behalf. The disciples guarding the mountain looked at Xiang Fei suspiciously, not knowing what he was thinking. Find someone. Yang Kai was in a hurry to see Su Yin, so he didn't have time to waste here. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the disciples aside and stepped inside. Seeing this, Xiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. This is bad. He knew that things were going to get worse, but he didn't expect this guy to be so rude. If he had politely handed over a visiting card, it wasn't that he couldn't enter, but how could he just barge in like this? Now that he had made such a scene, Xiang Fei was afraid that he would be accused of colluding with an enemy. Escape? Or not? If he didn't escape, he would definitely be punished by the sect. But where could he escape to? Thinking about it, he could only grit his teeth and follow, begging bitterly, Brother, please wait. Xiang stepped in front of him and smiled slightly. There's nothing for you to do here. Take this bottle of spirit pills as a thank you gift. Throwing down a bottle of spirit pills, she also chased after Yang Kai. The few disciples guarding the mountain were stunned for a while before one of them immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a short while, the Red Cloud sect's alarm bell rang, resounding through the sky. Xiang Fei's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground, the bottle of spirit pills in his hand becoming extremely hot. Silhouettes flickered as streams of light rose from the Red Cloud sect and rushed towards the entrance of the sect from all directions. Xianxia soon encountered the first obstacle, the Mountain Guardian Array. Every sect had their own Mountain Guarding Array. Normally, it would not be fully activated, but it still had some protective and alert functions. If one did not have a special method, it would be impossible to pass through the array. If the Mountain Guarding Grand Formation were to be fully activated during battle, it would become a powerful protection. There was an invisible wall in front of him, and Xianxia had to stop. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, silhouettes appeared in the surroundings. Each and every one of them had an unkind expression as they looked at him. Although the Red Cloud sect was not a top force, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. This guy in front of them had forced his way up the mountain without prior notice. It was obvious that he did not put the Red Cloud sect's rules in his eyes. This was a great taboo for any sect, a sign of hostility. Halt! Tell me your name. A red-faced man stood in front of the crowd and shouted in a deep voice. This person had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source Realm. Obviously, he was a rare expert in the Red Cloud sect and held some important positions. He was probably an elder or home master or something like that. Xianxia frowned. It was not because the Mountain Guardian Array was blocking his way, nor was it because of the Red Cloud sect's large number of people. He did not sense anything. He did not sense Su Yan's aura in the Red Cloud sect. He and Su Yan had a fortuitous encounter in the past, obtaining the Yin-Yang Joyous Unification Art and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritance. Together, they were able to sense each other's existence as long as they were within a certain distance. This Red Cloud's mountain was only a few hundred kilometers long. If Su Yan was really here, there was no reason why he could not sense her. Since he did not sense her, it meant that Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect. Did he misunderstand? Could it be that the Su Yan in the Red Cloud sect was not the Su Yan he knew? Was it really just the same name? However, the person that Xianxia described was clearly the person that he yearned for day and night. Or perhaps Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect at the moment, and this was somewhat possible. The red-faced man was indeed an elder in the Red Cloud sect. Under the attention of so many disciples, his question was ignored. He could not help but become angry out of shame. Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, he found that one of the three people below was a third-order origin king, while the other two did not have the slightest trace of cultivation. What surprised him even more was that there was a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Did a family of 3 go out to play and accidentally get lost? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what this elder asked you? The red-faced man shouted angrily. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him. When he raised his hand, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the void. It was as lifelike as a real person. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her face was delicate. On her face was a faint smile, dazzling anyone who looked at her. Xianxia looked at the red-faced man and asked, "Is this person in your noble sect?" Before the red-faced man could answer, some of the Red Cloud sect disciples went into an uproar. Is this Senior Sister Su? She looks like Senior Sister Su. No, that's not right. This is Senior Sister Su. Heavens, Senior Sister Su's smile is so beautiful. The image of Su Yan that Xianxia condensed with his spirit chi was the image of her in his mind. But when had this group of Red Cloud sect disciples ever seen her smile? The title of Ice Mountain Beauty was not just for show. So at this moment, they didn't dare to recognize her. Who was this person? Why was he able to see Senior Sister Su's smile? For a moment, many of them were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that this guy was somewhat repulsive. Why did such a good thing happen to him? The whispers all around reached his ears. The answer was obvious. Xianxia sighed and asked, "Where is she? Who the hell are you?" Being ignored by Xianxia again and again, the red-faced man was thoroughly annoyed. "Where is she?" Kaiyang stared at him and shouted out word by word. The red-faced man was so angry that he laughed. Why should this king tell you? Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The mountain trembled, and the mountain defending array in front of Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and calmly said, "I'm sorry, today my temper is a bit irritable. If I have offended you, please forgive me." While speaking, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the red-faced man. The red-faced man hadn't recovered from a shock when he suddenly felt a fierce aura approaching him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's face close at hand. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps and vigilantly asked, "What do you want to do?" Breaking the Red Cloud sect's mountain guarding array with one punch. Even if the spirit array wasn't operating at full strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, from beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. What kind of brute force was this? Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his collar. "Are you deaf or stupid? I've asked several times already. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?" Spittle flew all over the red-faced man's face, causing him to fly into a rage. "Junior, don't be so arrogant. This is my Red Cloud sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly retreat, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Although Yang Kai showed extraordinary brute force, as an elder of the Red Cloud sect, how could he show weakness? There were thousands of disciples in the sect and more than a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters. The sect master was even a second-order Dao Source Realm Master. If this little brat really wanted to be presumptuous here, he could guarantee that he would leave lying down. Moreover, after seeing Yang Kai's brute force, he had already sent a message to many elders and the sect master, so they should be here by now, right? A stream of light flew towards Yang Kai, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai flicked his finger and hit the blade's spine. With a flash of light, it flew back and was caught by an old man. His face couldn't help but distort. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged. Who is this guy? Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk a vigorous aura appeared as 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared. Seeing them, many Red Cloud sect disciples were in awe. These people were the Dao Source Realm elders of the sect. Normally, it was not easy to see them, but now, so many of them had appeared. It seemed that besides those who had gone out to do something, all the elders of the sect had gathered together. A black-clothed man appeared, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His expression was dignified and his aura was stronger than anyone present. "Sect Master." The black-clothed man nodded reservedly. He was the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zhengyuan. The sect guarding array had been broken. Even without the red-faced man's notice, he had come to investigate. When he saw his elder being held by the collar by a young man, his face suddenly sank. "Let go." The red-faced man smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mood calmed down a little. Things had turned out this way, and he was partly responsible. The main thing was that this matter involved Su Yin, so he was a little impulsive. Hearing this, he let go of his hand. In the eyes of the Red Cloud sect disciples, this was a sign that he had a guilty conscience. The red-faced man thought to himself, "You know what's good for you." He proudly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, sect master." He did not lose face for the Red Cloud sect, so at this time, he was full of confidence. Han Zhengyuan nodded, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "What is your name? What business do you have with my Red Cloud sect?" Yang Kai said, "My name is not important. I have come to your sect to look for someone." "Oh, Su Yan." Han Zhengyuan could not help but frown and said, "Who are you to her?" Yang Kai said, "I am her husband." When these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. The group of Red Cloud sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Su Yin had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but they had never heard of her having a husband. Usually, it was rare for her to talk to a man. How could such a close relative suddenly appear? Their first reaction was that it was impossible, followed by anger. Su Yin was very popular in the entire Red Cloud sect. She was regarded as a sweetheart by many of her brothers and sisters. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that he was her husband. Naturally, she would be angry. She felt that this guy had blasphemed the beauty in her heart. She could not wait to rush forward and tear this guy into 10,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. Fart. Han Jingyuan did not answer. Suddenly, a young man stood up and cursed. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He saw that this guy had greasy hair, white skin, and a thin body. Although he had the cultivation of an origin king, his aura was unstable. Obviously, his foundation was not solid. This kind of cultivation must have been accumulated through the use of medicines. Looking at his face, Yang Kai vaguely saw that he had some similarities with Han Jingyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood who he was. He had lived for too long, and his courage was too small. He was overcautious and had long since lost the straightforwardness he had when he was young. Su Yin coming from the Hung Luo star field was not a secret. Many people in the Red Cloud sect knew about it. As the sect master, Han Jingyuan naturally knew about it. Moreover, according to Su Yin, she was the first person to come out of the Hung Luo star field and enter the ancestral territory. In other words, didn't this little brat enter the ancestral territory after Su Yin? In other words, he had only entered the ancestral territory for a short time. How high could such a person's cultivation be? How strong could he be? At most, he should be in the first order Dao source realm. Han Jingyuan couldn't detect his cultivation, probably because he cultivated some kind of concealment secret art or wore some kind of artifact. Slowly shaking his head and secretly laughing, Han Jingyuan said, "It turns out that you came from the same star territory as Su Yin." Han Qingqing's face was livid, and he kept cursing her in his heart. What a bitch. He usually saw her as pure and unattainable, but he didn't expect that she had already become a fallen flower. He had been so attentive to her. If he had known this, he wouldn't have wasted all these years. He would have just used force. That's right, Su Yin and I have already pledged our lives to each other back in the star field. She and I are senior sister and junior brother from the same sect. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Sect Master Han, please call Su Yin out." He had come to find Su Yin. How could he waste time with this group of people? Han Jingyuan said, That's good." Changing the topic, he said, "But Su Yan's residence is far from here. I'm afraid it will take some time to come here." "It doesn't matter. I'll wait." After waiting for so many years, why would he be afraid of waiting a little longer? No wonder he couldn't sense Su Yan's aura. It turned out that she was too far away. Elder Chun, lead this little brother to the side hall to drink some tea and wait. After that, send a message to Su Yin and tell her to come over. Han Jingyuan said to the red-faced man. The red-faced man was startled, but he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Then he turned to Yang Kai and gestured, "Please." Originally, a cultivator from the lower star territory was not worthy of such courtesy, but the strength Yang Kai just showed was not small. He was qualified to receive him. Yang Kai was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and left with Elder Chun. The crowd of Red Cloud sect disciples looked on, feeling a little strange. Today's matter was over just like that. Someone had broken into the sect's gate and even destroyed the sect guarding array. Yet the elders and sect master didn't intend to pursue the matter. Moreover, they even invited him to drink tea. When did their elders and sect master become so polite? Moreover, senior sister Su Yin was not in the sect at all. Many people smelled the scent of a conspiracy. They felt that the elders and sect masters' approach was somewhat shameful, but they were powerless to change it. They could only sigh and look at Yang Kai's departing back with some sympathy. If this person was really Su Yan's senior sister's man, they were afraid that today he would suffer a calamity. In the side hall, Yang Kai sat down casually. He Yunxiang stood behind him, while Lu Yin unceremoniously sat next to him. In the hall, only the red-faced Elder Chun was receiving Yang Kai, but he didn't say anything. He just said, Wait a moment. I have already sent a message to Su Yan. She will be here soon. After that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It seemed that he was still holding a grudge against Yang Kai for grabbing his collar. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this king. When I open my eyes, I may reveal some hostility and let him see my flaws. A female disciple served fragrant tea, and the tea's fragrance immediately filled the hall. The red-faced elder Chen opened his eyes and smiled. This is my Red Cloud sect's unique Red Cloud tea. It enjoys a great reputation even in the ancestral territory. Little brother might as well try it. Ordinary people can't drink it. The spirit teas of the star territory can't compare to it. His words were full of arrogance, looking at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Yang Kai looked at him with a burning gaze, not saying a word. Elder Chen's smile didn't diminish, but his heart was full of vigilance. Did he see through it? That shouldn't be the case. It's colorless and odorless. Even I can't distinguish it. How can a little brat from the star territory have such eyesight? The sect master is making a fuss over nothing. Even if this little brat showed his tyrannical strength with so many people from the Red Cloud sect, how could they not be able to take him down? Using such a method to deal with him was simply superfluous. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only earnestly carry it out. After all, this was secretly instructed by the sect master. But then again, the sect master was too fond of the young sect master. This little brat should be the same as Su Yan, a talent. If he could be appeased, he might be able to recruit him into the Red Cloud sect, adding a strong general to the sect. It's just a pity he actually dared to snatch the young sect master's woman. He won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Thinking about it, Elder Chen asked, does little brother dislike this tea? Never. Since you don't like it, why don't you drink it? Elder Chen's face sank. Combined with his red face, there was a hint of anger in his voice. Don't tell me you don't want to give my Red Cloud sect face? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to pick up the teacup. Since Elder Chen says so, then this little brat will respectfully accept. Using this tea as a substitute for wine, I thank the Red Cloud sect for taking care of my senior sister, Su, all these years. In any case, Su Yan was able to advance to the Dao Source realm and gain a foothold in the ancestral territory. It could be said that she had received some benefits from the Red Cloud sect. After this tea, gratitude is gratitude, resentment is resentment, and a life or death battle. I hope you won't complain. Little brat, put it down. A stern voice suddenly came from outside. Elder Chen's face changed. He looked up and saw a figure rushing in from outside. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed in front of Yang Kai and snatched the teacup from his hand. Elder Chen was furious. He slapped the table and shouted, Elder Wan, what are you doing? Yang Kai's wrist only shook a little and avoided the thunderous blow. He raised his head and drank the tea without leaving a single drop. Elder Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 31:12. Others may not understand the mystery in these words, but as Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect, how could she not understand? When Su Yan came from the Star Territory, she brought an Origin King grade longsword, which was called Profound Frost Divine Sword. One of its sword techniques was called Clear Sky Snowfall. With this sentence, Yang Kai's identity was confirmed. How could they have an ordinary relationship? Moreover, Ruan Baiting had also heard of Yang Kai from Su Yan. After all, they were master and disciple, so they had a close communication. Until today, she had seen him in person. Boy, come with me. Ruan Baiting confirmed Yang Kai's identity and grabbed him. She had just received a secret message from a disciple saying that senior sister Su Yan's husband had come from Hung Luo Star Field to look for her. But as a result, Elder Chun had taken him to the side hall to drink tea. Ruan Baiting immediately knew that things were not going well and had rushed over in a hurry, but she was still unable to prevent the tragedy from happening. She was also a little annoyed. She had already reminded him to put down the teacup and even try to grab it, but this little brat ignored her and drank the tea in front of her. Su Yin, what kind of dog shit husband did you find? How'd he live until now with this kind of brain? Didn't Master teach him not to eat and drink anything outside? Her jade hand clasped Xianxia's wrist and pulled hard, but she couldn't move him. Instead, she staggered. Ruan Baiting's beautiful eyes shrank as she became more and more shocked. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if she didn't use her full strength, she shouldn't be unable to move him, right? Xianxia smiled at her. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of this Red Cloud sect. He was just waiting to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts before he started a massacre. But now it seemed that there was still one person in this place who really cared about Su Yan. That was enough, wasn't it? In the end, the world was not all sinister. There was always a little warmth, like a light in the darkness, shining in all directions. Gently patting Ruan Baiting's hand, he motioned for her to let go. Ruan Baiting frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Her divine sense surged, and she transmitted her voice. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Go." Xianxia saw that she really cared about him, and his heart warmed. He didn't know her, but because of his relationship with Su Yan, she was so concerned about him. Obviously, she was really good to Su Yan. "Elder Ruan, what are you doing?" The red-faced Elder Chun looked at Ruan Baiting with a sneer. He didn't have the slightest respect for the strong. Although she was an elder of the Red Cloud sect, the other party was just an idle person. She had no power or influence in the Red Cloud sect. If it weren't for the old sect master's instructions, she wouldn't have been able to live in the Red Cloud sect for such a long time. The real relationship between Ruan Baiting and the Red Cloud sect was not known to many people, but there were rumors that she had some kindness to the old sect master. So she had been staying in the Red Cloud sect, but since the old sect master had passed away, the current sect master was in charge, and Ruan Baiting was completely reduced to an outsider. "It's none of your business." Ruan Baiting glared at Elder Chun. Elder Chun smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. I was ordered by the sect master to entertain this little brother. Elder Ruan's actions are rude to the guest, so please withdraw quickly." Ruan Baiting ignored him and looked at Xianxia and said, "Are you going or not? The matter is not over yet. How can I leave?" Xianxia smiled and looked at Elder Chun. "Elder Chun seems to be very happy, but I don't know what you are laughing about." "Naturally, I'm laughing at something that should be laughed at." Elder Chun said sarcastically, "How is the taste of my Red Cloud sect's Red Cloud's tea? The tea is good, but the taste is not pure." Xianxia put down the teacup and fiddled with it. "Is there something in it? It's too late to know now." Elder Chin's face suddenly became cold, and there was no longer the previous hypocrisy. After being poisoned, one would soon become weak and powerless. Even the third-order Dao Source Realm could not easily detoxify it. At this moment, Xianxia was already a fish on the chopping board in his eyes. Elder Chun seems to be very confident in that thing. Xianxia lowered his head, and his hanging hair covered his face, giving birth to a gloomy feeling for no reason. "You knew that the tea was poisoned?" Ruan Baiting suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. This guy's brain is full of holes. Slurp. In the tense atmosphere, a strange sound was heard. The three people turned their heads and saw Lu Yin holding another teacup and drinking the tea in one gulp. Elder Chun and Ruan Baiting were both dumbfounded. Was this the so-called, "One is marked by the company one keeps, one is black by the company one keeps"? Xianxia is sick, but this little girl is also sick. I told you the tea was poisoned, yet you still drank it. Xianxia rubbed Lu Yan's head. "Try it." Lu Yan replied casually. "It doesn't taste good. I'll give it back to you." Opening the mouth of the pool, a stream of tea shot towards Elder Chun like a sharp arrow. While still in midair, the tea suddenly turned red like a fire snake. The temperature in the hall rose sharply. Elder Chin's face changed greatly as a sense of crisis instinctively enveloped his entire body. Without even thinking about it, he summoned his artifact to protect himself. With a clang, the tea arrow hit the shield-like artifact, causing it to flicker wildly before suddenly dimming. Apparently, it had lost all of its spirituality. The fiery red tea arrow didn't lose any of its momentum and directly melted a hole in the artifact surface. Ah! Elder Chun let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. When he lowered his head to look, a pitch-black hole had appeared on his shoulder. Blood was flowing out, and, at the same time, an extremely terrifying fire attribute energy was wantonly flowing out of the wound. Everywhere it passed, his meridians and flesh were incinerated. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? How could this be? Weren't they poisoned? How could they still use their power? And what the hell is this little girl? How could a random T-arrow have such power? Ruan Baiting was also stunned, looking at Lu Yin foolishly. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, it would have been difficult to believe that such a little girl could casually injure Elder Chun. Looking at Xianxia again, he had already stood up, and his face was as usual. Where was the trace of poisoning? Why? Ruan Baiting sneered, feeling somewhat disappointed. Naturally, they want to coerce her into submission. You may not know, but that person's son has a soft spot for Su Yan. Pausing for a moment, she continued. Moreover, Su Yan's growth is too fast. Some people are afraid that her cultivation will surpass their own and threaten their own status. Nonsense. Han Jing Yuan coldly snorted. Guarding the fire cloud or vein was also agreed upon by you and your master. How can you speak of this sect master's fault now? Ruan Baiting shook her head and said with a disappointed expression, Han Jing Yuan, as a sect master, you have no tolerance for others. In this regard, compared to the old sect master, you are far inferior. If not for this, she would not have been pushed aside. If you speak, I will spare his life. Yang Kai stared at her and said, Su Yan's master, he still had to give her face. Ruan Baiting opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh and said, let's go. The Red Cloud sect had nothing to do with her anymore. She had failed to live up to the old sect master's trust. On top of that, although this was the first time he had met Yang Kai, he had a slight understanding of his temperament. This young man seemed to be extremely decisive in his actions. Even if he begged him to spare Han Jing Yuan's life this time, he would definitely cripple him. If a cultivator was crippled, it would be better to die. She did not know if Han Jing Yuan regretted not listening to her just now. It should be in front of the space array. Several Red Cloud sect disciples looked at each other and cupped their fists. Greetings, Elder Ruan. The leader asked, where is Elder Ruan going? Ruan Baiting was in a trance and said, to Fire Cloud Mountain. The Fire Cloud lode was in the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain. The disciple was stunned. Elder Ruan is also going to Fire Cloud Mountain? Ruan Baiting nodded, but Yang Kai heard something and said, why, besides Elder Ruan, is there someone else go to Fire Cloud Mountain? You are. The disciple saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face and could not help but ask. Ruan Baiting also recovered and said, who went to Fire Cloud Mountain? The disciple naturally did not dare not to answer an elder's question and said respectfully, a quarter of an hour ago, the young sect master took 2 elders to Fire Cloud Mountain. What? Ruan Baiting's face changed and whispered, not good. She reached out and pushed aside the disciple who was blocking her and stood on the space array with Yang Kai. The space array shone brightly and wrapped the 2 people. When the light disappeared, the 2 people were nowhere to be seen. In the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain, the mine roads were intertwined. The Fire Cloud lode was one of the most important industries of the Red Cloud sect. All year round, there were Dao Source Realm elders guarding it. However, the environment here was bad. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Red Cloud sect were not willing to accept this task. Even the 2 elders who cultivated fire attribute secret arts would not stay here. So, basically, the elders took turns guarding it. Each elder would guard it for a year and a half. However, since 10 years ago, there was only one person guarding this place, and no other elders had come here. White clothes whiter than snow, pure as ice and pure as jade, isolated from the world. Such a beauty. Anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she was sent to guard this dirty and messy mountain vein. Her white and clean figure was a sharp contrast to the chaotic environment, but where she was, it was a pure land. The disciples knew that she had offended the young sect master, so she took on such a difficult task. They were dissatisfied with the young sect master, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only silently feel sorry for her. Such a beauty, it was too late to love her. How could they bear to let her do such a thing? The young sect master was too cruel. Normally, the disciples who mined the fire cloud would return to the sect master every 10 days to half a month to recuperate and recharge their energy before returning. However, she had stayed here for 10 years. She was the most talented disciple in the history of the Red Cloud sect. 5 years after entering the sect, she had broken through to the Tao Source realm from the Origin King realm. But in these 10 years, her cultivation had not increased at all. She could only barely maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation. Fortunately, Ruan Baiting gave her subsidies every now and then. Otherwise, whether she could maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation would be a problem. Inside the grotto, a steward disciple lowered his head and reported the recent mining situation to a woman in white in front of him. This steward was also unkempt. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the woman in front of him. It was not that he did not dare, but that he was unwilling. It seemed that his existence would blaspheme that beauty, that purity. After hurriedly reporting, the woman gently nodded. "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was soft and sweet, gentle and kind. The steward was satisfied. The report, every 10 days, was what he looked forward to the most. It was not for anything else, but to hear her say a word. "Please rest." The steward respectfully retreated, but suddenly bumped into someone. He turned his head angrily. Who was so ungrateful to enter this place without notice? Didn't they know that this was Senior Sister Sue's place of cultivation? Turning his head, he was startled. He hurriedly moved aside and bowed. "Young sect master." Chapter 31:14. Young sect master was actually here. This was a rare guest. He had not been here for many years. 10 years ago, he would come here every few days. Every time he came, he would come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Later on, there was no trace of him. Why was he here today? Moreover, there were 2 elders following him. The steward disciple looked suspicious, but he didn't dare to neglect and saluted the 2 elders. "There's nothing for you to do. Get out." Han Xianxia impatiently waved his hand. The steward disciple bowed his head and quickly left. Han Xianxia took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the white-clothed woman. His eyes were like freshly mined fire cloud, or as he stared at her graceful body. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still as intoxicating as ever. Suddenly, he regretted coming to see her more often. Maybe his sincerity could make metal and stone move. But he quickly threw this thought aside. He was the dignified, young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. He could have any woman he wanted, but this slut didn't give him any face. If not for the Red Cloud sect, how could she have broken through to the Tao Source realm? He was afraid that as early as when she first arrived in the ancestral territory, she would have been eaten by many masters. Thinking about what the young man said today, Han Xianxia became even more irritated. He thought that this woman was pure as ice and jade, but he didn't expect that she was already married. He was angry that he didn't get to drink the soup. "Junior Sister Sue, I trust you have been well since we last met." Han Xianxia looked at Su Yin with a smile. Although the other party's cultivation was higher than his, he was the young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. How could he call her senior sister like others? Young sect master. Su Yin calmly stared in front of her. She slowly got up and saluted. "Greetings, elders." The 2 Red Cloud sect elders didn't say anything. They stood behind Han Xianxia like wooden pillars. The light in the cave was unclear. They seemed to be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to see their expressions. I don't know why the young sect master came here. Han Qianchang smiled and said, I missed you, so I came to see you. We haven't seen each other for many years. Su Yan's expression didn't change. 8 years. It's actually been 8 years. Han Qianchang sighed. Time really flies. I can't help but remember the days when junior martial sister Su had just entered the Red Cloud sect. At that time, you were not so cold to Big Brother. Su Yan said. Su Yan didn't deliberately target anyone. If I made Brother feel uncomfortable, please forgive me. Han Qianchang laughed and said, It doesn't matter. Junior sister, with your temperament, how can Brother blame you? He leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah that was about to pounce on its prey, full of aggressiveness. 8 years have passed. I wonder if Junior sister has seriously considered my original proposal? Su Yan asked. I wonder what Big Brother is referring to. Han Qianchang pointed at her and said with a smile, Junior sister, why are you playing dumb? Don't you know what I want? Su Yan has no interest in love. Han Qianchang smiled meaningfully. Is that so? He stretched out his hand and looked at it. Rubbing his fingers, he casually said, I don't think Junior sister has no interest in love. Rather, your heart already belongs to someone, right? Su Yan said, since young sect master already knows, you don't need to waste your breath. Bitch. Han Qianchang cursed loudly. My Red Cloud sect's young sect master. How can I not compare to that country bumpkin? After not seeing him for so many years, you still can't forget him. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of disobeying me. This young master will play with you until you become a piece of stinking meat that even wild dogs won't bother to sniff. Since she was angry, it would be best if she begged him. Perhaps I could satisfy your request and let your lover see you one last time before he dies. However, this quickly turned into amazement because the cold aura left as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan's expression returned to normal. Han Qianchang said, Junior sister, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Su Yan asked. Han Qianchang was speechless. Su Yan's reaction was beyond his expectations. Wasn't she a bit too heartless? After all, that was her man. Now that he was in prison, she should at least show some concern. How could she be so calm? Naturally, I'm worried about Yang Kai. There's nothing to worry about. Su Yan brushed her hair behind her ear. When he left the Starry Sky territory, he was already a second-order origin king. Now that so many years had passed, with his aptitude, he should have already stood at the peak of the ancestral territory. Although the Red Cloud sect was not weak, it would still be difficult to deal with him. What's more, he was proficient in the Tao of space and was best at escaping. Han Qianchang was stunned for a while before he said, I'm afraid Yang Kai's and will not be good. He only has himself to blame. Junior sister, he is your husband after all. How can you abandon him? If no one pleads for mercy, I'm afraid my father will punish him severely. If he is injured or killed, life and death are decreed by fate. Young sect master worries too much. Junior sister, I am willing to beg my father to let him go. Junior sister should know that my father will listen to my words. I appreciate young sect master's kindness, but there is no need to trouble young sect master. The fire cloud mine's fire chi is too strong. Young sect master, please go back. And if young sect master returns and sees my husband, please tell him that I'll be waiting for him here and ask him to come over. Slut. Han Qianchang finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He thought that if he came to tell her the news and made some requests while she was worried, she would not refuse. As long as she still cared about that country bumpkin, he would be able to achieve his wish for so many years. But everything was beyond his expectations. She seemed to not care about the life and death of that country bumpkin. How could a person be so heartless? Even Han Qianchang felt bitterly disappointed for Yang Kai. This kind of heartless woman should be ruthlessly taught a lesson and ravaged to let her know what a man was. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Yang Kai was not a very important person in Su Yan's heart, but since he had already come here, he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Raising his eyes, he stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze. Su Yin asked, "Is there something else young sect master wants?" Han Qianchang said, "Although the conditions here are a bit simple, there must be some special flavors." Su Yin frowned. This young master has never tried to play with women in such a place. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I wonder if Junior Sister will cry out when I strip her naked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, a cold light flashed as Su Yin unsheathed her profound frost divine sword. A sword wave rapidly enlarged in Han Qianqing's eyes as the aura of death enveloped him. Although his cultivation was at the Origin King realm, it was all thanks to the accumulation of spirit pills. He had no experience in a life and death battle. He could not resist Su Yan's sword at all. If no one came to his rescue, he would likely die immediately. A big hand suddenly grabbed Han Qianqing's shoulder and pulled him back. At the same time, another hand passed by Han Qianqing's side and met the cold light. With a light clang, the cold light shattered and Su Yin put away her sword. In front of her was a middle-aged man in gray robes. Just now, it was this man who had blocked Su Yan's blow at a critical moment. This man's cultivation was at the First Order Dao Source realm, similar to Su Yan's. Han Qiancheng was rescued by another elder, and although he was unharmed, he felt like he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Only after he stood firm did cold sweat drip from his forehead as he angrily shouted, "Cheap slut, you actually want to kill me?" That sword strike just now was not a joke. If he had been stabbed, he would definitely have died. Chapter 31:15. That was just a warning. Su Yin faintly looked at Han Qianqing. Since he had spoken rudely, it was only natural for him to be warned. "You very good." Han Qianqing's face changed as he stared at Su Yin viciously. He slowly retreated until he stood outside the cave and waved his hand. "Take her." Today, no matter what, he had to get close to her. His patience had long been worn out, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Since she refused a toast, she could only drink a forfeit. The two elders who had followed him stood side by side, blocking the entrance of the cave. The two of them looked somewhat similar, so they should be brothers. They were both born with the waists of bears and the backs of tigers. Their shoulders were large and their waists were round. When they activated the source chi in their bodies, a layer of faint red light appeared on the surface of their bodies. It was like a burning flame, incomparably hot. Han Qiancheng had brought people to the fire cloud lode to find trouble with Su Yin, so how could he not be prepared? The two elders who had been chosen were cultivators of the fire attribute secret art. In this fire cloud lode, where the fire chi was abundant, they would be able to display strength beyond their own. With the two of them standing there, the only exit was blocked. If Su Yin wanted to go out, she could only kill her way out. The elder on the left said in a deep voice, "Su Yin, my Red Cloud sect has given you a new lease on life. When you first came to the ancestral territory, if my Red Cloud sect had not accepted you, how could you be where you are today? Is this how you repay the young sect master?" Su Yin said, "I am indebted to my master. What does this have to do with the Red Cloud sect?" The elder on the right coldly snorted. "The young sect master is a dragon among dragons. In the future, he will take over the position of Red Cloud sect's sect master. What part of him is not worthy of you? If you are sensible, quickly agree to the young sect master's request, and you will be spared from physical pain." Su Yin slowly shook her head. "Impossible. Stubborn. You are courting death." The two elders shouted, one on the left and one on the right. Their source chi vibrated and stones fell. Han Qiancheng angrily cursed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take her down. I want her to regret it for the rest of her life. Don't ruin her face and body, so as not to ruin this young master's mood. Young sect master, don't worry. It's just a little girl. The two of us can easily capture her." The elder on the left coldly snorted, the source chi in his body suddenly surging as he leapt towards Su Yin, opening his hand and grabbing towards her. The surrounding fire chi seemed to be attracted by him and quickly gathered in his palm, increasing his strength. black frost divine sword flickered, and a semicircular sword curtain suddenly appeared 10 feet away from Su Yan, exuding a deep blue light, protecting her behind it. The sword curtain looked extremely weak, as if it would be blown away by the wind, but it was actually formed from countless sword phantoms. As soon as Elder's hand came into contact with the sword screen, he felt a piercing pain. The source energy in his palm blasted onto the sword screen. Ripples spread out, but the sword screen remained unscathed. However, Elder's figure was blocked. He raised his brow in surprise. Although both of them were cultivators of the First Order Dao Source Realm, he had been promoted for many years. On the other hand, Su Yan had been stationed in the Fire Cloud mineral lode all these years, so it was impossible for her to increase her strength. With the help of the right time and place, Elder's thought he could easily defeat her. Only after a single move did Xianxia realize that he had made a huge mistake. Su Yan's sword curtain was impregnable and unbreakable. As expected of a cultivator from a lower star field, the purity of her source chi was beyond his imagination. But so what? Elder's attack failed, and he immediately floated 3 steps away, slanting his body and circling behind Su Yan. At the same time, the right-hand Elder took a step forward, and a copper hammer appeared in his hand. The copper hammer was 3 feet in diameter, and it was obviously a heavy object. The right-hand Elder held this artifact and arrived in front of the sword curtain in a few steps before smashing it down fiercely. Su Yan frowned slightly, also aware of the power of this move. If they were outside, she could rely on her nimble figure to avoid it. But at this moment, in this cave, her movements were restricted, so how could she avoid it? The sword screen suddenly dispersed, and the profound frost divine sword bloomed with thousands of cold lights. Suddenly, the thousands of cold lights converged and stabbed straight towards Elder's. Her sword chi soared to the heavens as Su Yan's face filled with indifference. Her eyes filled with a ruthless and resolute coldness, completely ignoring the copper hammer that was smashing down towards her. She was determined to perish together with Elder's. Elder's was frightened and did not dare to continue. If he were to smash down with this hammer, Su Yan would certainly die, but he would most likely die even faster. Feeling the power of the long sword, Elder's was shocked. How is this woman so strong? This is the result of being suppressed for 10 years. If she had been cultivating peacefully in the Red Cloud sect and enjoyed the various supplies provided by the Red Cloud sect, to what extent would she have grown? This kind of talent is simply terrifying. No wonder the sect master planned ahead and banished her to this Fire Cloud lode for 10 years. Otherwise, who in the Red Cloud sect today would be her opponent? In a flash, Elder's swung the copper hammer horizontally, blocking a fatal blow. The profound frost divine sword nimbly turned away, brushing past Elder's side and going straight for Han Xianxia. She changed her moves so quickly. Elder's was shocked. How could he not know that Su Yan's suicidal attack was just a pretense? She just wanted to capture the leader. If the 2 elders joined forces, Su Yan would not be able to leave this place today. However, if she captured Han Xianxia, she would have the absolute initiative. At this time, it was too late to turn back to save Han Xianxia. At the critical moment, Elder's lifted his foot and slammed it on the ground. The earth cracked, and gravel soared into the sky, filling Su Yan's line of sight. The biting cold sword power seemed to slow down. Come back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder's copper hammer finally swung out, blocking Su Yan's path. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the profound frost divine sword touched the bronze hammer, and Su Yan borrowed the force of the collision to bounce back to her original position. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Then I want to tell you about my experiences over the years." "Senior sister, don't you want to hear it?" Su Yin frowned slightly and hesitated. How could she not want to hear it? She wanted to ask from the beginning, but Yang Kai didn't give her this opportunity at all. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Then, long story short, okay." Yang Kai reached out and picked her up, sat down cross-legged, and grinned. "Let's talk while we dual cultivate." Su Yin nodded helplessly. She reached out and stroked her scattered hair, casually tied it into a bun behind her head, and slowly sat on Yang Kai's lap. Decades of experience. How could a short story be enough to cover it all? Beside the medicine garden, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded, accompanied by the sounds of zither and zither. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai narrated. There were too many things that happened after he went to the star boundary. Yang Kai picked some of the experiences that helped him avoid danger. Su Yin listened quietly, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. After he finished, it was unknown how much time had passed. "Senior sister, what about you? How did you end up in the ancestral territory?" Su Yin said, "It was a coincidence. It was strange. Hung Luo Star Field was originally an extremely isolated star territory. Even the passage to the star boundary was opened by the Star Emperor token left behind by Yang Inflammation. However, less than 5 years after Yang Kai left, some abnormalities suddenly occurred in a certain part of the star territory, showing signs of collapse. That place was not too far away from Shadowed Star. After learning the news, Su Yin took some people to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Confused, they arrived at the ancestral territory and then joined the Red Cloud sect. After joining the Red Cloud sect, things were much simpler. She was valued by Ruan Baiting and was accepted as a disciple. She was carefully cultivated, but because she refused to submit to Han Xianxing's despotic power, she was sent to guard the Fire Cloud mineral lode and stayed there for 10 years. After listening, Yang Kai coldly snorted. At this time, he was a little annoyed that he killed Han Xianxing too quickly. He should have left him alive and dealt with him properly. "Elder Ruan, the Red Cloud sect is finished. What should we do?" In the Fire Cloud mineral lode, a group of disciples in charge of mining looked at Ruan Baiting and asked. News came from the sect. Almost all of the sect master and elders were killed, and the one who killed them was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. All of this seemed to be related to senior sister Su Yin. After the death of the sect master and the others, the entire Red Cloud sect scattered overnight. The disciples fled in panic, afraid of being implicated. Today, the Red Cloud sect was probably an empty shell. All of this was probably brought about by this young man. What kind of spirit pill did he give Su Yin to actually produce such a miraculous effect? Su Yin's face became more and more ruddy. She could break through naturally because of the dual cultivation. The yin-yang joyous unification art was originally a dual cultivation secret art. The two had not seen each other for many years, and their own foundations had been accumulating. Under this dual cultivation, they immediately turned these years of accumulation into capital to enhance their strength. What's more, Yang Kai was now the Emperor realm. With his support, it was difficult for Su Yin not to break through. Chapter 31:18. Congratulations. Ruan Baiting returned to her senses and looked at Su Yin. Ruan Baiting was delighted that her disciple's cultivation was on par with hers. This proved that her vision was correct. Su Yin said, "Thank you for your protection over the years." Without Ruan Baiting's help from time to time in the past 10 years, secretly sending her some pills, Su Yin's cultivation would have been at risk of falling. It would have been impossible to maintain her cultivation in this place full of fire qi. "Many thanks, Elder Ruan." Yang Kai respectfully bowed with a sincere expression. Ruan Baiting had nothing to say to Su Yin. Yang Kai had also learned some things about Ruan Baiting from Su Yin and was very grateful to her. Ruan Baiting waved her hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. Su Yin is my disciple. I should take care of her. I hate that I was indecisive and didn't take her away from the Red Cloud sect, dragging her down for 10 years in vain. Now it can be said that the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. Otherwise, my sin would have been big. She turned to Xianxia and said, "Treat her well. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, if I let her down, I will not let it go." Xianxia grinned and reached out to his neck. If that day really comes, this junior will offer his head. There is no need for senior to do it. Although his cultivation was higher than hers, she was still Su Yan's master. It was natural for him to call her senior. Ruan Baiting smiled and said, "I will remember this sentence." Su Yan felt something and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Ruan Baiting took her hand and sighed. "The Red Cloud sect is gone. Before that, I was expelled from the sect by Han Zhengyuan. Now that the world is so big, I should go out and see. After staying in one place for 100 years, I'm going to become moldy. Besides, your cultivation is now catching up with mine. If I don't work hard, how can I be your master?" Su Yan said, "Master, you might as well come with me." Ruan Baiting smiled and said, "You two have reunited after such a long time. How can I follow you? Let's just say that we will meet again if fate wills it." Xianxia shook his head and said, "If you leave, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in this life." Ruan Baiting said, "Although the ancestral territory is large, you can see it when you want to. We will soon leave the ancestral territory." Ruan Baiting was stunned and looked at Su Yan. "You want to leave the ancestral territory? Where are you going?" Su Yan replied, "Star Boundary." "Star Boundary?" Ruan Baiting was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes burst with surprise. "You have a way to go to the Star Boundary." Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew about the existence of the Star Boundary. This was not surprising. The ancestral territory was connected to countless star territories, and within these star territories, there were more or less rumors about the astral territory. An ordinary cultivator in the ancestral territory might not know much about it, but once one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally come into contact with more profound information. The Star Boundary was a legendary existence. It was rumored that there was a wider world there, with more abundant world energy, a more complete world, and a more profound martial Tao. That was the final point of the martial Tao, and the masters of the Third Order Tao Source Realm were actually nothing in that place. "Yes." Xianxia nodded seriously. "Honored master, come with me," Su Yan pleaded. She had received many favors from Ruan Baiting, and if she left now, she was afraid that she would never have a chance to repay her in this life. Ruan Baiting's expression changed. She wanted to travel the world, but who knew that a door would open for her, and the scenery behind the door was full of endless temptation for her. Taking a light breath, Ruan Baiting looked at Xianxia and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "First Order Emperor Realm." Xianxia smiled slightly. "The Emperor Realm." Ruan Baiting's face showed a yearning look. "Above the Tao Source Realm is the Emperor Realm." Reaching out and stroking her hair, she smiled and said, "If I go with you, I won't disturb you, right?" No, I've already eaten and drunk enough." Su Yan elbowed Xianxia in the stomach. Ruan Baiting looked at her with a smile. "Then Honored Master will have to rely on you in his old age." Red Cloud Sect. The scenery was the same as before, but there was no hubbub of people. The entire territory of the sect was quiet, and there was not a single person in the square or the palace. It seemed that this place had become a dead territory, and even the birds and beasts in the mountains had retreated into their caves, no longer appearing at will, as if they had sensed some danger. On the steps in front of the main hall, Lu Yin sat there, her hands supporting her cheeks as she stared ahead. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she didn't put anyone or anything in her eyes, but also seemed to be able to hold the whole world. Xianxia walked over and glanced at her, feeling a chill in her heart. Who would have thought that such a cute-looking little girl would be able to kill people so quickly? Everything that happened in the main hall 10 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She only used a fire snake to attack, and burned the Red Cloud sect master and many elders to ashes in less than 10 breaths. Those Tao Source Realm Masters, who were unreachable in her eyes, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Did you find something good? Lu Yin suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianxia. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized firebird that had been following Xianxia flew into her palm and, with a cry, merged into her skin and disappeared. Xianxia was startled and said, "I emptied their treasury." The Red Cloud sect, as one of the great forces of the ancestral domain, naturally had its own treasury. Usually, only the sect master and a few elders were qualified to open it. However, the sect master and the elders of the Red Cloud sect, Han Jingyuan, had died suddenly, and the disciples quickly fled. Therefore, the treasury was left behind, and no one was interested. There were many barriers in the treasury, and Xianxia's cultivation was only at the third-order Origin King realm. Naturally, she didn't have the ability to open the treasury. However, thanks to the firebird Lu Yin gave her, she was able to open the treasury's door with just a gentle touch. She only needed to go in and take things. Xianxia never thought that she would have a day when her hands would go numb from receiving so many treasures. This was the Red Cloud sect's thousands of years of accumulation, pills, rare herbs, secret arts, and artifacts. Holding her hand tightly, as if they would never part again, Yang Kai was as excited as a child. We're home. There was no need for him to identify any direction. The close connection between Shadowed Star and him was enough to show him the right way. With a flicker, the pair turned into a stream of light and flew toward Shadowed Star. With such a beautiful companion, the journey was no longer lonely. Whenever he was in a mood, he would drag Su Yin to a nearby dead star or asteroid, and after repeating this several times, Su Yin had no choice but to push her ice crystal jade body to ruin Yang Kai's mood. A few days later, a huge star appeared in front of them from afar. The stars of Shadowed Star and his body pulsed more and more happily, like a wanderer returning home. Yang Kai's mood became inexplicably nervous again, and he felt a sense of homesickness. Suddenly, his hand tightened as Su Yin held his big hand. For eyes meeting, Yang Kai's heart became clear. Reaching out and hugging her, Yang Kai kissed her on the forehead and shouted, "Let's go." Half a day later, they were very close to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai and Su Yin both suddenly turned their heads and looked toward a certain spot in the sky. There they saw more than a dozen giant starships floating in the middle of the star field. From these starships, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Which sect does this belong to? Yang Kai pointed to a skeleton-like symbol on one of the starships and asked. Perhaps because he had been away for too long, he did not recognize which sect this symbol represented. But to his surprise, Su Yin also shook her head. "I don't know." She had been away for many years, so she had no idea what had happened to Hung Luo Star Field or Shadowed Star. A figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the largest starship in the middle. This old man's aura was deep and profound, giving off the aura of a third-order Origin King. From several hundred kilometers away, this old man's sharp eyes stared towards this group, as if they could pierce through space and see the essence of everything. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man raised his hand and pointed the star cannon on the starship towards Yang Kai and Su Yin. A dazzling light began to gather, and immediately after, a beam of light shot towards them. "Uh-huh," Yang Kai laughed. "I ran into a madman as soon as I came back. Let's go talk to him." When the light dissipated, Yang Kai and Su Yin had disappeared. The old man stood on the deck and stared at them for a while before snorting lightly and turning around to return to the starship. However, his footsteps suddenly froze as a chill enveloped his body as he stared in front of him in horror. Behind him, a man and a woman had appeared at some unknown time. These two were the same people he had just seen a few hundred kilometers away, the ones who should have been reduced to ashes under the power of the star cannon. Yet they had appeared behind him unscathed. He had not felt the slightest trace of them at all. "Old sir, your murderous intent is a bit heavy." Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Normally, he would have already punched this old man to death, but today, Xianxia was in a good mood, so his murderous intent was lacking. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the identity and origin of this old man, he could not act rashly. If he killed someone he could not kill, it would not be good. Xianxia was involved in the Hung Luo star field, so naturally, he could not act as he pleased. The old man did not answer and simply stared at Xianxia with a dignified expression, instinctively feeling that this young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he clasped his hands in his sleeves and secretly formed a seal, preparing to counterattack at a moment's notice. "Who is old sir? Whose warships did they belong to? Why are they anchored here?" Xianxia looked around and casually asked a few questions, but did not receive any answers. Walking forward, Xianxia circled around the old man a few times before suddenly standing in front of him and bowing slightly. "Old sir, you seem very nervous." More sweat dripped from the old man's forehead. Xianxia reached out and patted the old man's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Don't worry. As long as you are not an enemy, I will not do anything to you." "Are you an enemy?" "No, no." The old man spat out these two words with difficulty. Xianxia nodded. "That would be for the best. And I forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this place. My name is Xianxia." He pointed at the huge stars below his feet. The elderly man's eyes shrank as a look of shock flashed across his face. He had never heard that this cultivation star had a star master, but Xianxia was speaking so seriously that he really didn't know whether to believe him or not. "I have been away from this place for several decades, and today is the first time I have come back. There are still a few women waiting for me to return home." "Old sir, what do you think I should bring back for them? You are asking me?" The old man cursed in his heart, but did not dare not answer, seriously thinking for a moment before saying, "It's good that you are back. I don't think they will care about any gifts." Xianxia rubbed his chin and nodded. "What old sir says makes sense." Suddenly he laughed. "I am the best gift. Isn't that right, senior sister?" Suyin nodded. "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, old sir." Xianxia cupped his fist towards the old man and took a deep breath. "I should go back quickly, otherwise they will become anxious. Hurry up and leave. Where did this lunatic come from? It's a pity that this beautiful and exquisite woman actually stuck by his side without abandoning him." Fortunately, Xianxia was indeed in a hurry to go back, so he quickly left. Suddenly turning around, he looked at the old man and asked, "Old sir, you really are not an enemy, right?" "I really am not." "Good." Xianxia nodded. "Those who make me an enemy will end up very miserably." The old man's heart clenched as a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the man and woman in front of him, as if they had disappeared at some unknown time. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he could not detect any auras, as if they had never appeared. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, the elderly man immediately took out a communication compass and poured his divine sense into it. His pair of withered hands couldn't help but tremble a little. High Heaven Sect. As a rising great force, the rise of High Heaven Sect was nothing short of a miracle. Just a few dozen years after the sect was founded, the number of masters in the sect was like the clouds in the sky. Origin kings were everywhere, and there were nearly 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. Yixian snorted, "Flattery is useless. I've already made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. Regardless of what your current cultivation is, I don't want to do this anymore. Managing a sect is too stressful. How can it compare to living a carefree life?" Yang Kai sighed. "Since Great Elder has said so, then I won't force you." In any case, after a while, I will take you to another place where Great Elder can rest for as long as she wants. Another place? What place? The place you just came back from? Everyone was curious. Xianxia smiled but did not say anything, instead saying, I heard you all arguing about something just now. What's wrong? Who is so blind as to offend my high heaven sect? As soon as this statement came out, everyone suddenly fell silent, their previous excitement disappearing. Xianxia observed their expressions and immediately knew that something must have happened on High Heaven Sect's side. Yixian said, Let's talk inside. Everyone entered the hall one after another, and after taking a seat, Yixian told Xianxia about the current situation in Star Territory. Only then did Xianxia learn that it was not High Heaven Sect that had an accident, but rather the entire Hung Luo star field. 20 years ago, when Su Yin left Star Territory and entered the Ancestral Territory, Star Territory was still safe and sound, but a few years later, some strange void corridors suddenly appeared in Star Territory. Immediately afterwards, starships filled with powerful cultivators flew out from these void corridors and invaded Hung Luo star field, plundering the various cultivation stars. In the beginning, no one knew what was happening, only that this group of foreign invaders was extremely powerful. Hung Luo star field had been closed off for countless years, so when had it ever encountered such a force? In a moment of carelessness, several cultivation stars fell. For a time, Star Territory was in a state of panic, and everyone felt threatened. After the initial adaptation period, the great forces in Star Territory began to resist. Led by High Heaven Sect, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union, the masters from all over the Star Territory began to fight the foreign invaders in Starfield. As a result, countless people fell and countless masters were turned to ashes. Even High Heaven Sect suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He had just noticed that although there were many acquaintances in the hall, the few women closest to him were not here, and even his parents were nowhere to be seen. Seemingly guessing the worry in his heart, Yixian said, The madams are all safe now, but each of them has returned to their respective stars to gather their strength and defend themselves. Xianxia was relieved. Shanqing Luo should have returned to Monster Star and Monster Star, while little senior sister should have gone to Tong Xian Realm. As for Shuiyu, needless to say, she should be on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With such a big incident occurring in Star Territory, it was impossible for them to remain in High Heaven Sect. Moreover, when he left, he had left behind many space arrays in Star Territory, so whether it was Monster Star, Tong Xian Realm, or Water Moon Star, they could all be connected to High Heaven Sect. At most, they would need to transit a few times. If they really encountered any danger, they had a way out, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Where did those people come from? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. When the tiger was not at home, the monkey had also rebelled. Yixian replied, It is said that they came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory. Xianxia suddenly showed a strange look. Great Desolate Star Territory? Are you sure they came from Great Desolate Star Territory? Yixian nodded, Absolutely. Wasn't this frequency a bit too fast? The last battle was only 5 days ago, so logically speaking, everyone should have been able to call a truce for at least a month, so how could they have come back in just a few days? Tu Feng said with a strange expression, They're not here, they're trying to escape. Want to escape? Qiu Yimeng frowned even more. Everyone had been fighting here for 5 years, so who didn't know each other? How could they suddenly want to escape? Vaguely understanding something, Qiu Yimeng asked, What was that noise just now? She had been cultivating, so although she had heard some strange sounds, she hadn't thought too much about them. But now that she thought about it, those sounds seemed to be coming from the star field, and the direction they were coming from, it couldn't be, Tu Feng said excitedly. I was just about to tell you about it. The starships on Great Desolate Star's territory seem to have been destroyed. Great Elder took action? Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious. The dozen or so starships anchored outside Shadowed Star, glaring at the entire Shadowed Star. Not only did they give the cultivators on Great Desolate Star the confidence to wreak havoc on Shadowed Star, but they also served as a deterrent to High Heaven Sect's overall actions. Although High Heaven Sect was not weak today and had an endless number of Origin Kings, the only Third-Order Origin King currently presiding over the sect was Great Elder Yixian. The others were not on Shadowed Star, so they were simply too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Unless Yixian took action personally, no one could do anything to those starships. No, even if Yixian took action, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing, unless those people returned to High Heaven Sect to join forces with her. Those people have returned. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking of this, but if that was the case, it made sense. Tu Feng said, I don't know the specific situation, but this is a good time for us to take action. Qiu Yimeng stood up and sneered. It's time to settle accounts. With their backers gone, it would be strange if the people on Great Desolate Star didn't panic. Qiu Yimeng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Outside the door, Qiu Yimeng saw pairs of eyes staring at her, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Looking at these familiar faces, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Turning her head, Qiu Yimeng saw several streams of light flickering in the sky a few hundred kilometers away, dazzling like meteors, but instead of falling down, they flew upwards. It was the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory who wanted to escape from Shadowed Star. Turning her head to the other side, Qiu Yimeng saw the same scene from a further location. It seemed that the destruction of their starships had caused these people on Great Desolate Star's territory to panic, so how could they have the courage to remain on Shadowed Star? So many years of fighting had given her flexible combat instincts, so she quickly pushed her Saint Qi to form a protective barrier behind her. Saint Qi collided and the hastily condensed Saint Qi barrier broke as Bianhong's palm landed on her back, grinning fiercely as he shouted, Die! Qiu Yimeng staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, taking advantage of this opportunity to open up some distance between her and Bianhong. Bianhong's face went pale as he looked down at his palm, only to see it had turned dark and numb. Desperately pushing his strength to suppress it, he found it difficult to do so. Gritting his teeth, he roared, What did you do? Qiu Yimeng chuckled, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and tilted her head to look at him. Do you like this gift? This was specially prepared for you. Seeing her look, Bianhong's heart clenched. You tricked me. How could he not know that Qiu Yimeng had deliberately used a powerful divine technique to expose a flaw in her back in order to lure him in for a sneak attack? She was definitely wearing some kind of artifact armor, and it was one that was highly toxic. His palm had not taken her life, but instead he had been poisoned. Although this poison was not fatal, it still required him to spend a great deal of energy to suppress it. In front of her, how could he spare any energy to do such a thing? Qiu Yimeng reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her eyes clear as water. Yes, so what? Yang raised his hand and placed his middle finger on her forehead. Look up. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and raised her head. Asterisk dong. Asterisk Qiu Yimeng's head flew back, her hands covering her forehead as she angrily shouted, What are you doing? He actually used his finger to flick her forehead. This was too much. Even if his strength was high, he shouldn't bully others like this. Xiao Yiming's eyes couldn't help turning red. After waiting for so many years, was this all she got? Yang Kai laughed and said, "First, young lady Qiu, just a moment ago, I thought you had been possessed by some evil spirit and was about to harden my heart and eliminate this demon, but now it seems there is no need for that. You're the one who's been possessed," Qiu Yiming said indignantly. Seeing him still smiling, she suddenly became angry and lifted her foot to kick him. Yang Kai quickly dodged. "You dare!" Qiu Yiming glared at him and kicked out again. Seeing that Qiu Yiming was still glaring at him, Yang Kai let out a yelp of pain and pretended to jump up and down while clutching his calf, pretending to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Qiu Yiming squinted at him with a surprised expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Staring at him, her face suddenly blushed. This looks like flirting. She didn't dare to glare at him. Her heart felt warm. No matter how high his cultivation was, no matter how long he had been away, it wasn't that he was too far away from her. It was she who wanted to use a yardstick to measure the distance between them. "Good. You're now a sect master. Don't let others see you like this." Qiu Yiming couldn't help smiling. Yang Kai suddenly grabbed her wrist. Qiu Yiming panicked, her heart in a mess. What are you doing?" As soon as these words came out, her face flushed bright red. Because a pure energy flowed from Yang Kai's palm in her body, the previous injuries she had suffered immediately showed signs of improvement. Suddenly, she felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. He was just healing her, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of loss. What was I expecting? After a short while, Yang Kai took back his hand and took out a spirit pill and placed it in her palm. Qiu Yiming didn't ask any questions, raising her head and swallowing it down, stroking her hair as she asked, "When did you come back?" Her expression and tone had returned to normal. Since they couldn't help each other and couldn't forget each other, they could only get along well. "I just came back," Yang Kai said. "A lot of things happened here." Have you returned to the sect?" "I've already returned. Great Elder should have told you, right?" "I've heard. Shadowed Star is your territory. How do you want to deal with it?" Yang Kai said, "Since you've come here, don't even think about leaving." While the two were talking, Yang Kai had already begun secretly taking action, causing the surrounding world energy to suddenly fluctuate before the surrounding world principles became extremely clear. Qiu Yiming stared blankly at her surroundings, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. The stars under her feet seemed to have come to life. They were originally alive and had never died, but since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, this cultivation star had become a little lonely and had gradually changed. If they were alive, then in the several dozen years after Yang Kai left, they had been in a deep slumber. But now, with the return of Yang Kai, they had also awakened from their long slumber. The surrounding world energy was filled with an indescribable vitality, and Qiu Yiming could even feel the surrounding world energy pulsing and interacting with one another. Between the heavens and earth, it was as if an invisible net had suddenly appeared, turning into a cage that enveloped the entire stars. From all over the world, from all kinds of sects, large numbers of disciples began to break through like bamboo shoots after the rain. The lower their cultivation, the faster their breakthroughs would be. Among them, the most shocking was a disciple from a small sect who, originally a trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator, had now broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage. In just a month, this disciple had practically crossed 2 great realms. Normally, this kind of thing would be impossible. Even if one was an outstanding genius, it would be impossible to accomplish this in just a month. But under the influence of the Star Master's reverse nourishment, this impossible had become a reality. What excited the cultivator on Shadowed Star the most was that many cultivators who had been stuck in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm had finally broken through to the Origin King realm. Although this number was not large, it was not small either. Across all of Shadowed Star, there were at least 20 new Origin Kings, 4 of which were from High Heaven Sect alone. More than 20 Origin Kings was an extremely terrifying number on any cultivation star. If these 20 Origin Kings had appeared more than a decade ago, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would have driven away all of them from Great Desolate Star's territory long ago. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This was just a saying. But on today's Shadowed Star, if one hadn't seen one for 3 days, they would have to look at them with new eyes because the other party had likely broken through a whole realm. In front of the hall, more than a dozen people stood side by side, looking up into the sky. These people were the leaders of the dozen or so most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. Xianxia stood in the middle while the rest were scattered to the left and right. He hasn't woken up yet. Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master Qiantong looked up at the giant shadow in the sky and thought back to when he first arrived here. It felt like yesterday, and he could not help sighing. Back then, how could he have imagined that little brat would grow to a height comparable to the heavens and earth? The past was like a puff of smoke, and now that he thought about it, it all felt a little surreal. He's been asleep for a month now. Could something have gone wrong? Clear Sky Sect Master Guzhan showed a look of worry. Gong Ao Fu said, "The longer the Star Master's reverse nourishment lasts, the better. How could something go wrong? We should expect him to sleep longer." "He's awake." Xianxia suddenly raised her head. When everyone heard this, they all turned their gazes towards the horizon. The giant shadow, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and slowly sat up, covering its mouth with its hand as it yawned, a look of confusion on its face. Although it was just a giant shadow, it seemed to be able to vividly project Yang Kai's demeanor and actions at this moment, without the slightest difference. "That smelly brat." Dong Suju ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes slightly red. "This old lady ran all the way here to find him, but he didn't show up for an entire month. He's definitely not her biological child." Fourth Master Yang was shocked. "Who gave birth to him, Sai?" But before he could finish speaking, Dong Suju kicked him, causing him to grimace in pain. "Teach him a lesson when we get back," Dong Suju said to Su Yan with a murderous look. "Mother, I'll remember." Su Yan nodded obediently. Little Su Yan is so obedient, huh? How good would it have been if I had a daughter? Giving birth to a son is no different from not giving birth at all. After complaining for a while, she suddenly glared at Fourth Master Yang. "What?" Fourth Master Yang's heart clenched as he thought to himself. "I'm just standing here. Did I provoke you again? I didn't even make a sound when you kicked me. What else do you want?" "It's all your fault." Dong Suju ground her teeth. Fourth Master Yang felt wronged. "What does that have to do with me?" Dong Suju said, if it wasn't for you, how could I have given birth to such a son? You've really made this old lady worry." Fourth Master Yang tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for in this life. Su Yan pursed her lips and chuckled at the side. It was rare to see a married couple like this after so many years together. "Just looking at you makes me angry." Dong Suju seemed like she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only vent it on Fourth Master Yang. Fourth Master Yang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly had an idea. He leaned forward and used his divine sense to gently whisper something into Dong Suju's ear. Dong Suju immediately blushed and pinched his waist. "What are you saying? You're always so indecent." Let's go. Fourth Master Yang dragged her away. "I'm not going." "Aya, don't pull me away. There's so many people here. Even if you don't want face, I still want face." Along the way, they made a lot of noise and soon disappeared. Su Yan's cheeks were slightly red. Fourth Master Yang thought he had said those words without anyone noticing. But how could he have known that Su Yan's current cultivation was actually second-order Dao Source realm? Even his divine sense transmission could not block her probing. It was not intentional, though. It was just an accident. Giving birth to a little sister for Xianxia is something I'm looking forward to. Up in the sky, Xianxia finally came back to his senses. At first glance, it was clear that he was in a state of deep sleep before his thoughts gradually became clear. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly stared down from the sky. His line of sight seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of kilometers and take in everything in high heaven's sect, causing him to smile faintly. Everyone felt like he was smiling at them. No matter where they were, no matter what angle they looked at him from, this feeling was the same. Only Su Yin could see her own reflection in that pair of eyes. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the giant figure suddenly collapsed, turning into rich and pure world energy that filled the surrounding area. High above high heaven sect square, a figure appeared, his black hair and robes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this figure. Immediately after, thunderous sounds rang out in unison like a mountain collapsing. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Facing the Star Master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and bring earth-shaking changes to Shadowed Star in just a month, everyone gave him the highest respect. Yang Kai reached out to stop her, smoothing her hair back from her forehead, looking at her tenderly. I like you no matter what you look like. In other words, he liked her even more yesterday. Su Yin covered her face with her hands, her voice coming through the gaps between her fingers. Don't do that next time. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, leaning down and kissing her lightly. But then he smiled and said, It's time to get up. Come with me to see father and mother. If he went alone, he would probably be kicked out by his mother again. But if he brought Su Yin, his mother wouldn't be too disrespectful. With such a lineup, even if they joined forces to deal with a second order, it would be difficult, let alone a third order. But how far was Shadowed Star from here? With such a long-distance transmission, anyone would have a brief adjustment period. Even a third-order Origin King would not be spared. This adjustment period might only be a few breaths of time, but on the brink of life and death, a few breaths were enough for them to kill their target 1,000 times. They would not show any mercy, determined to kill their target on the spot. This was what they had always done, and there was no precedent of them failing. They did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. What they cared about was the transmission token Yang Kai had on him. Those who could use this kind of space array would definitely have a transmission token on them, and in the territory of Great Desolate Star, these transmission tokens were being collected. Once 10 were collected, 10 top masters would be sent directly to the headquarters of Shadowed Star or other cultivation stars. Chapter 31:30. Light blossomed in the darkness as 5 people rushed in. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared ahead, meeting the eyes of a burly man. When their eyes met, the burly man was taken aback. He saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of discomfort. There was no time for him to think too deeply. A sledgehammer in his hand smashed down, stirring up a storm of wind and clouds. A hand that wasn't too strong suddenly blocked the hammerhead, causing the momentum of the attack to stagnate. The recoil even numbed the burly man's arms and cracked his hands. The burly man's eyes narrowed. How was this possible? This guy had just teleported from Shadowed Star, so not only did he immediately wake up, he was also able to block the blow of his artifact with one hand. How was this possible? But before he could think about it, the other 4 people's attacks had already landed on the young man. In an instant, energy surged and the mind groaned as rocks fell down. The 4 people had succeeded and immediately jumped back. One of the scantily clad women looked at the burly man and sneered. "Man Z, did I squeeze you too hard a few days ago? You didn't even use the slightest bit of strength when you attacked today. You're too useless." A short, thin old man coughed a few times and said weakly, "There's a knife above the character of lust. Take this as a warning." Another fair-looking man laughed loudly. "Silkworm Madam, Man Z is already at his limit. Do you want a change of taste today?" The beautiful woman called Silkworm Madam glanced at him and curled her lips. "Scram, this old lady hates gigolos like you the most." A jade folding fan suddenly appeared in the fair-looking man's hand. He opened it and waved it, smiling. "I may be fair, but I'm not a wax spear. How will Silkworm Madam know if you don't try?" Silkworm Madam said coldly, "This old lady doesn't care even if you're a diamond. This old lady likes burly men like Man Z." She suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Hey, Man Z, what are you doing? Are you stupid?" The burly man called Man Z was extremely stiff at this moment. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as he stared quietly at Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with horror and shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "He's not dead, you bastards." The other 4 retreated immediately after the attack, so they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's situation. After all, who could stop their sneak attack? They only thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure. Only Man Z, who was very close to Yang Kai, saw clearly that the thunderous attack of his 4 companions did not harm a single hair on Yang Kai's body. It was as if they had merely scratched an itch for the youth in front of him. Yang Kai did not even frown as he stared at him with eyes full of ridicule. He wanted to withdraw his secret treasure, yet he noticed that Yang Kai wasn't moving at all. The strength in Yang Kai's hand actually caused him to feel powerless. When the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle arc, Man Z's hair stood on end, and he immediately released his secret treasure with the intention of retreating. A hand reached out unhurriedly, but tightly gripped his neck. The barbarian was immediately unable to move. The man who was like an iron tower was lifted up just like that. His feet left the ground as he kept struggling. Silkworm Madam and the other 3 cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. A feeling of horror rose from their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. Immediately, their limbs turned cold. They knew very well how strong Man Z's cultivation was. His strength was on par with theirs, yet he was being gripped by a single hand? Who was this person? You guys sure are having fun chatting. Yang Kai's sinister voice reverberated in the mind. Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner. Peng Shizong, who was watching from a distance, called out in a low voice as he stared at the two artifacts that had cost countless lives, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Everyone else had similar expressions. On Green Mountain Star, countless people had died because of these two artifacts, so how could they not know about the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner? With their natal artifacts in hand, the old man and the old woman calmed down and glared at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai quickly said, "Is this the purpose of your massacre?" He could sense that the so-called Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner were both extremely evil secret treasures. The reason they were soaked in the blood pool was obviously to use the blood water and souls in the blood pool to nourish the secret treasure's intelligence and power. As soon as these two artifacts appeared, the entire blood pond quieted down and even the color of the water became much lighter. "So many pieces of trash. To be able to enter my banner is their honor," the old man coldly snorted. The old woman smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, you'll also enter in a moment." Yang Kai sneered, "Then please take me in quickly." The old woman coldly snorted, "As you wish." The Blood Sea Banner in her hand rolled up and fell towards Yang Kai, causing the entire sky to turn dark red. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced over with an indifferent look on his face. The old woman was still on guard against Yang Kai's resistance, but even after Yang Kai was sucked into the Blood Sea Banner, she did not see him take any action. She immediately sneered, "Ignorant fool, you actually dare enter this old woman's Blood Sea Banner. Let's see how you die now." The old man said, "This person is no small matter. Don't be careless. Let me in, you and I will work together to deal with him." The old woman said, "You're too cautious. After entering the Blood Sea Banner, even a third-order Origin King will lose a layer of skin." Even though he said that, he still grabbed the old man's arm. With a single movement, he brought the old man into the Blood Sea Banner. Peng Shizong and the others watched from a distance, all of them feeling anxious, thinking that this young man had an extraordinary bearing. So how could he be so foolish? The Blood Sea Banner was an extremely powerful artifact, and with the old woman, a First-Order Origin King, controlling it, how could he survive? Not only would he not be able to kill the old woman, but he would also increase the power of the Blood Sea Banner. They thought that a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a hothead. "Brother Peng, what should we do?" Someone looked at Peng Shizong and asked. At this moment, there were only their own people near the blood pond. The Netherworld sect disciples had all been slaughtered, and the two Origin Kings had also entered the Blood Sea Banner. It could be said that they were the only ones left in the entire city. "Hurry up and run." Peng Shizong did not answer, but someone shouted. Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. "Run? Where can we run to?" Chapter 31-33. "Brother Peng, why don't we flee?" Near the pool of blood, one of the several dozen cultivators who were prepared to die suddenly spoke up. However, he did not want to die for nothing, so he advised, "Where there's life, there's hope." Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw the crimson light surging over there. The Blood Sea Banner in the air surged endlessly, causing the blood-red light to roll as if something was trying to break out. "It's too late." Peng Shizong slowly shook his head. The young man had been killed so quickly. He broke into laughter. Wasn't he a little too naive? He actually had high hopes for him. When the others saw this, they were speechless as well. Earlier, when they saw how arrogant Yang Kai was, they had thought that he was extremely capable. Who would have thought that he would be killed in less than 10 breaths after entering the Blood Sea Banner? This was truly laughable. No one was in the mood to laugh because they were the ones who were going to die next. In the next moment, pairs of eyes froze. Their eyes slowly widened as they stared ahead in disbelief. A person slowly leapt out from the Blood Sea Banner, But it was not the old woman or the old man from the Netherworld sect that they had imagined. It was actually the rash young man. The young man seemed to have only gone for a stroll. His face did not turn red, nor did his heart skip a beat. After he broke free from the Blood Sea banner, he waved his hand and put away the secret treasure that had cost countless lives. He turned his head to take a look and frowned. "Where are the others?" No one answered. Everyone seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Their minds were in a mess, unable to return to their senses. "I'm asking you a question." Kaiyang furrowed his brow. What was going on with this group of people? Shouldn't they be kowtowing to him, their savior? Shouldn't they be saying something along the lines of, "I will definitely repay you"? Why were they acting like idiots? Could it be that their brains were damaged? They fled. Peng Shizong gulped and replied rather unnaturally. Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that there were indeed quite a few people fleeing 1,000 feet away. However, their cultivations were sealed, so they did not run very quickly. So what if they fled? Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gentle force swept out like a gentle breeze, brushing past the bodies of Peng Shizong and the others. The eyes of Peng Shizong and the others widened even more, because with just a brush of Yang Kai's hand, the restrictions on their bodies were all undone. The long-awaited power flowed happily in their meridians, giving them an impulse to roar towards the sky. "Master, those two." Peng Shizong stammered as he looked at Yang Kai. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure. The main culprit has been killed. This can be considered as an explanation for the dead creatures of this city. "It's a pity that I came too late," Yang Kai sighed. "You should also run for your lives. Don't get caught again." He was lucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Peng Shizong was dumbfounded. Although he had guessed the outcome, hearing it from Yang Kai's mouth was still unbelievable. Those two Netherworld sect masters were Origin Kings, and they had the 10,000 Soul Banner and the Blood Sea Banner in their hands. That young man had also entered the Blood Sea Banner, yet he had killed them in less than 10 breaths of time. What kind of astonishing method was this? What kind of strength was this? Peng Shizong couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the Blood Sea Banner had been taken away by this young man. With him standing guard, it would be difficult for Peng Shizong to die, even if he wanted to. After an hour, Peng Shizong stood up. Although he looked a little disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his expression tired, his eyes were shining with a brilliance that had never been there before. Cupping his fists, he said, "Peng Shizong, thanks Master for helping me break through to the Origin King realm. This time, I'm unable to repay this great kindness." "Enough, enough," Yang Kai raised his hand. "If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't have done so much." The value of that single spirit pill alone was not something a trivial Peng Shizong could compensate for. The reason why Yang Kai had helped them was simply because he didn't want them to fall into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star after he had saved them. One more Origin King was always more strength to resist. Green Mountain Star was Hung Luo Star Field's cultivation star, so how could it tolerate outsiders abusing it? Sooner or later, this group of people would be driven away, leaving behind a small flame that might be enough to burn the entire star. Peng Shizong pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying, "This Peng wants to join White Robe Sect." On Green Mountain Star, there were many forces that resisted the oppression of Great Desolate Star, but the largest was White Robe Sect. Moreover, it had only recently risen up and was currently in need of manpower. Peng Shizong believed that if an Origin King like him went to join them, White Robe Sect would definitely welcome him. Today's ups and downs had allowed Yang Kai to comprehend many things. With the help of his benefactor, not only did he escape from certain death, but he had also broken through to the Origin King realm. It was only right for him to throw himself into the battle to save Green Mountain Star. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would have no regrets. This proposal was approved by many people and was quickly passed. Peng Shizong said, "Find the others and bring them back. If they are willing to come with me, they can go with me. If they are not, I won't force them." Everyone set off immediately to find those who had escaped before. Everywhere, there was smoke and scorched earth. Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that what he saw in the city where he met Peng Shizong was just an exception, but it was actually the norm on Green Mountain Star. Along the way, most of the cities they encountered were dilapidated and uninhabited. In these cities, there were still traces of blood pools and altars, obviously the work of a netherworld sect cultivator. As for the residents of these cities, there was no need to even think about it. They had all been used by the netherworld sect cultivator to refine the Bloodsea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. The viciousness of the netherworld sect's actions was simply outrageous. At this time, Green Mountain Star was desolate and filled with death chi. Along the way, Yang Kai had also saved some people and killed some netherworld sect cultivator from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but it was just a drop in the bucket. In another city, Yang Kai slaughtered the invading enemies and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Leaving the last person alive, Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and said fiercely, "Where is your netherworld sect's most powerful cultivator now?" The man had long been scared out of his wits by Yang Kai's shocking means, so he replied in a panic, "Sixth Elder is now overseeing Yanghe City. Take me there." Yang Kai ordered. "Yes, yes, yes." The man nodded and quickly pointed in a direction for Yang Kai. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery receded at an extremely terrifying speed, causing the man to close his eyes in fear. Although there was no time to stay here and restore order to Green Mountain Star, it was still possible to kill the enemy directly. Yanghe City, one of the top cities on Green Mountain Star, covered a vast area and was extremely prosperous in the past.